That's with the intermittent fasting. So I would only have 1 hour every 24 hours to eat.
Oh wow. Well, I have my elliptic machine, which kind of makes my hips hurt. But when I was doing the cardio thing, I used to run for 6 miles on the thread thing. So really helped a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish I had done more elliptical stuff because doing all that running caused both my knees to have arthritis.
Yeah, I would not suggest elliptical either because it has a weird. I mean, it's supposed to be like good on your joints, right? Because it's this motion that doesn't stress your body. But at least to me, it did. If you're a big guy, I mean, it depends on your weight. Uh, I'm gonna try now a stationary. What's the bicycle thing? Rotoped or what it's called.
Yeah, you got to keep motivated on that thing because it's easy to get tired and then just sit there and pedal leisurely.
Oh yeah, what I do, I used to watch TV shows like I just got so much into the story itself that I just completely forgot that I'm doing exercise, but I did it. It's
Watch
really amazing.
watch porn.
I get horny, I gotta do that.
I mean, yeah, it gets your blood flowing. I mean, honestly, it's hard to chill out and slow down if you are aroused, and that will actually help blood flow.
Yeah, I used to.
Another thing you could do is just put some very heart pumping, fast-paced music on and walk around your house because nothing gets you in the mood to exercise than doing that.
Oh yeah, I used to kind of get sort of or think of motivating stuff like well, yeah, basically getting aroused when I was doing my lifting thing because yeah, that gets you motivated as fuck. Along with let the body hit the floor clip.
Yep, it's either I would only listen to either crunk or rock, like hard rock,
Right.
something to keep my to keep focus on what I was doing and stay motivated.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, eventually I'm gonna get back out there and lose some of this weight.
Oh, you're good, dude. I've seen you without a shirt. You're sexy, dude.
Yeah, but
No
I would
homo.
like to get rid of the man titties.
Well, hey, if
Tons
you're
of
gonna have a
push-ups.
muscle, if you're gonna have a muscle, you're gonna still have kind of like sort of man titties, but as long as you don't have fat in them, you don't have actual titties. It's muscle.
Exactly.
Be proud of it.
Where'd Nadia go?
No idea.
Oh, she froze. I think she has connection problems. Well, she's there in the hangout, but she's frozen.
I think I'm coming to the period where my hair is becoming an afro before it starts dropping down.
You can use it's the iron thing to make it straight.
Straightener.
Yeah, straightener. That's one option.
I seen
you
my
just-
hair. I seen my hair straight. No.
You prefer the gay hair as opposed to the straight hair. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
It's not gay. It's puffy.
I know it is. It is.
I look like
Wait.
if I had longer sideburns, I look like I was out of the 70s.
Sure. Hey, Drag. Drag, you there?
Yep.
Do you do when you do resistance training? Do you do to fail?
We did something called negatives. It was something negatives, and we would go. I want to say reverse pyramid. This is a while back, man. I want to say we did reverse pyramids, and from there, once we got to the inverted peak, we would start to reach muscle failure, and then there was one more set. I want to say that we would do that was with more weight, but with a lower number of reps. And so we would do that to, complete muscle. Like there's no physical way. So my buddy of mine, what's his name? Specialist, freaking, not Sanchez. God damn it, it's Cuban. Can't remember his name.
Ramirez?
Okay. No. I cannot remember his name. That's sad. But anyway, he's the one who showed me this particular workout because he has just incredible traps, incredible fucking traps, and he showed me this workout, and then once you would start to go down, you would have to push and keep pushing as it was reaching your neck. And so he had his hands on the interior of the bar itself, and so he would not let it touch my neck, but he would slowly let it drop. And so it was my job during the negative set, to keep pushing up against it, even though I'm slowly dropping this weight on my neck. And that, dude, let me tell you, that shit hurt, and I was sore for a week. But that was probably the biggest I'd ever had my biceps ever in my life. Like, it was brutal.
Yeah, I had the same thing. Yeah, I'm glad that you said that you had a sore thing because I was afraid that I actually damaged mine. Okay, so I know it's normal. Yeah,
No, you'll know it's a sharp pain. If you damage something, more than likely it'll be a sharp pain. Though that burning sensation is what you'll normally feel.
Right. Yeah, I used to do it also to failure. I would basically I had dumbbells, and I would do normal sets. On the last one, if I cannot even lift it, I would help myself a little bit so that I can lift it more and completely exhaust the muscle, right? Because you cannot lift it from the starting position where you're exhausted, but you can still lift it when it's in the sort of middle position, right? Well, yeah.
Just to say one thing quickly, I had frozen shoulder a couple of years back, about 3 or 4 years ago, both shoulders, and it's because I lift too much, accidentally, but nonetheless I couldn't drop what I was holding, and somebody else dropped their end, so it was one of those. But it was only about 20 kilos over what I could, not what I was used to, pretty much repping with. But I'd got to the point where I was repping with pretty much the maximum weights I could for my kind of body size. I'm a very small guy, so it doesn't take much kind of thing. But the point was, when I did this injury, I had no idea I'd done it because it felt exactly like a fantastic workout. I.e., my shoulders were burning, my biceps were burning, just felt really good. The only difference was about 3 days later, the good feeling started disappearing, and it was still killing me. And then obviously I froze. I couldn't move my arms, both shoulders.
Yeah.
I had to go for operation and stuff. But the weird thing was, it wasn't the sharp pain like normal muscle damage. This was something completely different, and it was just very bad. But it felt so good.
Was it a torn rotator cuff or?
I think the sockets got pulled out, the muscles got pulled off the end of the bone, ripped off the end of the shoulder.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Yeah. So.
Well, at least you.
I've never been able to lift anywhere near the weight I could before.
Yeah,
I used to do like my body weight and a half above my head, So I was quite used to some good weights, but since then I can hardly lift my hands above my head.
Yeah, the guy I was working out with, it's really bothered me. I worked and lived with this dude for years. God damn it. He went to the gym, and he told us that he was just doing his regular workouts, and he injured himself. I was like, well, how'd you do that? This guy's a gym rat, complete gym rat. And I'm like, how did you, of all people, hurt yourself? So he says, well, this girl walked into the gym. And oh, God damn it, that's why. So,
As soon as you say those words, Lord.
He said this girl walked in. I was like, God damn, I fucking do it.
Yeah,
he was married, but he couldn't help himself. It's like this girl walked in, so I put another plate on each side. I was like, and I think he was trying to do like clean and jerks or something. Completely fucked up his back. He got it to his chest and dropped it because he immediately felt how much of a bad idea that was.
Yeah, it's blame the woman. It's their fault.
Oh, I was like, really? Of all people to do something like that? Why?
And this is why yoga pants are bad.
That is so true.
Temptresses.
But on a serious note, ladies, keep wearing yoga pants. I still like them. Just
I was gonna say, don't you blame the pants?
I need to build up my bun so I can, well, that's what I need to look at when I wear yoga pants. Yeah. I used to put in hours in the gym in the 2000s, but circumstances have kind of not played well into that.
My wife, when she would work out with me in the afternoons, she wanted to. My wife is tiny. She does not she does not gain weight like everybody else in America. So she stayed around like 100 pounds. I think the biggest she's ever been is like 110, and that's when she was pregnant with my child. And so she wanted to work, on her glutes, and she wanted a nice, tight, firm ass that, is the envy of the American eye and the hell all around the world. So what I ended up doing was I got her with another, like a female soldier, and so there all these different workouts that were basically stationary lunges and just regular lunges that would target the gluteus maximus, and within a week of doing these exercises, there was a dramatic difference. Like you can really tell, the difference between somebody who does, squats and lunges and somebody who does not. And I mean, it's really just really simple stuff.
Yeah, my knees are kind of obstacle to that.
Oh no, trust me, I understand. I really hate squatting down and trying to reach anything down there because I start feeling the crepitus in my knees and going, oh, bad idea.
Yeah, I have kind of similar problem. What I did is I basically went next to a table and I was doing sit-ups and sit-downs, and just to help myself, just to exhaust the muscles and not put strain on the bones and the joints. There's ways to do it. I mean, just be creative.
Something odd but good happened though. Yeah, I've had a little bit less trouble dealing with stairs since I've gotten here. I'm not sure if, like, I don't know, I finally wore down some kind of loose cartilage or what, but my knees have been getting to be a lot less.
Yeah, it does help. Yeah, I have a painful back now, not to take the light from you, but I've noticed that even though I have a shitty back, when I was working at a post office where I need to lift a lot of shit, it kind of it lessens. Exercise really helps.
I don't think it kind of just works as a generality for the knees. I think torn meniscus, it does involve loose cartilage, and things can be ground down for that. So. I think the smoothing out of the cartilage, grinding it down enough works for the knee, and not necessarily for the back. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sounds legit. Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at something on Facebook. It's really bothering me that I cannot remember his name right now.
I'll have to try out the lunges and squats stuff. They'll I have no idea. Maybe it'll actually do something. Oh, I think I need to actually pass the link around. Hang on. Yeah, I do. Sorry.
Yeah, you can start off with just low reps. Just do like maybe 3 sets, 5 reps, or something like that.
Well, I don't really have access to the equipment for the moment.
But yeah, no equipment, just regular lunges using your own body weight. And that's what I really like doing workouts without weight and just using just my own body weight. And of course, as you lose weight and as you gain muscle, it will naturally become easier. So then you'll get to a point where, okay, I can start kind of incorporating some additional weight. But so I'm chasing my son around. But yeah, I like it because you don't feel as though you're being encumbered by something, and I think that adds to the some of the apprehension people feel about trying to work out, is that they feel that extra weight that does not belong to them and that they're carrying around.
Yeah, the beginnings of any diet or exercise regime is really difficult. But when you're first doing the heavy lifting, you have the what's it called, the noob effect or the noob thing when you gain a lot of muscle in the beginning, more relatively speaking, because of
Uh,
the
Well, the last
shock.
thing I need to do is gain more muscle.
Well, muscle forms your body, forms your figure, so you could actually use muscle.
well, yeah, if she's trying to achieve a more feminine look, then it's
Yeah.
probably not as good to try and look like uh, closer to the female tennis player, really
Well,
muscular.
female tennis players got to take
Oh,
years to do that, but
also,
I noticed that women who do run have a very well-shaped buttocks. I'm just saying. It's just that I think the muscles do form your figure. As a woman, especially, you don't have to worry about bulking up. It's incredibly difficult, if you're using just the proper techniques and awesome weights. You have an awesome trainer. It takes years to gain noticeable, lead muscle that will make you look like you're building muscle. When you're starting out, um, especially from your state, when you're kind of been malnourished, I think it's gonna shape your figure.
I'm also starting from a state of historical testosterone having built up more than, I guess, the average estrogen influenced individual would have.
Wait, there are two Thors in here? Huh?
What?
So I just noticed that there are two of me in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
oh
noticed.
yeah, there are.
Bob's
He was
taking
here.
the ghost
He was
too.
here before you got here.
Son of a bitch. My double
bitch.
twin. Double the trouble, guys. Double the trouble. Wait, does it mean that I can drink twice as I usually do?
No, I think
Yeah.
Bob needs us to kick his doppelganger.
Oh, here, Bob's doppelganger left.
He says he's blocked.
Huh?
Okay, is this Bob or is this his doppelganger?
There you are. I got rid of Thor 2.
Okay, Bob, are you still on the external chat?
Well, actually, that it does a block the account. Art has some socks he can use to get back in, but Bob, I don't think does.
Yeah, when someone has a ghost, if you kick the ghost, it essentially blocks the legitimate account from joining in.
Oh wow.
Oh, I just blocked you then.
Yeah.
Art will be able to get
But
back
I have sock accounts, so don't worry.
I'm laughing at something else. So Mark Thomas decided to make a little image here. This is hilarious. Can y'all see this?
Hang on. Give me a sec. It takes my computer a while to.
Oh, that's actually pretty good.
Oh,
That is cool.
No, hang on a minute. Just leave that there, Trey.
Hold on, Louis. I'm trying to remind you.
Wait, how isn't you Mr. T? Why is it? It's
Yeah,
weird.
Like, come on now. I wanted to be Mr. T. JD
Yeah.
I think Mark was thinking. In Mark's defense, I think he just wanted to be. Well, he's an idiot. Never mind.
Well, it's funny. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
you
figure
know what?
out. Go ahead.
You know that. You know that. Well, what's coming to my mind right now is that Will Smith meme where he's like, "I ain't even mad."
No, I mean I like when people do stuff like this. It's hilarious. I'm tagging everybody. Oh fuck. Okay. Cliff. There we go. And tag myself. Come on. Can't tag myself.
You know, they should actually. Wait, you should actually call this the Matt Slick Demolishing Group.
Wait, this is so racist. I mean, the software doesn't recognize a black dude as a person. There is
What the
having a
fuck?
face. Yeah, that's wrong.
This is bullshit.
Google Plus is racist.
Bet you if I was on Mr. T's body, I'd recognize it. This is bullshit.
I'm sorry, you don't have a face tracker.
Damn it. Mark Thomas, you need to fix this. Bullshit.
The computer decided you're not a human. You don't have a face.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a reboot. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, the face recognition software that does make mistakes. It's far from perfect, as we can see.
I'm gonna like this post and share it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have to watch out for high impact stuff. And just betting, and also just betting too deep. Betting too deep issue is kind of why I haven't done the bicycle Ferris.
Yeah, I would just use just regular body weight and just go from there. I mean, just at your own pace, slow, and just don't jump. Like, don't. I think people aren't mentally prepared to start workouts and diets, and they just say, you know what, I'm just going to do it. When there is a mental process that one has to go through in order to start a workout. And I was thinking about doing a video series on it to point out pitfalls that happen.
It is the plateaus, I think, right? They're called.
I don't think there's a methodological. I have a history of already having done this stuff.
Don't underestimate it, Nadia. You have to keep yourself motivated. As somebody who lost motivation, I can tell you that it's fucking important. There are techniques, but you probably will not like it because it's basically NLP, Neuro Linguistic Programming.
I'm not known for being short of will or whatever.
You said that. You said that last time when we were talking to you about losing your extreme efforts of losing weight, and look how that turned out. So don't underestimate it.
Yeah. Also, in the face of quite hostile circumstance, or at least unconducive circumstances.
Right, but you say it all the time that you're in a shitty place, so you should assume that's going to continue. So it's going to be still a factor. So yeah, I'm just saying you should figure out some motivating techniques.
At that point, it renders me helpless. So.
Well, I guess then you are.
Well, it's not because I say I am that I am. I mean, it does require like investments of financial resources that I'm not actually getting. I'm not landing these jobs. Speaking of which, I do need to make another round on the New York City job website.
Ooh, damn! Caitlyn Jenner could face manslaughter charge in deadly Malibu crash.
Oh, she caused the crash?
Evidently, she was involved in some type of. Let me see. Investigators are recommending that prosecutors file a vehicular manslaughter charge against Caitlyn Jenner for her role in the fatal Malibu crash that claimed the life of Kim Howe in February. The I Am Kate star was driving at an unsafe speed when her Escalade hit Howe's car on February 7th, said Detective Richard Curry of the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department, Los Angeles Times reports. Howe's Lexus was pushed into oncoming traffic, and she was killed when her car was struck head-on by a Hummer, according to the Associated Press. Curry added that while Jenner was not driving above the speed limit, she was driving at an unsafe speed for the road conditions that day. Investigators are also recommending that charges be brought against Jessica Steindorf, who was behind the wheel of a Toyota Prius involved in the crash and has filed a lawsuit against Jenner.
Yeah, this story is completely fabricated. Nobody has that last name that you just said right there.
Steindorf?
Yes.
I've never seen that last name in my life either. I've seen all kinds. I was like Steindorf. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, it's at an unsafe speed. I mean, if she wasn't going over the speed limit, but I guess if it was inclement weather, she should have been driving a bit below the speed limit. But like that would, hmm, that's going to be tough to kind of. If she was clearly going over the speed limit, then yeah, you could say definitely that you're breaking the law and it causes accident. But um, saying that she should have been driving at a slower speed due to inclement weather, well, that's somewhat subjective to me, and I think prosecutors would have a tough time showing that she was negligent because she was actually within the bounds of the speed limit itself. If that makes sense.
Yeah. That's oh, that's bad news.
It's really weird. Okay, I got to turn off these other hangouts. Actually, probably need to go wake my wife up because we have to go to my son's school in about an hour and go meet his teachers.
Yeah. I got try and get through for a resupply of caffeine. Hopefully we have a more friendly person answering the phone.
Skylar saw the picture. I'm trying to figure out where the A-Team picture of me, JD Kane, Skylar Fiction, and Cliff Jumper. That's an odd look on my face, so I'm wondering what he was watching that I made that face in. Had to be something.
Maybe it was
recent.
one of your photos.
I don't have a folder. I don't have a photo with that picture though, or that look. I want to say he took it from a still from a It may have been something this week because I do remember, or something last night. Because I was making a face, I was intentionally making a face that showed like confusion, and that I really didn't believe what was being said, and I was being an asshole. But it may have been from last night where we were talking to some guys about topic was abortion, and one of the guys was a part of some group that goes to colleges and they just plaster images of aborted fetuses everywhere for shock value to try and get their point across. And so I might have been doing it to him, which I still need to talk to that guy because he kind of ran off soon after I came in.
Has anybody ever used blab.com before?
Blab.im?
Never. Yeah.
Yep, I was with Ermine when she was doing her cooking show. Oh yeah, she did.
How do I get the link to go into one of those?
She will give you the. Usually you'll see it on the front page. You can scroll down, and just click on. You'll see her face or her name, and what she can actually do is just send you the link, and you can go there, and then you'll see You'll see like a 4 boxes. One of those boxes will be the host, and the other 3 will usually be empty. So you just click on one of the empty ones, and I'll just ask you if you want access to the camera and to the microphone and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's relatively important issue, given that it's kind of one of the fronts where the culture war is being lost, so to speak. Like, what is it? The rights and so on across much of the U.S. are being heavily eroded.
Sorry, I got my mic muted. My son's on my back, and I don't want him yelling to the mic.
I was saying reproductive rights are one of the more pressing issues, given that their rights are being eroded across much of the U.S.
Well, it really shouldn't be that much of an issue. And that's just in my mind that we have these issues because others would like to police people to certain degrees, but some of these same people would feel as though their right to bear a deadly weapon is, almost inalienable, which I really can't. I can't find a more paradoxical position for someone to call themselves pro-life, but then also be, adamantly pro-gun. And balk at the notion that there needs to be some type of restriction on them, considering that these are weapons that can take a life. But, make no mistake, I do respect the right to bear arms now. My cousin's a gun owner, and I intend on owning a weapon of my own for sport, but I don't call myself pro-life since I don't see that I can't in good conscience say that I am pro-life since we make decisions all the time as to which lives matter and which lives don't.
Well, I don't use that phrase myself.
Yeah, no, I just find it just interesting that some people would consider themselves pro-life, but all for bombing folks.
And of course, advocates of only quantity and not quality.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this kid's getting heavy. If you want a good workout, do squats with a child on your back. Are there still people in the other hangout?
I don't think so. I think might have been like two idlers who are still stuck behind. I see Christopher Stewart and Ludic Fallacies. So they're both like long AFK. There's our discussions recently on sexuality and gender have been hard to keep people pinned down to the subject too.
Well, I think there's not enough public education as to the difference between to gender expression, gender roles, sexual orientation. It's all very binary for a lot of folks. You got men who act like men who act like manly men, who are men who have men parts that do men things and wear men clothes.
Very one-dimensional too. Yeah.
And then there are men who aren't men because they act like men sometimes, but they have man parts but don't wear men clothes.
There's actually something of a neurological explanation for the sort of black and white one-dimensional thinking. I say it relates to the size of something called the anterior cingulate cortex. Sometimes it's phrased in terms of it like intolerance of ambiguity, and otherwise, well, looks a little bit rough in terms of I don't know, whether it's inborn or who knows what. I haven't seen good studies that do that figure out whether it can be basically grown or developed and within life.
So what you're saying is that people are just kind of naturally inclined to really, I guess, strict lines of thinking and almost averse to, critical thought or thinking outside of certain parameters.
A little bit more specific, it's like the black and white, things are like dichotomies instead of spectrums.
Okay, so for them, it would thinking of things as binary would be their default. That's kind of what they're more inclined towards, rather than creating a trichotomy. For example.
Yeah. And it might also play into one-dimensionality. And welcome, Alvin.
Yo, what's happening? Dragnot. What up?
I'm in the bathroom. What's up?
No crazy links you got for me, man?
No crazy pictures. Just people are not liking some of my latest assertions about biblical claims.
What? Well, I guess you about. Yeah, I want to hear those.
Well, it was one, and I was discussing this with Veckel and Arcane and a few others who they didn't take too kindly to it. But
I'm gonna take kindly to it. I may disagree, but I'll take kindly to it.
No, I expect you to actually look into it, though, Al. I hold you to a higher regard than many of the other theists here, because you actually have evidence for your claim, just like with the Limba tribe being related to Jews.
Oh yeah. So what was your question?
So we know, I think I want to say it's Genesis 2:7, I believe it is, where it says God created man from the dust of the earth, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so from that, what would you think the dust of the earth is?
Minerals, components. Clay. What do you supposing?
Okay, so here's what's interesting. Like I said, I know just a little bit of chemistry, and there's something that's really interesting that happens when you look at what the Earth's crust is made of. And Helena, don't give them any more gimmies. The Earth's crust, about 90% silica. That's silicon dioxide.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about silicone is that it is almost as chemically fertile, I guess I could say, as carbon. Yeah, because it can almost form as many chemical bonds. So we could, in fact, be made out of silicone. It's very possible. And that would substantiate the claim. But instead, we're made out of carbon.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something I'm kind of looking at. So say, well, if this claim was true, why are we then made out of carbon instead?
Right. Is there carbon in the ground?
Sure, but in far less quantities on the Earth's surface.
In far less quantities, of course. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't even really have a problem with your inquiry. I would just say that whatever carbon is in the ground was extracted. I mean, if I was just, if I was going to go that route, I would just say that it was abstracted, because either way, even if we go with the primordial soup thing, I mean, that's basically mud. The single-celled organism came out of, mud. I mean, if I just use layman terms, so either way, we still are coming out of the ground. You know what I'm saying? But the silicone thing is interesting because they actually said when they're looking for life on other planets, they're saying there's a very high probability of silicone-based organisms on other
Exactly,
planets.
and
Yeah.
that's actually, and I actually mentioned that. I was listening to a lecture by Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he actually addressed that point, and I thought it was very interesting that since this is a possibility, then it would be more probable, at least in my mind, that because the Earth's crust is made out of like 90% silica, then we would have then been made of that silica. But Helena brought up a decent point that supposedly since plants were created, some of them may have been degraded and broken down, and that carbon could have been taken from those, biodegraded plant parts.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to listen. My whole view on Genesis is so bizarre and way out there. No Christians even. It's like this. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm an old Earth creationist or whatever, right? But if we go by just okay, all things being equal, okay, let's just talk about this story like it's a story, okay? And let's forget about trying to prove that it's real or not, okay? When I read this story, Adam is not made on the sixth day. You have Adam being made, when you go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, he's made before plants and animals are on the ground. And then when you go to Genesis, the first chapter, it says humans were made on the sixth day where plants and animals are already on the ground. Now, I always argue that Adam and Eve are not the same humans in Genesis chapter 1. If you just look at the text, because if you look at the text, those humans made in Genesis chapter 1 are made almost simultaneously. You know, it doesn't say he made man, then he made woman. It just says he made mankind, and they were fruitful and started multiplying immediately. While you look at the story of Adam and Eve, they didn't start having babies till they was kicked out the garden. Like, the story of the humans in chapter 1 is very different from what happened with Adam and Eve. So that's why I don't really go with the I just got a different take on that.
There's a different narrative that you take from that, basically.
Yeah, there's a different narrative, man, because and you know, a lot of Christians disagree with me on that, but it's like when you read the story verbatim with no interpretation, that's what it is. Like, if it's this isn't my interpretation. It just says, hey, in chapter 1, the humans are made after plants and animals, and in chapter 2, Adam and Eve are made before plants and animals. I mean, the only way that's not the case is if you flip and bounce some stuff around and make it not so.
One of the issues that Veckel had brought up is that wait, I need to broadcast Wolf. One of the issues that Veckel brought up is that people are just reading it for face value and are not taking into context the actual Hebrew translation, which we went back and forth on that, and he couldn't find a different definition for dust that was not, debris from the earth. And so that probably would be one of the, I guess, responses.
No, I don't even disagree with you. Now, all I would say is that the carbon that's in what was extracted to made Adam, the little carbon that's in the earth, that's what I would say. But I wouldn't go. See, I think the problem is when it comes to the Bible, I try to minimize the interpretation, as much as possible, because if you're not careful, I can make any verse mean what I wanted to if I really try. There's so many different definitions for these Hebrew words. I could literally turn, like, for example, a lot of Hebrew Israelites will say that there's no salvation for white people. There's no salvation. All white people going to hell.
Hebrew
So
said that?
then
I
a
don't
lot
believe that.
it's a Hebrew Israelite doctrine.
Yeah, I never heard black Hebrews rock say that. No.
Yeah, that's what they say. They say there's no salvation for the white man. That's what they say, and they get in debates with me. So this is what. So then I'll bring up there's no difference between the Jew or the Greek. We all have salvation in Jesus or Yeshua, and they'll say, well, those aren't really Greeks. Those are Greek-speaking Jews. I'm like, well, how? So then when I go to the actual word Helen, that's speaking of an actual Greek or Gentile. Hellenistus is a Greek-speaking Jew. But then they'll just flip it around and say it's a conspiracy. So it's like when you have to go out of your way to flip and bounce verses to make it mean something more than what it is, that's when you start getting all these different denominations. Like, I'm not saying that, like, I'm not going to sit up here and say my interpretations of the scriptures are infallible. I'm not going to say that. I've changed positions on certain things, but when I read the Bible, I try my best to limit interpretations that I want to be real just because I want them to, instead of just reading it for what it says. And it's challenging because you have an idea and want this idea to be true, so you'll try to make it work, even when it doesn't really fit there.
Kudos for that, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I felt that Veckel was trying to do when he was. You could kind of hear the nervousness in his voice. Maybe it was just me, but it sounded like he was getting really apprehensive by trying to assert that dust somehow meant something other than debris from the Earth's crust. And it's really a minor point.
Well, it kind of, if I may just take a minute, if I can, drag there, because
go ahead, man.
Something quite interesting for me, which was, the argument, the kind of the way you put the argument forward, I kind of went, no, I understand that argument. It's logical, but of course it's easily get-outable, as Helena correctly pointed out. Just by saying, well, he created the animals first, and then, or he may have created the Earth with carbon in it. So we're not being specific enough to even describe whether that process could be argued that way. That I get. What kind of interested me was the way Veckel defended it was by saying, but you don't know what that means, dust, right? I mean, we don't know whether it means dust of the earth or just dust of humans or dust of anything, right? And this is kind of where he was going. And I think that should have then led down the path of saying, well, if that doesn't mean anything, that dust of the ground, if that's just a placeholder for ignorance, then effectively you're saying it's God of the gaps that you're worshipping. So either it does mean something, either it does actually mean something to have dust of the ground there, right? In which case he has to make an interpretation of it.
Yeah, see, that's what I do.
You see what I mean?
You're right.
That's where the logical dichotomy comes, because if he wants to deny your argument, then I feel he can't just say, well, therefore I can deny your argument, end of story. He still has to put forward, well, what does it mean? If it doesn't mean what you're interpreting it to be, what does it mean? And I think that's where it should have been kind of pushed on him more, and that's why he's nervous, because once we started saying, well, what does it mean? What's your interpretation of what the Bible means by that? Then he knows he's losing. So
and I don't even, like, Dragnot's point is valid. I mean, I don't really have a problem with what he's saying. And dust, I mean, it means dust. I mean, I don't know of any other word it could mean but that. I just think the problem is sometimes stuff doesn't always have to be debated. I think that's the problem. With Dragnot's idea, the only thing I will argue with Dragnot's idea is that I don't think the Bible is necessarily a science book that goes into detail about how scientifically he took this dust in a lab, and
Sure. I
So
mean, another point worth making here as well is that we argued against three different people, each of which had more moderate stances. So the first person was admin or whatever his name is, who was actually just factually incorrect, and that's why you made the argument you did, Drag. Then Veckel came in trying to defend it, and again, I felt he made the mistake of saying, this phrase doesn't have any real meaning.
yeah,
And
I think
that's a mistake as far as he's concerned. And then, was it Max on the end, who then made the point quite reasonably on that, in fact, it was Helena that then came in and gave the correct interpretation, which is, you can say it either way because it's not a science claim.
this actually happens to me. I debate other Christians when I talk about that Isaiah 45:7 verse where it says God creates evil. They try to flip and bounce that word evil into something else.
Sure.
But it's like that's what it says.
It means something, or it doesn't mean anything.
No,
it's the same point. It's the same point, right? If you want to cherry pick its meaning, so it doesn't mean the colloquial meaning. It has some specific meaning. That's fair enough. But doing that, hang on a minute, Alvin. In doing that, you're also then calling into question the other parts which you do take literally, like the resurrection and things like this. And that contradiction doesn't seem to be sorted out by theists.
Right.
All right. They're quite happy to claim certain things are a placeholder in some senses, but as soon as you come and say, well, the resurrection is a placeholder, it's just that people didn't understand. They just found an empty tomb, didn't know what it meant, and ascribed some placeholder calling it the resurrection to this event, just in order to get out of having to say what really happened.
Right. No, that's a fair look. That's a fair rebuttal. That's why it's very important to try to stay consistent. That's what I do. Like when I talk about the Bible, I try to be as consistent as possible. Because if you just try to say something doesn't mean something when it doesn't quite go your way, or it may look a little harsh, then there's a level of inconsistency there. Like, I think what I tell, and I get into a lot of Bible believers with this, you can't have it both ways. It's either God is all powerful and the creator of all things in the universe, and nothing happens that he doesn't either allow to happen or make happen, or he has no control over this evil thing and he's not all powerful. You can't have it both ways. It's either he's allowing evil to happen and make it happen and he's the power of the universe, or he's not.
Indeed.
It's like that. That's why
I see these as serious flaws in the philosophy of this book, which cause me to doubt the entire thing.
But see,
give me fair reason to doubt the entire thing.
See,
if it's not logical on something which is very central to the ethos of what's going on, then I have a question. I can call into question the ethos. That's how it works.
I have a problem with what you were just talking about, Simon, of all of this unnecessary interpretation to try to make it mean what you want. Like me, now there are allegory and metaphor in the Bible. It's in there. But what happens is we can't make something allegory every single time it doesn't seem to go in your favor. And I think that is like a problem with the issue. So what I do is, even what Dragnaut brought up, it means, like what he asked me, it means dust, clay, whatever. I'm not going to flip and bounce that verse to make that mean silicone. Because you don't even have to.
Or carbon in this particular case. Indeed. Wolf, how are you doing? Would like to say welcome to the others as well. Malik, Bohika.
Hello everybody.
Art.
Yo, what up?
Hello.
And
Yeah,
well,
but it is. But see, this is a real problem though, because I think this might be the reasons why we have so many atheists, because of scenarios like this,
so
where
it's not helping, is
you'll
it?
yeah. Well, it's like, see, whenever I talk to an atheist that grew up in the church, you know what they always tell me? It
Quickest
always
way to
goes like
become an
this.
atheist: read
They
the
always
Bible.
tell me this. They're in the church. They go to the pastor and ask him a shitload of tough questions, and he replies, "That's the devil taking over your brain. Don't even ask those questions." That automatically turns people off.
Yeah, it's one of the things.
And that's why when I come on here, I try to have a conversation, not necessarily proselytize, but
Mm-hmm.
if you got a tough question, let's talk about it. Instead of just saying, the devil got your brain right now.
Yeah, or you don't understand, or you haven't read it enough,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
many
You
of the
don't have.
insults that we get thrown. And believe you me, if someone says to me that's the devil taking over you, I feel insulted as if they said I'm stupid. I mean, they're basically being really condescending to me by
I
saying
think
that.
I think when you add the personal part to it, to where you say, Simon, you're not educated enough in this field to make a point, I think that's when it
Sure.
is really counterproductive.
Well, even when they say, it's because your mind's being taken over by the devil, you may
Right.
not think that sounds like an insult, but to
No, but
me,
it's
it
still
sounds
a
like an
person. But
insult.
that's still a personal attack, though.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
basically saying you are the problem.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
not.
Well, actually, it's saying the devil is the problem, but you know,
Yeah,
I,
and
I
this
don't
whole
I don't
thing.
believe in the devil, so therefore that basically means I'm the problem.
Yeah,
So
but see, it's like.
although they're kind of saying no, it's not you, it's the devil, right? Which is kind of, oh, it's not you. I'm not personally attacking you. It's the devil doing that to you. I'm saying that's a personal insult to me because the devil doesn't exist. So therefore, it must be directed at me. And
Yeah,
they may wish to try and persuade themselves that they're not personally attacking me. All right, but they really are.
I mean, it's an insult either way. I try to take things. I try to make them as less personal as possible. You know,
Yeah. That's right,
you
Alvin.
don't, because it turns people off. No, like, I don't want to hear somebody tell me, Alvin, you don't know what you're talking about because of X, Y, Z. I don't want to talk to you if you're saying that.
I mean, don't get me
You
wrong, it's
know?
fun.
Yeah,
It can be
but
fun, and I don't
yeah,
mind. Beckles really does it. I wouldn't mind so much, but do it at the end of your sentence, not the beginning, because it's when you do it at the beginning of the sentence that it just stops conversation, right? If you
so
just make your point and then throw in your ad hominem on the end, well, that's funny, okay? At least you're not stopping the point being made. But if you start with, well, I know you're not going to
Well, he
understand
he
this,
preferred the
but
term. He actually preferred the terms Godhead or Misotheist or whatever. But
yeah,
I mean,
and it is a
let's
fallacy.
not get stuck up on what people say. I mean, who gives a damn?
Well, I give a damn. It's a fallacy. It's an actual fallacy to start with an insult.
you know what though?
I'm just saying, like, real quick. I'm just saying, like, Matt Slick called me up, Mr. Upside Down Cross. I mean, like, does that bother me? I mean, when people tell me that I'm gonna burn hell, I'm just saying, like, fair game is fair game.
Yeah, but
You
it's
know what
still an
I've
Yeah.
insult.
noticed?
And if they start the sentence with that, then they're not really addressing the point you're making, are they?
Yeah, they're being emotional little babies,
Yeah,
and at
exactly.
that point, I mean, who really cares? If
You
they
know what
can't,
I've noticed? Oh, go ahead. My bad. I cut you off.
yeah, I mean, if they can't play on equal grounds, I mean, then that just shows that they're just one sided. That's it. They're not objective. But yeah, what you got to say, Alvin?
No, I've actually broken down the number. I mean the number one questions, or the most questions atheists ask Christians. I broke it down into three sections. It's usually in regards to Genesis, the free will, and evil in the world. It's usually those three. It's questions regarding those three categories that seem to be asked the most through atheists. You know, why are evil things happening in the world? Do you have free will? How do you explain Genesis when the world is 4.6 billion years old? Those those are the questions that keep popping up that I keep seeing.
Am
Yeah.
I
Could
maybe a
probably
little
give
bit
you a
of a
list of a
fourth
few.
category given? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Go ahead, Nadia.
Am I a number 4 question, of course, with my affairs regarding LGBT affairs?
Oh yeah, that's talked about a lot too. But you know, uh, 9 times out of 10, whenever I see a Christian going real hard on gays, they usually end up being gay. You know, I don't know how many times I've seen this where you got the pastor like really going hardcore on gay people. They always end up being gay.
Yeah, we do see that pattern too. The dagger, right, for example.
Them damn gays having all that delicious anal sex.
What about that one black person talk about the gay semen and the sodomite demon?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
Well,
he admitted
James David
that.
Henning.
as Jimmy
No,
Carr
he
said,
admitted himself he's attracted to men. He said it. He said he was
Good.
locked up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he for a decade. Like he said, he even said he was tempted, and that
right,
semen makes the coffee taste flavorful. I mean, like
right.
who the hell else says that unless you like dudes?
Yeah, he admitted. Like he said he was tempted. He just didn't do it. I'm like, how? If you're not gay, how are you tempted?
did he say
Like,
did he say it
In,
was South
in his
America?
prison, booty was more important than food. Booty.
hey, that
I'm
dude is
serious. I'm
out.
serious. It was
No,
more
dude is
booty.
out right now. You know that the Booty Warrior is out. He is out of prison right now. He is.
Oh, who's
He is
that?
on.
Who's the Booty Warrior?
Oh, the Booty Warrior. Oh, this dude in prison. He was raping everybody in prison. With
His name was Fleece Johnson. There was a Boondocks episode about him too.
that dude is out.
Like what in Kentucky?
I don't know. I just saw a thing. Fleece Johnson he was up for parole. He is walking among the streets right now.
Yeah, trolling booty.
He is in the streets. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe him and the pastor can get together. You know?
Yeah, the pastor. But who's pitching and who's catching though?
He served his time. He served his time, and probably quite a lot of it in the hole as well.
Oh man. Nah, man. But yeah, those are the topics that I see coming up.
I think what the story of the year was that one story where that dude fucked that raft.
No, did you see? Wait a minute. Did y'all see that? It was on the news. This guy was arrested for animal cruelty because he had sex with 3 dogs and a horse, and he was recording it. Like, imagine being a cop and finding those tapes.
Although, to be fair to him, you know, if you're going to do it, you wouldn't want to have to do it again, would you? So,
Oh boy.
may as well record it.
And then the Subway guy. Who saw that coming?
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I did not see that. I would assume
Tell
that
me
he would
about
just
this.
get AIDS. Like
Tell me
the
about the
child
Subway,
pornography.
Rob.
The Subway guy is into child porn apparently, and he didn't fight that shit.
He admitted to it, and he's not even fighting the charges at this point. They found out that 8 people knew about it, and only one of them actually came forward and said something.
Dude, just think about how he ruined his life. He gets to eat at Subway for free for eternity. They
Well, he
pay
also
him.
ruined the life of some teens because allegedly he had also paid teens for sex.
Yeah. Why would you throw away such an easy? I'm talking about he had it so easy. You get to go across the country to different hotels, different whatever, talking about how you lost weight eating Subway. You get to eat at Subway for the rest of your life. He has a Subway card. He could just go in there. He will never starve. Him and his family will never starve. And you just throw it all away on some child porn? That's insanity.
I mean, now that I notice it, I mean, he did kind of look like a pedophile.
He
I mean, like,
did.
fucking,
He do
fucking
got the
pale
look.
face, fucking weird glasses.
Soft spoken.
Yeah.
Yo.
You're just describing Neff, so just be careful, okay?
Oh snap.
Dude, I did not see that coming with the pedophile thing.
Often it is the quiet ones who do be creeping.
Hey man, that's, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. With pedophiles, that's when I start getting Old Testament. I just feel you should stone them. I'll get Old Testament on them, man. Let's just stone them.
Or just throw them in jail without protective custody. Let's see how they like it.
Or castrate them. I'll make them all eunuchs.
Well, what do you think
No, chemical castration.
Yeah, chemical castration. I have no remorse for them people.
Chemical castration with acid.
I actually have experience with that.
Well then, damn it, whoever did that to you, Nadia, I would go Old Testament on them and stone them.
I paid them.
Oh, well.
Chemical castration.
Hey.
Okay, then just put him in jail in that case.
Hey,
well, I think we need to separate people who have
Ask for a recall.
children from people who act upon those feelings, because they're in the former group. There's really little avenues that someone like that could go get help. Because imagine if you were in that person's position, and that you really did want to get help for this. Who would you go to that would not label you a child rapist, even though you hadn't done anything?
Right.
Go about that as something that a few people want to talk about, because the conflation is made between a person who has the thoughts and a person who acts upon them.
Right. You know what? That's a fair point, because there's actually a book. This book made me so sick. I read it. It was about this guy who was attracted to 6-year-old girls. He's never molested any of them. He never acted upon his attraction. But you read this book, and it just talks about how miserable his life is and how disgusted he is, that he was like, he tried to commit suicide a couple times. Like, he said, you don't know how it feels to get an erection looking at a 6-year-old girl. It makes you feel like shit. You feel terrible. So he had to end up living in like an isolated area. He won't live near like schools and stuff. It's really depressing. But I actually felt bad for that guy. He was like,
I agree with that statement. I remember seeing a Law and Order episode where this kid turned himself in because he was attracted to his little brother. So yeah, that shit does happen. It's a gray area though.
Yeah, and I felt bad for him because he said, I'll never be able to get a wife. I'll never be able to be happy, because he says, I'm just not attracted to older women at all. I can't even, I am sexually attracted to 6-year-old girls, and I can't help it. So he just isolated himself. He tried to commit suicide 3 times. I actually felt bad for him, because you could see he was trying to do the right thing. He just had what is that? Can I classify this as a disease?
Oh, yeah, probably. But I would point out that, kind of the kind of urge or whatever that, dropped with, like, the castration or whatever, at least as far as I've seen, is kind of the more physicalistic one. You still, or at least I still kind of like, I wish things would happen. I just kind of like don't have like the physical, well, whatever it is to go make it happen. And in some respects, I don't know, given the kind of role I play in things. Wouldn't necessarily have to for things to happen, but anyway. So I think in terms of like nullifying sexual urges, it doesn't quite pull that off. I think you still have to like do some kind of monitoring treatment. Who knows what?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they could do with them people like that. And then you had that one dude who wrote a whole book about how he fell in love with a dolphin. Did y'all see that? The dolphin guy. Did you see that?
Yeah, we actually mentioned this in a hangout. Yeah.
The dude said the dolphin came on to him and said that when he rejected her a couple times. She got mad.
She was asking for it.
Yeah.
I was like, what the
She was wearing a slutty dress.
Something wrong on so many levels. It makes me want to say so many things which are bad.
That bitch came on to me.
said the dolphin, and then she splashed him when he didn't give her none the first time. But she was persistent, and he was like, okay.
How could you tell?
It was mammal on mammal. Mammal on mammal.
Dude, how do you even...
She kept trying to force her blowhole on me.
What does a dolphin vagina look like? How do you even...
Well, if I know I should not supposed to know this, but I watched accidentally a few videos, and they have this pouch. You know, it's what alligators do as well. It's kind of this pouch from which you have the genital organs sort of covered.
Don't they fuck them in the head? Dolphins fuck in the head.
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
You mean the blowhole? No. I know it's called a blowhole, but that's for a different reason.
Yeah, that's Ricky Gervais, the Ricky Gervais special. I watched it with the picture. They do screw in the head. So yeah, talk about a skull fuck, right?
Skull fuck.
Oh dear.
The Onion was right. There is skull fucking going on.
Dude.
Oh, actually, I found a much more efficient way for, whoever's interested in sending me caffeine. There's a Stop and Shop nearby, and peapod.com has gift cards. So that would, I think, let me get caffeine at like 99% cents per 2 liter. So peapod.com links in my event description. So check it out. All right, cheers. Sorry.
Make
Random
sure
plug, sorry.
Okay.
Random plug, sorry.
Just make sure that the dolphin is not delivering today.
Oh. Well, it's not dolphin, Domino's.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all sorts of these crazy stories I've heard. I mean, there's this dude
it is
who
crazy
died.
as well because dolphins are quite aggressive. Actually, they're not very peaceful.
You don't see that in the movies, do you?
No, but they actually
movies,
are
they're
the way
like, you know.
they turn on each other quite badly in mating, and they kind of like if one of them transgresses or is weak in some way, they'll just exclude them from the group.
Fucking cunts.
Fucking cunts, dolphins.
You know, we have this notion that they're these sweet, intelligent animals that are like, saving humans and, swimming along our boats to guide us on our journeys. But no, they're fucking bastards.
They are indeed. They swim alongside the boats because it's easier to swim.
Man, they say if dolphins had hands and feet, they would have been taking over the world from us.
Well,
I
don't think so. They'd still have to be in the water, wouldn't they?
No, I'm talking about if they... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to head out, ladies and gents. I'm going to open up this spot for somebody else. I got to make a special video for my Patreons, and then I'm going to take my son to this conference.
Well, you don't want to listen to dolphin rape?
Absolutely, and check out Dragon's Patreon, everybody who's up listening to. All right.
Thank you, Drake.
Thanks, Drake.
It's been a pleasure.
All right.
If I can Okay.
Get out of here already. Fuck it out.
There you go. There it is. All right. Bye.
This is awkward. Okay.
Yeah. So if they had, oh, he's gone. If dolphins had hands and feet, they'd take over the world. You think the tail would get in the way?
The pearls?
The tail.
What? Tail. Oh dear.
The tail would get in the way. And maybe, I'm guessing something like sunburn would be a problem.
And dry skin.
Well, generally dry skin, yeah, sunburn.
Would use a lot of lotion.
Fuck, a lot of lotion.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that they'd be so much different.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the real point is that they've got bigger brains than us, I think. Is that right? Physically.
Yeah, they do, but it's the brain matter that isolates from different temperatures.
I say bigger brains. I think it's bigger brains relative to the body size.
Oh, I think so, yeah. But still, yeah, it's more of the isolation type brain matter that stops them from getting, cold.
Yeah,
But,
no, I mean,
the
to
brain
be
to body
fair.
mass. Hold on, the brain to body mass ratio is kind of key in that.
Oh, welcome, Floyd and Cal.
Well, it's not the brain. You have to have a specific part of the brain, right? It's the gray matter. It makes you tick, makes you think. Whales have giant brains, right? But they have mostly isolation.
One that I'd vote for.
Yeah, well, whales have giant brains, but it's mostly isolation type set of layers that are in the brain.
Oh. So, yeah, I think we've seen beforehand that like brain size measurements were not very good measures of people. So, not sure we should put a whole lot of stock in it when we apply it to animals either. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I've heard you are probably talking about how, men's brains are bigger than women's, and people back then concluded that men are therefore smarter, right?
Well, worse. Yeah, various kinds of racial things too. Stephen Jay Gould has an entire book about it, The Mismeasure of Man.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't believe that there's actually any difference. But there is evidence. There is evidence that, in fact, when you learn something, that your brain mass grows. Your brain becomes heavier. Because the neurons connecting there actually increase. I mean, we both have the same intelligence, with the same capacity, just maybe in a different type of way. I think women have a better spatial intelligence, I think it's called.
Men. You mean men?
Men do.
Yeah, linguistic versus visual spatials. Linguistic females, visual spatials male. Yeah.
Yeah, we're different, but we complement each other in our differences.
The features are pretty subtle. I think there are actually some particular visual spatial tests where women end up doing better.
Excuse me, real quick. Is this the real Ludic, or is this?
Yeah, that's Ludic.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of trolling's going on there.
The overlap is large between men and women in those areas. It's just a propensity to specialization. I mean, you get very, very good women engineers based on the fact they have got excellent and better spatial awareness than a lot of men. So by far, it does not mean either way.
Hey, I was just gonna mention something. It has nothing to do with probably anything.
Wait, this is not Ludic.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I was just curious. There seems to be this accent that the black community has in the States, where they say words that are just. It's just. I don't know why I'm mentioning it. Just listening to that guy talk, I just because I have not lots, but I have some black friends and black relatives and in Canada, and none of them have that weird accent with dis and dat and.
It's culture.
Is this? I guess it's.
This and that. This and that, motherfucker.
What is it to say in Ireland, they got a few things where
It's
they
a dialect.
pronounce words like that too.
Well,
dialect.
I think it really, it's different dialects and regions and stuff like this, and a lot of, and also the main thing is, like the black community with regard to Canada, like a lot of them have more immigrants from various Caribbean parts, so that's sort of like why lingo might be a little bit off in
Well, that
certain
must be it,
aspects.
because they're from the Caribbean, yeah. My friend's husband's from the Caribbean, and my cousin's wife.
Speaking of different minorities here, a long time ago there was this story about Czech Republic that there was discrimination against the Romanese, the Gypsies, right? And
Europe, yeah.
right. Well, yeah, there is. I mean, there is no doubt. And they were basically going to Canada as refugees, claiming that there is political oppression against them. And there was this whole, whole drama about how, Czech Republic is so horribly against these people. They're awesome, and they're not at all. They do not steal. They do not do this and that. They're not a problem for society, which I don't believe they are intrinsically at all. After 5 years, I think, I've heard a different report of Canada basically kicking them out because they're doing the same thing that they're doing in Europe, right? And it's not an intrinsic thing to their race or their nationality. It's just that there's this isolation from there's this tribalism essentially forming everywhere, right? And they move to another country thinking that it's going to be better, but no, it's the same thing, and it's because humans are not well adapted to include the outer group. So the same bullshit happened. So yeah, I honestly, not sure how to solve this really, this whole racism issue. Well, in theory, I know, it's
Well, you can't have nomads in a population of people that are sedentary. That's the point. Because what happens is, and we've had this example so many times in the UK, it's untrue. Where even when you provide stops and the right places that they could be accommodated and still live in harmony with local communities, they choose not to go to these places because there aren't any local resources other than what the council is prepared to give them, which is their legal rights, for them. So they feel really isolated. So when you give them somewhere to keep moving between, they feel isolated and they don't want to do that, and they just go and set up in the normal places, which are close to places where they can take advantage of the local population.
Yeah,
and this happens time and again. I mean, there are a lot of examples in the UK where they've moved into particular neighbourhoods and completely destroyed the neighbourhood.
Yeah, we have similar thing, except that Romanese in Czech Republic are almost not moving at all. Like they have their local community somewhere, right? And yeah, just shit happens. It's because they are. Right. It's hard for them to get a job, so they have to resort to other means which are not legal, and they cause a lot of shit to everybody else, including themselves. It's a tough thing to solve here. I mean.
Well, they don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay local rates.
Right.
Right. When you give them land, which has been done.
Yes.
When literally, we have built houses, given them land, and said, "There you go, stay there. Here's your school."
Oh, a bunch of them have money, like especially the Tinkers in the UK and stuff. That there's a whole town that they own, like practically the whole town. I was reading about. They went in and bought all the real estate and.
Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. To just.
They bought land on the outside and started building on it illegally. But apart from that,
okay.
They have criminal networks. So a lot of the tobacco smuggling, for instance, and the booze smuggling, etc., drug smuggling.
Anyway, I was just going to say that AAVE has structure that's like West African language. Isn't that interesting? I always thought it just sounded ignorant from bad education, but it looks like it's it has roots in West African languages in its structure. Just amazing how that would carry through. Yet none of those people would know how to speak those West African languages, and yet some of the structure of it ended up carrying through. It's amazing, that kind of thing.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was the solution anyway, was to give them land, housing, and local
Yeah.
services, and integrate them into a community,
Yeah,
which to some degree has worked.
I think solutions here are really radical. In a form of basically trying to convince both of the groups to just stop being prejudiced against each other, right? Just we're all fucking humans, right? But it's hard to drop all the previous experiences that both of the sides have with each other, which are negative, right? And just ignoring this inductive experience that you have, and not applying them in your future life. I mean, it's kind of the game theory, right? I mean, if we all did it, then it's gonna be okay. But probably not all is gonna do it, and you'll have people taking advantage of this new system anyway, and still doing this shitty stuff on both sides, and it's going to lead eventually to another sort of racial gap again, because they're going to be like, oh look, we tried this, and still people did this, so what the fuck? So, yeah, fuck, it's a tough issue, and I know a lot of
The thing is with gypsies is that they don't do themselves any favors by going to places and acting like fucking idiots. That's the problem. Because I don't like. There's only one thing I dislike more than having a prejudice. It's when my prejudice is spot on. It's absolutely 100% on the money. That's what I really hate. Like because you just feel like a scumbag immediately. You just sound like a Nazi. But every single time, once a year. The gypsies bring a little, carnival type thing here, in this little village that I live in once a year. And every single time they come, you hear about, someone's, dog almost getting stolen from their back garden and someone getting their window panned in and all that kind of shit. And there's just, litter and fucking, all kinds of crap all over where they were, camping and stuff. And it's I'm all for everyone just kind of getting along, but it really needs to start with them, unfortunately.
Are you Welsh, Cal?
No, man, I'm Scottish.
Oh, it is Scottish. Okay.
He's Chinese.
I have to laugh there.
It didn't sound overly strong Scottish, and it sounded like a bit of more English. It didn't sound totally Scottish.
I don't get that. I don't get that. Sometimes just guessing when it comes to my accent, because some people go, is it a little bit Welsh? Is it a little bit Irish? And it's on what planet?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Irish or Welsh?
That's what I was thinking. Irish and Welsh.
Well, I have a proposal here. I know it might sound crazy. I will almost sound like Incorporated Boy here, because my kind of proposal this is completely like a brainstorm thing. Regarding the gypsies and maybe other minorities in different countries, maybe, just maybe, the isolation of sort of community and economy might be somewhat a solution, right? Because then you will have no interaction between them, so there's nobody can blame the other, and they will just be on their own means. If they realize, hey, we have a shitty life here, even though this is a life of our own making, this is our land, right? Let's give them a plot of land in the country, right? Their own city, for example.
Done. Well, kind of, yeah. There's large areas where we've kind of directed them to settle down.
Camping spots.
Giving them
but it's...
Well, there's all... No, it's more than that. We've actually given them spots, land. There you go. We've built them basic housing for it and said, look, you can give up your caravans and take the houses. There's places for your children at schools. The whole works. A lot of them take that option and go, yeah, okay, we'll settle down now. We can see this is a better life than constantly being in a caravan. It's no good for the kids, fair enough. But some of them want to hang on to it because they've got a circuit which they're going around and they know.
Destroying a culture too in a bunch of ways, really.
Well, it is, but
with some cultures,
just got to go.
Yeah, I mean, take the culture of
the Nazi culture, do we?
Right, or take the
Why
culture
does everyone
of
in Europe hate the gypsies? They're really disliked, and it's not just the UK and Ireland and stuff. It's mainland Europe. They're disliked everywhere.
Well, It's
Well,
I
you
mean,
gotta
we
pay
can tell you
taxes.
stories. I mean,
Gotta
both
pay
me probably and Simon.
Have stories.
We go to war if people don't pay taxes.
Yeah. This is the concern: is taxes.
I'm taking it down to a basic level, right? I mean, it's about getting on with people, right? If your neighbour is a criminal and openly a criminal, you would definitely feel resentment at paying your taxes.
Oh yeah, there's that.
I watched a
If your
documentary
neighbour
about
was
gypsies where they
the
tore down this little place they had built. It was like a trailer park.
Well, I'm just saying, if your neighbour lived in the lap of luxury and didn't contribute a single thing to your economy, to your neighbourhood or whatever, didn't pay any taxes, and you were living in a squalor because you were paying 90% taxes, you'd be pretty pissed off.
I can understand that because this documentary I watched, some of them had tons of money.
Oh yeah.
Like from criminal stuff, they were loaded. This one guy had like stacks of money, dude. He was like loaded. This one guy, I don't know what the hell he was doing with his money. And in the film, they were buying up this small town, and it had something to do with the Olympics, the Olympic site. They were kicked out of something. I don't know.
I vaguely remember something like that over East London. Because,
So they're criminals and they don't pay any tax, and they've got a lot of money. So I'm guessing what, politicians?
We wish.
Yeah, they should get into politics.
Again, let's just delineate between the two. I mean, I'm not saying certainly that all Romanis or the Gypsies are all criminals by any sense. I don't think that's necessarily true on the grand scale. And I don't think it's true that a lot of them make a lot of money. I really would doubt that very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living in caravans, right?
It's not a lucrative. It's not a lucrative lifestyle that they've got going on. The problem that I seem to see is that the actual culture is quite self-destructive. From what I've seen, like I know a little bit more about gypsies than just like watching My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding. And it's not too far away from that program, unfortunately. That program isn't a massive deviation. It's quite hard. Like I wouldn't want to live next door to gypsies because their lifestyle's pretty. I don't know. Would you say bohemian? I guess that, maybe that's too soft a word. But yeah, the actual culture and lifestyle is quite hard to deal with, unfortunately. And they like to move around. That's another problem as well. Like if they just stayed in one place, that'd be great. But they have to fucking move around and piss everybody off all the time.
Well, that's what they rely on. They rely on going to new places with new resources that they can easily scavenge.
Yep.
They move in somewhere. They go around. Can we do your gardens? Odd jobs, all that kind of thing.
They show up at your door asking to do little jobs and stuff like that.
All that kind of thing.
And then they steal your lawnmower.
Yeah,
tools from the fucking shed.
Yeah, there's that.
You come out in the morning and you go, I could have sworn I had a conservatory right there. Fucking nicked it.
Yeah, I didn't think I had a caravan in my garden, but wow.
You see these guys and they're pulling brand new, $40,000 trailers. Like with nice cars. Like it's not like they're
Yeah, those are the middle class, you could say, of the Romanis, I guess, or the upper middle class.
The upper class of the gypsies? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we all probably sound like racist at this second, talking about...
Well, we are. We are.
Well, kinda, yeah, right. I'm honestly trying to figure out a solution here.
Well,
yeah,
we've already had a Scotsman called us a Welshman. I mean, if that isn't racist, I don't know what is.
Like confusing a Scot for a Welshman?
That is borderline racist, yeah.
Well, I'm both. I'm half Scot and a quarter Welsh and a quarter Irish, so I don't know what the hell that makes me. A mongrel, I guess.
Confused.
I just don't know how you could confuse those accents at all. Like, unless I sound a lot more Welsh than I think.
Oh no, you sound Scottish now, definitely. Sorry.
Yeah. But,
Well, I'm
but
just
saying that, my Scottish accent is very, very mild. Like it's not strong. I'm not Sean Connery. I'm not fucking
No,
Billy.
it's really mild.
Really mild. Yeah,
You're on form
really, really
today,
mild.
man.
Like, well, whenever I go Edinburgh and like I have to like fucking like speak to some Neds in Edinburgh or some shit, I just turn the Edinburgh accent on big style so I don't get my ass kicked. But if I went to Edinburgh like speaking like this, they'd be like fucking stop talking like a gay boy, you know. It'd be very bad.
I'm just looking at the statistics here of the Romani populations in different countries. Czech Republic has one of the highest populations of Romanis compared to the relative other bigger, major population there. Britain has 0.15%,
What do you call
90,000
them? What did you call
Romanis.
them?
Romanis.
Why
Right.
is Romany synonymous with gypsy?
Yeah, it's the PC term.
Ah, okay.
Gypsies is kind of like a bit condescending, a bit sort of.
Yeah, it's a pejorative term, right?
Oh yeah. But so is Rusky, so is Army. It's like we do say these things to each other, so I don't think we could
If
be
you were poor, would you rather do what they're doing, or would you rather live in a big project building in parts of Scotland and die at 58, 55? That's what happens to a lot of those people, You
Yeah,
die
I don't
really
know.
young.
I don't know.
They live pretty impoverished lives too.
I would try to rap maybe.
Well, part of the problem is, of course, not quite enough is being put into the project, so people will live normal lives.
Mm. Are there a lot of Scottish rappers? I've never heard one.
I was talking about Romanese, because we have here in Czech Republic a few Romanese rappers. They think they're black. It's kind of funny. Look at it, 'cause they're not black, but they try to be black, like black, American black, like from that culture, black. It's kind of weird looking at it, but they have some good stuff. They have some good music, as I'm told.
Aren't they originally from India?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an interesting fact that not many people know. They're actually from India originally. If you look at Romanese and an Indian photo next to each other, there's huge resemblance even after them sort of intermingling with other nations. And by the way, a small fact: I'm also a minority in a country. I'm Russian, born in technically USSR, for a small while Ukraine, and I adapted to the new culture of Czech Republic.
Yeah,
Small
USSR.
fact, I'm actually a minority. I'm English. I'm in Britain.
You had a fucking empire, you bastards.
Czech
that
Republic seems to have done extremely well since the fall of Russia, like compared to a lot of those other countries.
Fall of Russia? Wait, Russia's fallen?
Well, the fall of USSR, correction.
It's like, what? Russia's fallen? It's news to me here. But okay. Oh yeah, they did well. Especially the automobile industry, the Skoda, has been ranked in Britain as the most reliable car.
Yeah,
Really?
I mean, there are some places in Britain that are just no-go areas now.
Really?
According to Fox.
Oh,
According
well,
to Fox.
You're right. The Muslim no-go areas. Oh no, Fox. Well, this was a long time ago. Well, a few months ago, that Fox News did the report claiming that there are Muslim areas that are no-go places for other people than Muslims with Sharia law. That there's whole city. What was it? Brisbane?
Birmingham.
Starts with a B. Birmingham. There we go. And it's
Birmingham,
basically a whole Muslim city with 80% Muslim population. They have to later apologize for that.
The home of Black Sabbath.
You know what I noticed in the UK when I was is like if you go out to like pubs are great and everything, but bars and nightclubs, everywhere I went, all these really macho dickhead British fucking guys want to punch everybody out. I mean, there were some Scotsmen in there too, but a lot of English guys, man. They just young guys. They just want to fist fight everybody. Tell me,
don't let the
dude.
Scots off. Oh no,
Cow-
no.
cow.
The one thing that the Scottish people have is acting like dickheads in public. That's the one thing that Scottish people have. Don't take that away from us.
I don't know.
Well, I guess
I'm
you're
more,
just guilty then.
Exceptional at getting drunk and battering each other for no apparent reason.
I don't know. I'm pretty impressed with, like, NHS coverage of all these things, and nice atheistic and pro LGBT environment and all that jazz. I'd rather be in the UK.
Oh, it's a good place. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
good place. No,
I'm trying to put
no
the
doubt.
UK down or anything. It's just that there's a lot of violence in like clubbing and stuff. I just notice it. I mean, in the States, even in a big city like New York, you would not see what you would see in parts of the UK. I'm telling you.
There's
You go out
a
and
lot of violence in
punch each other
Glasgow.
around. Fist fights everywhere.
There's a lot of violence in Glasgow. There's no doubt about that. Glasgow's a very violent place.
Yeah, really violent. And when you go to like not Goa, Goa, just places, in Spain where people go to party. The British, when the British guys show up, everyone's like, "Oh fuck, here come these fucking guys." That's seriously how everyone feels about it, because you just know one of them's gonna want to fight somebody.
Yeah. Completely agree, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Spain would be, I guess, a good place to go too in some ways. So at least I have some heritage there as well. Hmm. I actually have Scottish heritage too. My great-great-grandsister apparently was an armorer to King Robert the Bruce.
Whoa, awesome.
I guess you wouldn't have any respect for Adam Smith, huh? Like, you despite your Scottish heritage.
His economic theories were deeply flawed. Invisible hands and all that.
The what?
Invisible hands and all that.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, like, I just missed your statement about his economic system.
Can you speak any Gaelic, Cal? No, I can't speak any of it either. It's the English drove our language out of our culture, really.
But in all fairness, I don't think I think people that speak Gaelic are just making it up. Like, it just sounds like this.
Yeah, it sounds hilarious.
It's not a language, people. It's a conspiracy. It's not a language. It's just dribbling lunatics, just screaming and shouting and bawling. That's all it is.
Wait, don't elves speak that language?
Elves?
Yeah, no, technically it's the gnomes.
Well, I'm just saying that Hellboy 2 movie, they had albino people speaking that shit.
Yeah, speaking, it's a bit of a long shot. It's Well, something you guys should really YouTube is songs sung in Gaelic. That's really funny. That's just incredible. It's right up there with people talking in tongues. It's great.
It's just type in singing in Gaelic. I know Irish is a form of it, but it's quite different.
Yeah.
People do the same English accent, don't they?
I think they're just, flat out different languages in the Celtic branch of the Indo-European language family.
I don't know, Celtic. There's something to do with Portuguese, isn't it?
Celtic? Well, the Celtiberians and accounts, I think, from the Irish themselves of having come up out of Spain.
No idea.
In Scotland, they call it gachling. Something. Some of it sounds sort of Germanish a little bit, the way they kind of go gach, you know. Godlig.
Hello.
Godlig.
I think the Celts were said to have originated out of central Germany.
Hello.
I guess that's where most of the English Isles is.
Well,
And then
hey guys.
some
Good,
stuff,
good.
there's stuff into Cornwall, and there's two populations. There's like
It
a
doesn't all this.
the pre-German kind of invasion where there was a people here originally here.
Well, the
And
Celts
that's
were
what
everywhere, weren't they? When the Romans came up in there, they were all across Western Europe, weren't they?
Yeah, but you know, Britain's been inhabited since 7000 BC or something.
Fun fact:
So
my name is.
there was, you know, there was an original population here before the Germans came.
And of course, it all contradicts the Tower of Babel and a literal Genesis.
It's just allegory.
Yeah, probably. I mean, in Scotland, there's some very early habitation, isn't there? A place called Skara Brae, which is kind of dated. I don't even know the dates of Skara Brae, to be honest, but I have a feeling it's like 5000 BC. And they're basically, you know, proper homes.
Wow. Well, the Romans used to go up there and use it as like a summer getaway spot, and the weather was way better. In southern England, they had all these wine vineyards and stuff, apparently.
What the fuck? Okay, so they traveled from Italy to Britain to get better weather?
I'm not sure. The Romans went there, though. There's all kinds of stuff left behind they find, and the weather was better, and I do know they grew grapes.
And it validates actually accurate historical accounts, such as Caesar's own regarding invading Britain.
Yeah. He states it's gold in the Welsh hills, tin from Cornwall, and there's something else as well. Pearls, grey pearls.
Yeah, people have dug up some amazing gold coins and jewelry and stuff.
Well, I mean, Welsh gold has been found like in the Middle East, and as far as you know.
Off of Mercia, was
it? All over Africa. You know,
really?
Welsh
no, I
gold
said
was particularly known for being pure.
Offa of Mercia. Like,
oh, right.
I'm not sure if there's a Welsh connection, but he was certainly in Britain known for widely distributed coinage.
Yes. I think that might have been the first. Even Canute had coins as well, of course. Coinage is quite a lot later. I mean, the Saxons were using talks. It was their kind of payment method.
Talks?
Yeah.
What are those?
You know, well, it's like a neck ring, which doesn't close all the way, so you can like affix a cape to it or something like that.
And of course, that makes the historical accounts archaeologically corroborated.
And then when you want to pay for something, you literally just cut some of it off in the value of it to whatever you want to pay for.
And of course, these things make the historical accounts archaeologically corroborated, unlike those in the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we found talks with bits cut off.
It's good to see Nadia eating there. God, I've been in here for maybe a week or two, and it's the first time I've seen you eat and get that food in you, girl.
Well, hey, speaking of minorities, Michael and somebody else told me that Amish people have a lower risk of cancer, and apparently it's true, according to the wiki at least.
Amish.
It's probably because they don't consume all those processed foods. I mean, I think they have an internal economy where they, it's all they have their own livestock, and I imagine it's just because it's drive for people.
Well, I think
we go to them to get chicken.
The interesting fact to find out there would be to find out how old they live to. What's their average age? And do
I'm
they
gonna
use
look it up.
medical facilities and drugs?
Don't they also got genetic abnormalities from inbreeding?
Yes, there is heavy. It's a problem.
Yeah.
Which counterbalances the whole cancer thing. They have higher rates of dwarfism and Angelman syndrome, and various metabolic disorders, as well as an unusual distribution. Angelman syndrome.
Angelman. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there
I
you
don't know
go. Yeah, too much biblical morality
Also,
will give you dwarfism and Angelman syndrome.
I would also.
Have
I
you
would
seen
also
that thing they
imagine
do
they have
when
a
their
higher.
children
I would,
turn 20 or
I,
18 or?
I would also
That's
imagine they have a higher infant mortality rate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you know about that little thing that they do? I watched this amazing documentary. I think it was Amish. Yeah, it was. And when their kids turn 18, they let them go out and do whatever they want and like party and get drunk and do drugs and just completely freak out. Have you heard of this?
Uh-oh. I saw it in Orange is the New Black, but I didn't know
heard
it's
it
a thing.
before.
That's interesting. Okay. Are they forced to come back, or is there a period or something? Like, is it totally voluntary? They can go out and stay out?
Well, the idea is, I think the idea is with the religion and the Christian part is that they go out into the world and experience all the evil and do all these bad things, and then decide to come back to the group, right?
Yeah. The idea is they're supposed to experience sort of this exhaustion with it, and they're, you know.
Yeah, that's bullshit test. I mean, everybody's gonna be shocked, coming from that different culture to this, modern culture that has so many aspects that they could not experience. It's gonna be new. It's gonna be, overwhelming. Even if it is.
Find the name of that documentary. It was really fascinating. It follows 3 young kids that are like 18, I think.
Was it Leave Amish?
Well, here's the
How
list.
It's proof positive that the biblical morality is bad for your health. There you go.
Indeed, yeah.
It's called Devil's Children or Devil's Playground.
Mm. I've heard that the carnival kind of played the same function in medieval Christendom. That it was sort of a time for your average layman to sort of indulge in I don't know, sort of practices that were sort of looked down upon in society. But I have to do more research to that. But essentially, it was sort of like this. There was supposed to be sort of this communal catharsis, as it were, where people could sort of vent all their lower appetites and passions without actually violating like anything in the actual realm.
Oh, I don't know, this Rumspringa thing. They call it Rumspringa, I guess. But these kids, they were like their parents. It was like, oh yeah, you can go out and buy liquor and get ripped and smoke some pot and like they literally were like hardcore into it to get them to.
Concupiscence, of course. Maybe inventing a bit of that.
Yeah, it's concupiscence. That would be the theological term.
Yeah, but it's a shitty way, really. It's almost underhanded, or maybe from ignorance, that this is supposed to be some kind of real test of whether or not our society is indeed evil.
It's also incredibly irresponsible.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, they don't have a proper education, so they will not have the ability to find a job.
And they're very naive kids.
Yeah, go out and try heroin. Yeah, just try some heroin. Go on.
Yeah,
Off a hooker's butt. Yeah, go on, no problem. It's not going to fuck you up. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. God will take care of you.
Line of cocaine off a fucking hooker's navel or some shit. Fucking ridiculous.
We remember a few years ago there was a couple of Amish kingpins that had some drug. It was near New York, I think. And they were like these big, I think it was either meth or coke or something, and they busted them. It was like this ring of Amish drug dealer guys.
Wow. That's cool. It's badass Amish. Old school gangster Amish.
Did anyone see the episode of Family Guy when they done one on the Amish?
Oh yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, that was funny. And Meg got crap on a horse.
Yeah, let's go raise a barn. Let's go raise a barn, build a barn.
That was so good. Oh man!
And he found the iPod in his cornhole.
Did you guys see this documentary? It showed how in one Amish community there was this group of men who would go to different houses in the middle of the night and rape the women there.
This was in an Amish community?
Yep.
This wasn't
Yeah.
something that was sanctioned, though, right?
No, it wasn't sanctioned.
Okay, I was confused for a moment.
Yeah,
Although I'm pretty sure they did give some biblical justification.
Oh, I'm sure they could drudge up something.
Yeah, actually, I don't recall any of their justification, but yeah, the authorities installed some cameras. They convinced finally the people, to hey, let us look into this, I think, and installed a few cameras, and yeah, they found out that it's one of their people there, one of the guys, going and raping them.
Harsh.
What, with drugs or something? Like with some kind of, whatever they call it, or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get away with it if you just...
Proves that use of actual social psychology is superior to reliance upon the putative moral transformation that's supposed to go along with salvation.
Could you say that one more time, Nadia?
I said it proves that in order to reform society, it's better to rely on social psychology than the putative moral transformation that's supposed to go along with salvation.
Yeah. Well, positive reinforcement always works so much better. You learn that with your pets and even little kids. Giving them shit is not nearly as effective as praising them.
Tell that to the cats.
You can't really you can't give cats shit. They don't listen. They'll go out of their way to do the opposite.
Yeah, you can do anything to cats, really. They'll be dicks no matter what. Well, if you're gonna be beating them, they will just go away from you. Yeah, but still, they'll be full of themselves, like what they are. But anyway, it's a small point there.
That's what I love about them. I love their little egos. They're hilarious.
Yeah, I kinda do too. Yeah. Dave S. Hey.
Hi, Dave.
Cats certainly have a sense of self.
Speaking of the social psychology of reforming society, that works a whole lot better than the putative moral transformation from, I guess, sanctification or salvation. Here's Dave.
That's my cue. I say that's my cue. I have no idea what you're talking about. I heard social psychology being thrown around, but other than that, I have no idea.
We went on this tangent often about Amish, like we were talking about gypsies, and we went into the Amish, and then we were noting that thing they do, where they go off and act crazy, Rumspringa. And then from there, Naughty was just suggesting that, in layman's terms, from my language, to use social positive type, not positive, but say that again, Nadia? Social
psychology.
Yeah, versus using punitive type measures to get people to do the right thing.
Yeah, persuasion rather than force, right? Or is that too simplistic?
Scientifically grounded methods of large-scale behavior modification as opposed to things that just kind of spring out of religion.
So the power of suggestion with imagery and media, is that what you're saying?
No, not a specific technique, just like, scientifically, studies justified, etc. Actually, methods chosen that way instead of chosen by, being part of a religious heritage. So for instance, once tried to influence mass behavior, like reducing smoking. Is raising the price actually going to work?
Well,
to what extent? Go ahead.
Oh no. Well, I mean, it must have some deterrence, but not much. Yeah. I mean, if you're committed to smoking. No, but I'm just trying to understand once again the general principle here being articulated.
I'd break it down to saying positive reinforcement versus negative. Giving little kids shit for putting their hand in the cookie jar instead of rewarding them with the cookie after they've sat down and finished eating their vegetables.
That's a particular claim a particular method as opposed to a procedure for figuring out what methods you should use.
Right. And,
Well,
and
both.
having
Well,
a
both.
scientific basis for it. I see.
But both reward and punishment are proper to authority as such, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're just saying we're just erring on the side of reward as opposed to, or we're saying that whatever political regime is existing, it shouldn't be involved in the moral character of its people as such.
No. I don't know that if effective means should be used, and the way one should arrive at the most effective means is through things like scientific study. Predictive value is a sort of episteme, especially given one's tried to actually have some kind of effect toward on the real world.
Okay.
And like, oh well, what does it call it? I don't know if it's the word accountability is used or something, but it's like kind of the reward punishment, whatever regime being said. I mean, that also comes out of some kind of legacy of tradition or whatever, and one sees much lower recidivism rates in say Norway, right?
Mm-hmm.
They call it reinforcement here. Positive reinforcement versus negative reinforcement versus punishment versus extinction.
Well, no, that's Norway is not just like, quote unquote, not being like cruel or something. It's also doing like a whole bunch of like things to, I don't know, reform people somehow. And, kind of whatever they're doing, given that it's probably based on scientific research or whatever. Also, what is it? The whole police thing with the observer. One actually you can see the observer there, where you can contrast it with like a mirror camera, right? So you have like identifiable like human observer, right? People really stay in line. Mirror camera, people don't even know the camera's. Well, they might sort of know the camera's there, but they don't, truly act as if someone's watching, right? So they think they'll get caught. Now, there's a whole bunch of things about immediacy of the punishment and reward, not just like whether there's punishment or reward, right? So if it's not like right up front and so on, it kind of doesn't actually work.
Right. The more remote it is, the less influence it has over behavior.
Right.
This is all very behaviorist.
They say right in the psychology thing here, they say research has found positive reinforcement is the most powerful of any of these. Adding a positive to increase a response not only works better, but allows both parties to focus on the positive aspects of the situation. Punishment, when applied immediately following the negative behavior, can be effective if it's followed right away, but results in extinction when it is not applied consistently.
What does that mean, extinction? Extinction of the relationship?
I posted it in the side there. Extinction.
Oh,
when
extinction.
you remove something, when you remove something, like say the kid's doing something bad with like a pellet gun, and then you go and you take the pellet gun away from the kids.
I see. Yeah. See it right there. I see. Yeah, I see your all the definitions here.
I dumped the link in there too about it.
Yeah, spamming the links out of the side chats.
Oh, sorry, no.
Doesn't help much. And also, most people have trouble like with the side chat scrolling and such because there's some kind of persistent bug in the Hangout client. So, like long text in the side chat really doesn't go very far.
Well, the link's there too.
People have trouble scrolling. That's why.
Yeah, I noticed it too. Right now it's fine, but after so much time, the little Ajax controls start wigging out, and it'll start scrolling up and down. And
yeah, as behaviorist, as that particular kind of thing might sound, and whatever other sort of theory that works is, a better grounding for, improving behavior than, well, things coming out of religious tradition or whatever. Go ahead.
I guess to give my thought on behaviorism, it's an interesting because it got transcended from the cognitive revolution in like the 60s and 70s, when computers started coming in. So I didn't realize people sort of still went along with behaviorism since, well, Skinner's death probably, I'm guessing, was the death of behaviorism. But no, it's an interesting it's interesting what you can do with behaviorism. Like the Skinner box and B.F. Skinner and all his work is very interesting, but I guess it's very simplistic when you apply it to populations. B.F. Skinner famously, tried to apply sort of his reinforcement thing on society. He went a bit mad and thought, "Oh, I can make society all amazing because you can just reinforce good behaviors and punish bad behaviors." And there's something in the small print about being a psychologist that you have to go a bit mad and have to try and take over the world or do something weird like that. So.
Still, as far as the methods of exerting influence, right? One has, it's still a study of social psychology.
How would one characterize the Bible in terms of its social, engineering to try? Well, in terms of what we're talking about, the Bible. I mean, isn't its motive to try and affect behavior in people?
No.
Seems a lot of it is has to do with punishment and a negative reinforcement. It seems to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, it proposes standards and criteria for a man to live his life by. I mean, rewards and a system of rewards and punishments. I mean, that certainly is designed to influence behavior. I don't think you can argue otherwise.
Yeah, it was also just designed as like a very early way of trying to explain how reality and everything in it works as well. That would be the other side of it. It was just a very, very early attempt to try and explain how stuff worked, and it got most of it wrong.
Yeah, theism is kind of like a perfect storm of a lot of these issues. So it's how do we behave? How do we punish? Free riders. So for example, people who take what they can give, take what they can get, and don't really give anything back. It explains where things came from. It explains what happens when we die. It's a perfect storm of everything that sort of is very dear to us. So I kind of understand where Christopher Hitchens comes from and saying it poisons everything, because it's got a hand in every single sort of issue, sort of thing. It's sort of omnipresent in a lot of ways. So it's kind of a perfect storm when you think of it in a sort of anthropological sort of how many sort of fingers in every pie it's got. It touches a lot of areas of our day-to-day life as well as our metaphysical assumptions about the universe and so on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, anything which proposes to have the ultimate good of man, the good of mankind in view, is ultimately going to have its finger in every pie. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo in my I hate this.
Your own voice is coming out of your own speakers. The microphone where it has a mute?
Cal,
it doesn't...
Cal's the one. Well, you have to identify which person has to address it, right? It's not Joseph himself. If he can hear the echo, it's not him.
Yeah, it's me.
It's not doing feedback though, is it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We already fixed it. It was Cal.
Yeah,
I could see it was Cal because his video stream grabbed the screen when he was echoing. Right. You would talk, he would echo, and his video would get up on the screen because he was the one echoing, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 3 years of experience with G+ Hangouts is worth about less than nothing.
Yes, I'm not nearly as intimate with the the clockwork of all this.
Yeah, I actually disagreed with Hitchens on his statement that religion poisons everything for like a really long time. Like, it was about a year and a half after I read God is not good. That I just thought that's just bullshit. That's actually not true. And then quite recently, I was like, oh, actually, he actually does have a point. It kind of does poison everything.
Mm.
Yeah, Hitchens had a habit of being right a lot of the time.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I thought the that the title itself was provocative and delightfully so in that respect, and I kind of agree with you there, Cal. And I kind of thought, now surely he can't be everything, and then I heard him defending everything, and I thought, oh, that's why. He's done it so he can start out from this position of saying, no, I want to call vicarious redemption immoral. And then, unless I say everything, I'm never going to get to the point where I can do that. So that's kind of how I read it, as a real subtle way of going, let's not talk about the bullshit. If I want it any time, I can go straight to the big guns.
Yeah, I think one of the best things Hitchens ever said about religion was that it's just insulting. It just really does insult us in our deepest integrities, because it just states that without God we don't have any basis for loving our children, or hating our enemies, or anything like that. And that's just about the most insulting thing I've ever heard in my life.
I see. Yeah.
Well, actually, it says to love your enemies, but anyway. I don't know. I'm not sure if I could stand by, like, poisoning everything. I mean, let's say there's, a fair number of issues it poisons, but of the things it has, it's kind of fingers in the pies of, just a whole heck of a lot. There's, in most of them, it's probably not really not really making that huge of a, influence that's got a positive or negative character. It might send us sideways in terms of all the whether it's good or bad.
Poison. I think it's more subtle than drawing the distinction of bad there. I mean, again, Cal's point is spot on. It's pointing out that if you try and justify your good by this, then you're doing yourself down. And if you don't allow yourself the chance of, rebuking your enemies, then you're also doing yourself a disservice. So on both sides of the coin, it fails.
I think it makes people, it hurts their reasoning skills. Like, for example, earlier in here, I don't know how it got started, but one of these guys came in here and he was talking about 9/11 and conspiracy stuff, right? And I found that a lot of people that tend to be religious tend to believe things more, like they're more
gullible.
They're more gullible. They're more, they have a higher level of credulity and yeah.
Well, they don't believe us when we tell them there's no God. Or at least they don't believe me when I tell them there's no such thing as a God. They don't believe me when I tell them there's no such thing as a God or soul or afterlife. Whatever. God.
Yeah, even if you cite something authoritative, it seems the more the authoritative the source or expert the source, the more they're ready to poo-poo it.
That's faith.
Yeah.
The faith is corrosive. It always has been. If there was no faith, there would be no religion. Basically, it holds religion up. If we could convince everybody that faith is complete and utter nonsense, then religion would crumble really quickly. There just wouldn't be anything. There wouldn't be anything there.
Maybe like a higher order faith, you mean, that has to do with these deep questions this channel's all about, I guess. But we use faith all the time. Like, we have, there's many things we don't understand that as we navigate our way through life, that we have to have faith in. But that's a more general faith. It certainly is not a spiritual one like religious people are doing.
Yeah,
suspend their disbelief and go against reality.
In terms of a degree of confidence in excess of warrant, right? I mean, warrants derive from from justifications, right?
Right.
You know, presuppositions are inherently lack
Justification.
So yeah.
Right. Yeah, they're not
And
warranted.
everyone has like that degree of confidence and excess of warrant applying to at least their presuppositions.
You see, the way I view well, the first thing I'll say about faith is that I think there's always a better word. Like faith is just a synonym of like trust or hope or anything like that. And I think there's lots of words that you could just use instead of faith. And the type of religious faith that the example I use to show how stupid it is that if anyone actually had evidence that they could just give to non-believers that would make them believe immediately, they wouldn't use faith. They would just give us the evidence, and that kind of just cuts through all the bullshit immediately. It's just that there's no way that a Christian is going to go to the top of a mountain and have a conversation with God on camera, and then come down and go, I've got it on camera, but just take it on faith. It's like, no, they're just going to show you the footage of them talking to God.
Well, there's like a biblical precedent for that. You know, the parable of Doubting Thomas tells it explicitly. So Doubting Thomas, who's not called Skeptical Thomas, he's not called Thomas who doesn't believe things until he sees evidence. It's Doubting Thomas, which has sort of a negative connotation. But the moral of that is, all right, Thomas, I'm going to show you my scars, I'm going to show you my holes and put your hand through them, all that fun stuff. But blessed are those who don't see and yet believe. And that's the moral of the story. You're better if you believe stories that you have no evidence for, rather than Doubting Thomas who... that's the parable.
Yes, that's the essence of it distilled down, isn't it? Why is this notion of reward to suspend your disbelief and go against the grain of what everything in it tells you? When you think
vicarious redemption again, it's the afterlife, isn't it?
It's
a big reward. It's a big promise.
And you know what I was thinking the other day? Some of the guys that come in here that are really fundies, I guess I'll call them. I was thinking about it, and some of them were talking, and a bunch of them were all saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be saved," or something like this. And I tried to get a line of query into them, and I was thinking, maybe why these guys are so gung-ho and stuff is maybe they've done some really bad shit. Like, most of us are probably pretty normal people, but there's people out there who've done some horrible shit, man. Like, they've raped someone, or they've, beat someone within an inch of their life and the cops never picked them up for it, or they stole a bunch of shit. Like, they've done a bunch of horrible shit. And
yeah, interesting.
I was going to say it gets even worse than that, because if you read in Matthew that if you look at a woman with lust and you've committed adultery, and adultery is worth death, so if you just looked at a woman with adultery, they've committed a sin that's worthy of death. And the other one is if you hate someone, is that killing them? I can't remember. Something like that anyway. But they're so flippant about it. If I genuinely believed in the Bible, then I would take that as literally true. So if I ever hated someone, I don't know if that's right, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but then I'd be a murderer. And they're so flippant, like, oh yeah, I've killed like several thousand people today, with all my, inconsequential, hating. But it's like, if they genuinely believe, and if I genuinely believe that, I would feel absolutely terrible, not just brushing it off as, oh yeah, well, it's just that crazy Jesus talking about, I've killed people by my thoughts, essentially. So it's just I don't know if, I don't like to psychoanalyze people and say, they've done something terrible. I love how, it's atheists are atheists because they just want to sin. It's not that. Where it's atheists just want to sin and not get away with it. If you're a Christian, you can still sin. You just have to, be forgiven of your sins. Atheists just, want to sin and then just not get away with it at the end of it, which for me isn't a very good argument to advocate.
Well, you can't. They can't have a presumption on God's mercy. I mean, that is clearly condemned. You can't have it in sincere contrition. I mean, you can't just bank on that, like live a life of murder and debauchery, and then say, "Okay, Jesus, wipe it away. I'm coming to you." Like that's.
Yeah, you can. You can if you have a born again experience.
If you have a born again.
That's what I'm trying to suggest. Is I think that some of these really hardcore guys have done some really bad shit, and this is why they're so emotionally driven to back this stuff all against all rational discourse pointed out to them. They're gonna fall back in it because they need it to live with themselves, it seems. That's what I speculate.
Yeah, they have a need to feel forgiven.
Might be right. Peripheral
being.
They got that Duggar guy.
Well, every human being sort of. I think this is a pretty universal need, isn't it?
Yeah. I gotta step aside.
Is it?
I gotta get a BT headset.
But for those guys, they've done wrong. They feel really bad, and religion is the only means for them to be able to feel good about themselves again, knowing that despite their wrongdoings, that they're still forgiven.
Right. Whereas the sort of the secular counterpart that would be sort of the therapy industry, right? Like sort of the self-esteem stuff, where it's like lie on the couch and it's okay, be who you are, you know. Would that sort of be the secular counterpart to that?
Maybe.
Yeah, I guess if you need that, I mean, but if if you feel really guilty about yourself and you can't function, or you're very depressed and so forth, I guess there has to be some sort of means, I guess, to be able to carry on.
I actually, that's one of the curious aspects of Christianity for me. Is that it is possible to do bad things and then really have your guilt alleviated, because everyone's kind of created in God's image, and God's got a plan for everybody. So everything that happens is technically good. Nothing bad really happens if everything that God commands is good just because He commanded it. And that's the part of.
Well, that's no. I mean, they make a distinction between God's active will and God's permissive will. So everything that evil which transpires in the human will is God simply allowing it. He's not causing it as such. But yeah. Anyway.
It's a nice little lateral move that they pull. I love that one. I've heard it so many times, and it's just they're not quite understanding what omniscient means, I guess. But I think anything that can make people not feel guilt for doing bad things is pretty scary. Because guilt is just totally necessary for
a powerful thing.
I had a discussion with Max about this. I think it was at the sort of final material. Oh, and welcome, Ocean. Sort of like the final material cause of things is where God gets exempted, and in terms of say the formal cause, obviously, God's the source of everything, Isaiah 45:7 and all that, and the effective cause again is kind of along the same lines. God, supposedly he's a prime mover, and everything else, the consequences of that. So it's like the four causes need to be looked at there.
Right. But I mean, we always seek to, kind of get rid of our guilt by sort of reconciling ourselves with people around us. I mean, guilt is the cause of perpetrating an action which is, for lack of a better term, wrong, and we seek to go to the person and say, this is the injury, this is what I did, and I seek some sort of, reconciliation. I mean, we do that with, our parents, our relatives, our friends. I mean, presumably, if we have good parents and relatives and friends, that would be, that's what's done.
I think there's a very important distinction to make there. Well, I don't know if it's a distinction, but the point that I always add when it comes to that is that you don't actually have to do anything to redeem yourself or to get any kind of atonement. When it comes to Christianity, you just ask forgiveness, and that's the job kind of done. So you don't really have to go and rebuild the house that you burned down, or or go and redo some of the damage that you've done. You just kind of have to ask.
Within Christianity, though, it has to be genuine. It has to be genuine in Christianity. It's not the rule structure of, oh, I ask forgiveness, therefore, boink.
Right.
Part of the point is that it's a genuine asking of that forgiveness and a genuine wish to change. That change doesn't always happen, but it's the genuine nature of the intention that really matters.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that you don't have to actually do anything practical, though.
Well, you do have
Well,
to
that's
have
not
a
true. That's
genuine wish to do so. If you do it with the approach that you're talking about, which is basically gaming the system, then I feel like from the Christian perspective, God sees through that.
right.
So, it's forgiveness will only be offered to somebody who is actually asking for it, rather than somebody who's
Feigning
playing
it.
the game.
Yeah.
Right.
Was it Romans 6? Or it goes on about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's passage in the gospel where Christ says that there'll be people to come to me in the end and say, "Lord, Lord, save us," and he'll be like, "I never knew you, evildoers. You never did my word. So depart into the eternal fire." So yeah, this speaks to Ocean's point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if is the forgiveness contingent on actually doing anything practical or not?
If you count genuinely asking for it, then that would be an action that is practical.
Right. So
The asking is an action.
Yeah. They have to be remorseful. In their heart.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to look at. Yeah, I mean, if you look at sort of the hagiography with Christianity, there's a history of all these criminals that come, they repent, and then they spend the rest of their lives rebuilding communities or paying widows alimony because they killed the husband. I mean, there's plenty of.
Well, they must have carried a lot of guilt and a lot of remorse, and they felt that mechanism helped.
Well, because it's in
the functional actions that Cal is kind of wanting would be inspired after the remorseful act of asking for forgiveness, because then you are inspired to follow in Christ's footsteps and do things that Jesus would do, which would be nice things, good things to other people.
Well, it's more radical than that. I mean,
But are they sincere though? It seems like a.
If you're not, then I don't see the point in it.
Well, you could be sincere in your remorse, but not sincere in your following of Christ, i.e., what you follow through saying.
Then apologize to people and don't be a Christian. That's part of the coming into Christianity and asking for that forgiveness is that you then are to live. You are to be a little Christ. So the point of being Christian.
Right.
You follow his teachings and move through life with those actions and that inspiration.
Even where, like, one might have, say, concrete criticisms of Christian moral conclusions, you still end up getting kicked back to meta-ethics anyway, because, in many respects, internally, there ends up being some, at least support for it. It's not, like, so blatantly self-contradictory that you can say, okay, well, this is, just incorrect conclusion even from your own premises, right?
When you distill it down on that higher level and look down upon it, yeah.
Well,
I'm not saying for a second that someone it hasn't been a good mechanism for people to start doing good, but it also just sounds like a really it just sounds like a system that's really easy to cheat. It sounds to me that there's just going to be a lot of people that are just going to use it to make themselves feel better without having to actually do anything good.
Yeah, that's kind of a side effect that people can do that, but
yeah,
under the construct of the religion, that isn't what works.
And that's why they come out and psychologically project and wail Jesus at the rest of us.
Well, in terms of things like divine commands, the basis of the, at least according to some the ethical system, right? Even supposing you're commanded to do something by however great the leader, so to speak, be it a god or president or whatever, doesn't make following the order right. And again, the right thing to do can be defying the order. So, that makes a meta-ethical basis a bit.
Well, I
a
mean,
bit wrong there. Go ahead.
well, I mean, God can't contradict his nature as such. I mean, he wouldn't be able to. I mean, if you go with classic theistic theology, I mean, God being the source of goodness itself, he can't pronounce something which is contrary or contradictory to that. He can't do something which is against his nature as such.
Mm.
It's like I don't know.
But there's passages in the Bible that are contradictory. Loads of them.
Sure, on like a factual level.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, that's true.
Mm. Well, acting contrary to nature, rests on what is the nature of the God, and you end up saying like, well, the nature, substance, and so on of goodness is the God itself, but that's
all vague wishy-washy language.
Well, it just renders goodness kind of a vacuous, alignment with the nature of God, of the quote unquote material substance of God, like the provatio boni, God is like the material cause of good, right? So this is gets you to the question, of course. Well, what makes God's nature, really good? To the extent you've like identified it, all you've done is just kind of assert it as a synonym, or give a definition, right?
Right. Well, you have to kind of define what the good is, which is difficult.
Well, I mean, once you've gone, claim it comes out of God's nature. Well, the trouble that all you've done is declare it a synonym.
Right.
So again, the meta-ethical basis is a bit tricky here.
Well, I mean, the good is difficult because you're dealing with it involves a lot of subjectivity. I mean, essentially, the good is sort of that which is desirable. That's what it's defined as. But a desire is always felt and mediated by a subject, namely the human being, towards an object. So it once has it has psychological content, but it also has objective content. But essentially, I think it's something which realizes the nature of a thing. I think that's what ultimately the good is. So it's like you have a mouth and a tongue, and that's something which is ordered towards the articulation of truth. It's a subject, but its object is production of judgments that is to articulate speech, to breathe, and so forth. And once those things are accomplished, it is good. It's doing what it ought to do, what it's supposed to do. And when you have deviations from that, that's what constitutes the bad.
Right. The sort of teleological framework. God's
exactly.
The mark to hit is in hamartia is God's purpose.
Yes, that's
of course. You still have. Well, you actually raised kind of more questions. That's right. You got the same kind of like definitional things sitting at the root, but now you also have like in some aspects reading the mind of the God. And let's say even kind of ignoring like challenges to like the well-posedness of intention altogether. I mean, in terms of like scientific instruments, whatever, trying to figure out if somebody's lying or whether they intended to have done something in the past they're on trial for or something. The kinds of evidence we can have about that are pretty limited. And when you're talking about an immaterial being, it's even worse, right? So, I mean, we can't even like subject it to a brain scanner, right? Or
no, of course not.
Right. So
the immaterial is something which can be subject to empirical investigation.
Right. So I mean, even kind of like letting the kind of like definitional aspect of the beginning kind of slide, and we suspend belief and move on to this. We have, well, it's almost like unobservable or unverifiable. Exactly what the purpose is, and
Right.
a lot of respects, the details matter.
No, I agree, Nadia, and we've had this conversation about epistemology before, but I kind of go back to this. I kind of go back to this thing where there's obviously phenomena in reality that we don't perceive, but that we rely upon all the time, and I appeal to logic and mathematics. That these are entities. These are these are abstractions, but these are abstractions that correspond to intelligible order of things. So, like a number is sort of a very easy example of this. You don't encounter like the number 1 as such, like a Platonic form in reality, but it is something which does correspond to reality. It is something which we use. It is something which is in the intelligible order of reality. I guess that's all. It's not something that's sensible or perceived, but it's something which is understood, and it has a kind of it has a kind of immateriality to it. I guess I would say.
Well, all these things are, we can take a step back, call them ideas, and then identify ideas with, of course, mental processes, which are
we have to define
physical processes.
Right.
Go ahead.
No.
If I was to go about picking up a couple books to read more about this, would Hume, Treatise of Human Nature, be a good?
No.
No, you don't like Hume? Okay.
No, I don't. No, Hume's terrible.
He's terrible, is he? But maybe it gives you an idea of the history of this line of reasoning and way of approaching the human condition.
Well, yeah, he's the father of empiricism, of logical positivism.
Yeah. And this particular book treatise? I guess it's in the name, so.
Yeah.
Okay. 338 pages.
Is there anywhere goes around analyzing where Hume was wrong about each and every point?
I've never made an exhaustive study of Hume, but he was a man who didn't believe in deductive reasoning. He believed in inductive, exclusively inductive, which is kind of a self-refuting position. He was very, he held up that principle as a, axiomatic, which is deductive in and of itself. But
I'd also like to welcome Jim. Yeah.
Hey, Jim. But yeah, I haven't made an exhaustive study of Hume. I have to go back and read him. I've read a little bit of him, and I've read I've read some critiques of him, but I need to read him. It's been a while.
Yeah, passing on the critiques might help with Ludic then. Yeah, I guess he's already got some familiarity with Hume, so the critiques, etc. would be good to pass on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to embarrass myself and say I can't really pass them along right now.
I'm finding lots of good hits.
Can't remember the titles offhand, or author title, whatever. Yeah, no worries.
Oh, geez.
I like reading dissertation papers that people write because it's somebody who's gone through they're 6 years into their study, right, or maybe more. And it's their final conclusion to become a doctorate. So, they're not conclusion. I mean, and it's great to read because they put their heart into writing these papers, And they're fabulous because it's one person's perspective and claim, and so I just found one that looks great.
I mostly read dissertations within computer science, but still. Go ahead.
Yeah, a guy that you might look up in this regard his name is Edward Feser.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar.
Oh, you know Edward? Okay. I think he wrote a book on it, which I've never actually read.
Oh, Fisher actually wrote a book? Okay.
Wow,
On
this paper looks great. I'm gonna dump it in the side.
Yeah, he's written a few.
It's not Hume he's talking about, but he did a wordplay on the name, kind of like the way Nadia does with the titles of these videos. I'll put it in there. Oh, is that PDF that it did? Is that what it was? Yep.
A treatise on human nature.
I think Ocean and Cal were wanting to touch on a subject. Whoever I might be getting on meta ethics or whatever.
This is exactly what we were talking about too. Motivation with behavior and whatnot.
This link you put up, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, this guy's dissertation paper.
Yeah.
But Ocean Cal, where were you having your disagreement again?
I don't know. What was it that you disagreed with, Ocean?
When I was outside the room, you said something. I don't even remember it very much anymore. I just remember quietly turning over all the tables in my room when you were saying something about faith and religion and getting rid of it or something like that. I may have misinterpreted you. I'm not sure.
That poisons everything from Hitchens.
JSTOR, $36, bastards.
I think there was something a protracted discussion about how religion poisons everything. A title by Christopher Hitchens.
No, I think it was me specifically calling faith corrosive. I think that'll probably do it.
Calling faith what?
Corrosive.
Corrosive. That was probably it.
Yeah, that would be the subject to piss somebody off. Yeah.
For me, because I'm a religious person, but I don't think that the faith that I have in things is necessarily the problem that religion has. I think that the damage that religion has done to society has been through faith in shitty beliefs or damaging beliefs. You have faith in good beliefs or faith in things that are helpful to society, and things get along great. It's when you have a god that has weird intentions, or a god that cares about what you do with your penis. You know, these are problems. Faith in that kind of stiff. Is that kind of a draft where we can get a conversation off the ground? And Christian Hillbilly was asking if I'm a theist. Yes, I have been for a while. I think since I was like 6.
Well, what exactly is it that you believe, sir? It's one of my favorite questions to ask somebody who makes a claim like that. What is it you believe, and can you defend that belief system?
I mean, yeah. Nadia is throwing out Asatru, and Asatru, I'm inspired by Asatru, but I'm actually a syncretic pagan, where I believe in Asatru and Celtic polytheism. So,
a bit of Taoism too, I think.
I don't turn my nose up at Roman polytheism either. So Roman or Greco-Roman. My beliefs are relatively limited to Eurocentric polytheism.
I thought you said you were elevated to Taoism too.
Yes.
Okay.
I've been a Taoist for longer than I've been a pagan. I think the two systems are compatible. But anyway, back to Cal. What you were... My incoherent ramble, is that enough to kind of get a plane off the ground, or do I need to crash and burn again?
No, it wasn't incoherent, nor was it a ramble. I think we should probably get the semantic side of it out of the way. What does faith mean to you?
Belief, I would say belief in things that are not necessarily substantiated.
Right. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. I don't see. I don't see how it would be good to have that belief in anything, even something that turns out later to be true, or even something that is true. I think
Okay.
it would be a really bad idea to have a belief, to take, I don't know, to take a scientific theory on faith wouldn't make much sense. There'd be no
No,
need
I
to.
agree with that. Like, it doesn't going in on pure faith on a scientific proposition doesn't really make much sense because that's how you get bad science pretty quickly. But I think that faith is applicable in situations where you're outside of science and you're dealing with things that don't necessarily have predictive capability. Science is great for things that have predictive capability. Yay. And I can be totally pedantic on the subject and sound like a run-of-the-mill theist and be like, well, what proof do you have that you exist, or do you take that on faith? There's all kinds of things that are not necessarily substantiated, but we still believe.
Well, I
don't
brought
necessarily
up earlier. I brought up earlier toward this same topic. I guess I defined faith as the degree of confidence in excess of warrant. So, say if you only have warrant for like a 30% degree of confidence, and the one you're actually holding is 60%, you'd have 30% faith in that. Anyway, so where I went with that is that presuppositions are, well, quote unquote, believe when acts and professes and such as if they're the case, and then beyond that, also, they are definitionally also lacking warrant. So they have warrant. They have zero warrant.
Right.
Yep.
And to an extent, I can agree with that. But like where I draw a line on faith is when I don't have a problem with something legally, but ethically I have issues when somebody believes in and somebody has faith in or comes to an idea with faith on something that is pretty harmful to society or to other people. That's
example, please.
Take issue. God tells me to kill this entire civilization.
God tells you to kill the entire civilization?
Yes. If you're in a,
well, then you need to be committed, sir.
In which God is whispering in your ear and telling you to kill an entire civilization, and you take that command on faith that it's true, then yes, that would be something that's harmful. Or I have faith that God told me to kill you, or something along those lines. That's when there's a problem.
Well, those kind of people that believe that need to be committed.
Well,
I know the early Jews should have all been institutionalized.
Doesn't the Bible tell them to kill? The Bible mentions to go kill people lots of times, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. But, excuse me, you got to take it in the proper context. That's not written to us. That's written to the Jews of that day, the nation of Israel.
Pedantic response.
Let's not let's not get on. Let's not deviate.
Pedantic.
Well, let's not deviate too far from just the topic of faith, because if we get sucked into the Bible,
it'll become a
all night.
whatever conversation real quick. And I'm interested in. I think Cal and I are both interested in just having the faith topic be discussed rather than
pedantic.
Well, I think it's. I think that, like, I don't want to dominate the whole room.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt your conversation. I am going to dominate the conversation because obviously you can't see that somebody wants in. It can go on forever. This is just a heads up. Everybody in the room kind of crap, and especially Nadia. I kind of just quickly voice messaged you through Skype. I'm not sure how that goes through or so that you get it. But I'm really irritated right now because someone, I'm just home from class and then I'm going back and forth right now, back to the university. And that fucking little asshole Stizer, so if we're live right now, I don't know if we are, but I hope we are, and that little fucker Gus, those people are in Stizer's hangout right now with no hangout, and all they're doing is bitching and complaining about everybody in this room, and it just irritates me, because it just does. So I just wanted you to know that. I never fucking sit around in other people's hangouts and sit around and bitch and complain.
Let them shit talk all they want.
I'm,
I don't give a fuck.
yeah, I'm aware that.
Yeah, it really makes me mad though. So I just wanted to.
And that they
I
rather routinely put out material that discourages me.
Oh, it really pisses me off, man. That's bullshit. Anyway, I didn't mean to upset the room or anything. I'm just gonna walk off my rant. And no, man, that Stizer ever fucking comes near me again, I'm gonna take his head off.
I try to have like a damnation memoriae or a little code of silence or whatever.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Oxygen or whatever to
Dave
get,
Spence said he was going
that
that
made
way.
me mad enough. Because Gus
He
used to be
seems a
here in this
reasonable
room
guy.
with us all the time. Gus doesn't have any right to talk about us like that, and right now he's gone on for a half an hour. So wait till I get a hold of Gus.
Not like you're gonna be able to do anything when you get a hold of Gus. Like,
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Gus is Canadian, and I'll tell you one thing I don't like is Canadians representing a group of people like that. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and that's the last thing a Canadian would do, sit around and backstab someone like Nadia for no reason.
Well,
If he's
the
unhappy, then he's
important part
jealous.
is not to give them extra publicity by mentioning their names on our Hangout.
well. Okay, well then, I'm just, everybody knows I'm making a video about who I think's an asshole on YouTube, and I'm just letting you know. I'm so sorry to wreck the room. Hopefully, it doesn't matter for live. Sorry, Nadia, but like you know where I am if you need me.
Dump a link in the side to the stream of the channel so we can see.
he's gone now. It's pretty easy to find Kaiser's channel if you really want to check it out.
Define pedantic, please.
When you get down to the nitty-gritty.
I dumped the Urban Dictionary definition of it in the sidebar there for you.
Right. So anyway, yeah, I don't want to dominate the whole room, but I think I feel that the general topic of conversation in this room tends to get dragged right into the Bible, and then it kind of just turns into Bible study. And I think the topic of faith would be a little bit more interesting to go with, but obviously people didn't come here to watch me and Ocean have a conversation about faith. So if someone wants to talk about something else, I'm cool about that. I mean, Christian Hillbilly seems to be really interested in the definition of the word pedantic. That could be fun.
I think it might have something to do with that.
Excuse me, I'm always interested in the definition of word that I've not used or heard used before.
Google is a great tool.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to use a word and a person's right here, and
I mean, I already defined it for you, and somebody else has already defined it for you. So I think that's about 3 times it's been defined for you. So you can.
Why not
you don't
do
want to
it
that?
that
Go ahead and Google it.
Yeah, let's try to.
You know who my
keep
favorite
moving.
theist is?
Sorry,
Max.
go ahead.
Sorry, Nadia. Max is my favorite theist. Where are you, Max?
I think he's in the other room.
Is he?
Anyway, Cal, where were we? Were
And you're my favorite multi-theist, or what's the word, Ocean? Polytheist, Ocean.
I'm Polly.
You're my favorite poly, Ocean.
It would be called heathen.
It's also true. Heathenry is actually a name for a Satru. So, yeah, I would be part heathen.
Well, you're my favorite heathen.
Why? Thank you.
So what brand of polytheism?
But Max is great too. He's...
As mentioned in the site, Asatru / heathenry, and Celtic polytheism, and there's also like a few Roman gods something.
Okay, did somebody convert you, or did you was this sort of a process of self-education?
No, I stumbled into this myself, completely brainwashed on my own. So.
How long did the process take?
I don't know. It's been 7 years ish. So, yeah.
That's a long shower.
So what are the demands of it? I mean, are there set prescriptions that you adhere to, or is it just you just believe they're there and
alms and rituals, basically.
I'm kind of curious. What sort of rituals?
So what?
I'm just curious, like what sort of rituals? I mean, what do you do?
I generally don't go into detail on that.
Okay.
But you
is
know,
there a community that you're with, or are you sort of?
No, I'm an independent practicer.
Okay.
There are communities that I associate with, but I'm not officially a part of any group.
Okay.
Which is similar, like, you know, a lot of pagans are like that. There's a lot of us are independents.
So what is what I mean? Like, do you guys kind of have a what's the technical term for it? Soterology at all?
Soterology. I don't
It's like
think I've
it's,
ever heard
it's,
that word.
Soteriology.
Soteriology. It's the study of salvation. You know, every religion purports to have some sort of roadmap to salvation. Do you
Oh
have?
no, there's not one.
Okay.
Like the whole, I don't know, the idea that you need to be fixed or saved isn't very common in paganism. There's some religions that have it, but that would be considered pagan, but they're not widely held.
Okay, so do you perform rituals to appease the gods or to propitiate them to make reparation for the sins of mankind, or do you?
No. There's no sins of mankind shit.
So you're just praising them.
Praising them or asking for their aid or appeasing them, that kind of thing.
Okay, appeasing their justice or.
No, there's not a salvation or justice thing.
What did you call that again?
Soterology, is that what you're asking, Ludic?
Soteriology.
Yeah.
Soteriology. I'll write it down. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, please type it out.
Understanding words.
I've never heard that word before.
No,
I'm kind of embarrassed because I've studied religion for a long time. I've never seen that.
I love words.
Yeah, the
Well,
doctrine. It just means
Go
the
ahead.
doctrine of salvation. Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, there's like a soteriological problem of evil, or
Right.
kind of how I was introduced to it. Yeah.
Religious doctrines on salvation. Ah, this is interesting. It's kind of a monotheist thing, though.
Yeah. That would
Buddhism,
be.
Christianity. Oh, Hinduism. There you go. Jainism. Seems like a lot of other stuff is monotheist, though. Yeah, I know Hinduism has it. Yeah, that's true.
Well, within Christianity, I think there are something like 7 types of prayer floating around. There's like a prayer of faith, a prayer of agreement, a prayer of supplication, of thanksgiving, worship, consecration, intercession, and imprecation.
Yes, those are the various kinds. Those are the. Yeah.
I need to see that in the list. I think some of those apply.
Yeah, I think.
Do you have prayers of imprecation?
Of what?
It's curses.
Let's see. Curses, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Australian branch of the Russian Orthodox Church carries out a ritual anathematization of Vladimir Lenin on an annual basis.
So that's what you do. So do you curse us, some of the people in the channel after you have the hangout? Go to the
Like,
altar.
They stop
I'm
showing.
gonna
When,
you got a
Stephen
little doll
Anderson-
with needles to get it. It's scary.
Like when
there's a,
Stephen Anderson led his congregation in a prayer for God to rip out Caitlyn Jenner's heart, that was an imprecatory prayer. Go ahead.
Right.
I have declared blood feud on somebody before. That was a. I don't do that over the internet. That doesn't make any. That's stupid. But blood feud is when it's like not only will I hate you, but my descendants will hate your descendants. And that's, you know, I've come to that situation one time, and it was somebody who seriously grieved me. So, you know, it's not a common. It's not something that's supposed to be done willy-nilly.
Yeah, I can't really see supplication, intercession, or imprecation as consistent with God's sovereignty, but within Christianity, but still.
No, I agree. I don't see an issue with it in paganism, though, because it's not.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
It might be rewarding psychologically, you know, like throwing darts at a photo of someone you dislike, or burning. I mean, humans do this all the time.
Thing about
Guy Fawkes Day, they burn an effigy of Guy Fawkes because of him trying to blow up Parliament. So on and so on and so on.
In my at least practice of pagan prayer or any of that kind of thing, there's usually some kind of action that is accompanied with it. Like there's a with blood feud in particular, there's the vow to get in the way of that person's life, basically, or with a prayer of, let's look at the list of these things. Where are they? And prayer of request, you would basically have a God helps those who helps themselves type of approach to it. It's just that when you're making your own action, you would have the added inspiration of that God being on your side, or that God, maybe the concept of that God even inspiring you to move forward. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, isn't kind of like a request for God to kind of change his mind and move something to within his prescriptive will, like I guess his prescriptive will itself, or
in Christianity, yes, but in paganism, no. That's like.
Did you have any religious history before this, or were you just a secularist? I mean, oh, you did. Okay.
I grew up Baptist and then Episcopalian and then pagan.
Yeah,
you must really freak out some of your family members.
No, not really. Actually, a lot of pagans have family difficulties. I don't.
That's great.
My family is aware of my religion, and nobody really gives me any shit for it.
That's great.
Yeah, my family is like so, or it was. I don't know if they're even alive now. They were like so, what is it, nominal or whatever you might want to call it, that they couldn't really be arsed to care what my beliefs were, apart from like some kind of occasional insult. I think, as I was told, my mother's response to my saying I found the word or whatever for where I stand on it, I'm an atheist or whatever, was that I was a what was it? Pretentious pseudo-intellectual.
Oh wow! I'm sorry to hear that, Nadia.
Well,
that's certainly not the case. We can all attest to that.
That was a passing remark, and by and large, nothing was really made of it.
Well, they're scared of you. So, all that stuff comes from fear.
As far as my family goes, I think that my dad is mentioning that he might become a polytheist. That was an interesting conversation I had fairly recently. So it's like, that's kind of to give you an idea of how meh my family is about it. Some of them are even considering the idea for themselves. I have one aunt that's a Bible thumper, but she seems pretty content to not really get into any sort of argument with me as long as she can just read me a inspiring Bible verse that she found every once in a while, and that's enough for her, and it's enough for me. I'm not willing. It's not something I feel like I need to make a big deal about, and so we communicate and we're on good terms.
Yeah, I mean, don't you say how you have like crosses around from the time you still lived in Christianity because you
There's
have like
3 crosses near my altar. One large one, and then 2 that are just old necklaces.
Why would you keep those?
As part of my history. The altar that I've made is both in honor of the gods and in honor of what has led me to them, and Christianity was part of that path.
Yeah. Isn't there like a connection to your sort of like lineage and history and traditions within that? Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
My lineage goes back to Scandinavia and then also Scotland and Ireland. And there might be some Roman blood in me because, hey, that's where Rome was for a period of time as well. So
until St. Patrick.
Well, I'm talking about Britannia, not Ireland.
Oh, sorry.
I said Scotland, so I mean, yeah, Britain isn't listed, but there is also some British lineage in me. So basically, that very, very white tip top of Europe. I'm basically a mutt out of all of that. So the beliefs of the peoples in that area have interested me as much as a connection to my lineage and to myself. So that's been my reasoning for being gravitated towards it. Also, it's really cool. So there's that.
Like druids, it would.
Yes.
So essentially, it was a rediscovering of your heritage.
Yes.
I hate to
Also
break in, but Nadia, I'll see you later. I gotta go help a kids' church this evening. God bless you all.
All right. Have a good day.
See you later.
Oh, I wanted to kick it.
Yeah. in my case, like I think it's like a bit of PTSD some people get when they're kind of raised in it, and so kind of like what I've been doing over the past like year and a half was like, booking up on the Bible a little bit and so on. It's not really had the same kind of like repulsion or whatever other people seem to get from it. So that's that. Go ahead.
So, Ocean, do you have an interest in proselytizing? Or I guess he's not there.
I'm sorry, my roommate stepped in. Can you repeat yourself?
No, I was just wondering if you had an interest in proselytizing.
No, it's not evangelistic.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like I'm very question mark on the afterlife. A lot of pagans believe in the other world. I'm agnostic on it.
Can you imagine if someone actually did that in America, like in middle America?
Proselytizing paganism? I've thought about it. I know a few people that are like, yeah, I'd be really
oh my god,
preacher, and then all of us are like, yeah, none of us are really going to do that.
They might think you're evil, and who knows what they'd read into it.
No, it's not even because of what people would think. It's more like there's really no reason to.
Yeah.
As the only reason why I could see it being valuable would be just to raise awareness about who we are and that we're not gonna murder your babies.
Yeah. Hey, did you know about I think the Satanists had some kind of legal battle in Carolina, and it had to do with the state putting religious statues or effigies.
Are you talking about the Baphomet statue?
Yeah.
That they're putting up? Yeah.
I think it was Oklahoma, but even so.
Yeah, but the legal outcome is quite fantastic because they're now both forced to remove any religious stuff from the state grounds, which I think was the Satanist
did that
motivation.
get removed finally?
And go ahead. I think they allowed the Baphomet statue or something.
Last I heard they allowed it, but then I heard something about them possibly just removing everything.
That's what I heard was the outcome, but I could be mistaken.
Well,
the initial outcome was that they were going to allow it, and then they saw the statue, and it was just like immediately, okay, we can't have this in the courthouse, so let's do something about that.
I occasionally bring up the idea of proselytizing myself, but usually in the sort of context of like almost like a joke, making it sound ridiculous. Like I go around like knocking on people's doors saying, "Have you heard the good news? There's no such thing as a god, a soul, or an afterlife."
I thought it would be interesting if a pagan group got involved and erected a monument to Hammurabi's code. I would have LOL'd, because that's basically, it serves the same function of being also a law monument as the Ten Commandments do.
What code is that?
Hammurabi.
Hammurabi, okay.
He was a Babylonian king.
Yeah.
Erected this stone that has all of the law written on it, so that if you have any question about the law, you can just go to the center of town and look at the slab.
Right.
Most of it has to do with like renting.
I think it's like the first instance of codified law in history. I mean, at least.
Really? I'm looking at it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a really pretty little piece of rock. I think that there's codified law in Samaria, which would be prior to Anarubi's, but Anarubi was the first, like, hey, it's here and very public, and if you want to verify it, there it is, law.
Wow, what kind of stone is it?
I want to say it's mostly granite.
It's this black.
Yeah, it's a special kind of granite. It's pitch black.
Yeah. It's got one little chip in the top corner there, and a couple of cracks, but.
Well, if you look at that chip in the top corner, it's actually got a relief on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
If
Wait,
you're on the Wikipedia page, look at the second picture on the
Babylonian,
second
eh?
piece.
1754. Wow.
In that case,
Looks kind of like a
4,000
penis.
years.
Hold on a minute. Here we go. And share. If you look at the top part, there's the relief that's on it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. In my case, there's a bit there's a bit of a lacking of a symbol. It really means anything, and also the actual form of how one would go about having things like justice is based on a different principle from having a list of rules. This paper here on limited materialism to criminal law, I think, what's it, page 15, 16 in the internal page numbering gives you the idea of like a quote-unquote radical replacement, which is not rule-based.
Let's see. Carved into diorite steel, which is not steel as in steel. I think that it's S-T-E-L-E, which I think is just a word for a slab monument.
I usually hear it pronounced stele.
Stele, there we go. I've seen it written, I've never heard it pronounced, so. But this is the stone that it's made out of. I'll post a link to it.
It was found in rather recent times, too, 1901.
Hmm.
Imagine digging that up, eh? They must have completely freaked out.
It's a huge find.
What language is on it?
Ugaritic excavation of the Bale cycle and such, I think was only deciphered in 1920. So there's a great deal that's relatively recent. Same for Egypt. I think it's late 19th century. So.
Let's see. Akkadian. It's written in Akkadian.
Akkadian? I've never heard of that. When I hear Akkadian as a Canadian, I think of these French-speaking people. And
there you go. Second link I just posted. It's the ancient Assyrian and Babylonian language.
Okay. The Rosetta Stone. What year? What's?
I don't know if the Rosetta Stone would have helped with this.
No, it wouldn't have helped with that. That was only for Egyptian.
Right.
Well, it's for Egyptian and a couple of other things.
3 languages, I believe.
Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, Demotic, and Greek.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing written 3 times, which is a huge fucking deal. It helped translate pretty much everything in Egypt.
Yeah, there are still a number of undeciphered languages floating around that would be very historically enlightening to be able to decipher. Like, was it linear A or linear B, and also Etruscan? So. Yeah,
Etruscan would be fucking amazing if we could decipher that, but there's no comparative language because basically Latin moved in and fucked it.
I think it's grave sites mostly, which are kind of useless because they just have proper names or whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah.
and what is it, dice, something like that, labeling with numbers, kind of useless, right?
It helps a little bit, but not much.
Yeah, I don't think they've even like figured out which number is which. Just like these are, some ordering of these is 1 through 6. Yeah.
It's funny that we've kind of deciphered Mayan, but we haven't deciphered that. It's like an ancient European language, and it's like, fuck! It's in the middle of Europe. Why did anybody do a thing?
Yeah, there are a few others too, I think, too.
What's it called again?
Etruscan.
Etruscan.
It's with an E. They were the people that were in the Italian peninsula before they got kicked out by Rome.
Oh.
Very mysterious little group of people. They were Roman allies for a little while until Rome just swallowed them.
Wow, they had some nice art.
Yeah, Etruscans are cool as shit.
I think there's like some kind of ancient Iberian language that's undeciphered too. Yeah.
They had some amazing carvers that.
They're some of their stuff is just really cool. But there's like slabs and gravestones and all kinds of writing from them, but nobody knows how to translate a lick of it.
Wow, and it's fairly modern too, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
But they certainly appreciated the arts, in particular sculpture. Wow.
Well, kind of. There's this impulse to connect to heritage with these religions and such. Like there's the pagan religions. There's the trouble, of course. Even what writing is extant may not be decipherable.
Right.
So.
And there's a lot of pagans that follow Etruscan gods in a similar way that. Like
holy cow, their jewelry!
By making guesses. But even though with the Etruscans are kind of the exception to the rule that with a lot of pagan religions there's no writing available, because it was either the people didn't write or the writing that was available was destroyed by Christianity. One notable exception being the Asatru. But with the Etruscans, there's a wealth of writing available, just nobody knows how to read it.
Yeah, and
it must be related to Greek, maybe. Would it be? I don't know.
Probably not.
It's not known.
The issue with it being related to the Greeks is the symbols aren't the same. And if there was any inspiration from the Greeks, it was basically lettering. Not really any, like the idea of putting things into letters might have been inspired by the Greeks, but the Etruscans didn't have enough interaction with the Greeks to really to speak Greek or a relative of Greek. It would have been a completely different language because the interaction was so thin.
In terms of something that might touch on the Abrahamic context, are you aware very much of, I guess, a recent attempts at reconstructing Judeo-paganism, like the...
Yes, I've got a book around here called Did God Have a Wife that I've yet to read. Where the hell is that book? I think it's my...
Yeah, Ashura.
Yes. Yeah, it's a book on ancient Jewish polytheism, and there is a recent attempt to put that together, and it's being considered heretical area of study. A lot of problems with the idea of doing that because you're finding the roots of a very well-established religion, and a lot of the information that can be put together might discredit ancient Judaism. So,
and thereby, of course, all of the progressive revelations built upon it.
Right. So, if you are able to substantiate with good evidence that in the time of Noah or in the time of David, that polytheism was normal, that changes a lot of things about our understanding of ancient Judaism. Or even if the time of Moses. Like, because then Moses becomes a story reappropriated by a later cult.
I'm gonna race out.
Yeah, and that angle I've tried to pursue occasionally, but
I gotta
don't
head
know.
out for a bit.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just saying I want to head out for a bit in case somebody addresses me. I'd let them know I'm not here. And I'm not gonna remain connected. I should drop. See you guys later. Good chatting with you. Thanks for teaching me so many things.
Take care, Luke.
Dude,
Take care.
Dude.
I'm gonna share some controls with people.
Hey, Joseph.
Sure.
Are you aware that there is a historical inaccuracy in the Bible?
Oh, there's many.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was easy.
Okay, done with that.
I was hoping to talk about the consensus thing of in what is it, Luke? I think Luke 2.
Yes, no, there's many in Luke. There's I think the Sermon on the Mount. One place it says that Christ gave the sermon on the mountain, and then there's another place. Actually, it wouldn't be in Luke. There's a discrepancy. There's just discrepancies everywhere concerning where Christ held the discourse on the Beatitudes. Some say in a high place, others say in a flat place. Stuff like that. And that's just the old New Testament is rife with stuff like that.
No, wow. Okay. Are you a Christian?
Well,
yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like the Bible's not a science book, it's not a history book either.
Well, I mean, the evangelists weren't exempt from the incidentals, making mistakes in terms of the incidentals. But I think in terms of like the pure content of Christ's teaching, like I don't think there's errancy there. But yeah.
Yeah, that's not too far from what I phrased it as, but sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it sounds like it. Fine to me. I mean, I've remarked on a few different occasions that even if like it was actually like somehow probabilistically shown that the most likely case was that there wasn't actually a historical personage behind the Gospels and a person in history who was the inspiration for the accounts of Christ.
Right.
That it wouldn't actually necessarily falsify the Christian religion.
It wouldn't falsify the Christian religion if somebody else was responsible for writing the Gospels.
No, as if there was never a Jesus in history.
Right. Oh well, that's a breath of fresh air. I wouldn't suspect you to hold that position.
Well,
Jesus mythicism? Sure.
Yeah. Christ's mythicism would not necessarily discredit Christianity over as a whole.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I don't hold it as well.
All right, I'm out for.
Well, I mean, it's very hard to be a Christian because it makes very concrete historical claims about it's a very concrete historical narrative which is taking place, and it can be subject to such scrutiny. And I know I haven't educated myself enough in it to defend it, which is a great deficiency on my part. But I think there's very few other religions that make the kind of claims that Christianity does and make itself vulnerable to those kind of attacks. Everything else, other things tend to be more insulated. When it comes to like serious historical data and evidence.
Well, the basis of my counter-arguments tend to rest on other aspects besides that. So,
Right, I
I kind
know.
of do lean toward, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I know. You and I think ultimately our differences and disagreements come down between profound philosophical, you know, sentences about the nature of the world. So, but anyways, yeah. Is Ocean still here? I wanted to ask him more questions.
Oh, he left. He
dropped out.
stood in the middle. Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. It's just curious. It's curious to meet a polytheist. It's almost like seeing don't take this the wrong way. It's almost like going to the zoo and like like whoa, like look at all the animals. I don't know.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to like no. I mean that in all charity. It's curious. You just never meet. I mean, on these forums, to meet a polytheist is such a it's like a phenomenon, just a rare phenomena.
Well, he shows up regularly. You can catch him here later on.
Oh, okay. I haven't bumped into him yet, so. No, seemed like an interesting guy. Seemed like he was pretty well versed, but I wanted to pick his brain about some things.
Yeah, he has a degree in history. I think bachelor's. Yeah, bachelor's.
Okay. Curious that his discipline would lead to that. I mean, I wanted to kind of clash swords with him, and I don't know. Oh well.
I'm a little bit different myself because I think a lot of the flavor comes from like people maybe steeped in empiricism and kind of like science and empirical science, whatever kinds of majors, or maybe engineering too. Well, I was more the a priori affairs instead of empirical, the mathematics and computer science, right? So, the kinds of, lines of things I gravitate toward are more, logical and as opposed to evidential. And
well, yeah.
But go ahead.
Well, you're a reasonable human being then. I mean, the first thing is to establish. The first thing is to be well versed in the discipline of logic and be able to subject all things to the scalpel of it, and that's a winnowing fork. I mean, that separates a lot of wheat from chaff, and I think there's a lot of sciences we can deduce from that, including natural theology, but obviously that's where we disagree. So, I don't know. Anyways, I was gonna kind of do a. I wish he would. Wish I could have thrown the gauntlet at the guy a little bit, but in all, I mean, I wanted to have a good joust with him, I guess.
In terms of natural theology, or maybe polytheism per se, or
yeah. I mean, I don't think polytheism is something which can be substantiated on a just looking at it philosophically. I don't think it can hold water, whereas I think monotheism can. So, but
yeah, you might find that the kinds of counter-arguments end up not making contact because I don't think you actually really rests on like a sort of actual reality to the gods themselves. They represent things more like traditions and expressions of that, and so good.
So they don't actually have any. They don't have any. They just represent like forces of nature and tradition, customs. They don't actually have like actual metaphysical content to them.
I think he allows for them to possibly have such, but doesn't rely on them having such.
Yeah. I mean, there's a kind of romanticism to that. There's a sentimentality to that which I find a little bit gooey. But yeah. Seems a little too touchy-feely for me. Well, that's a subjective reaction. I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. The touchy feeling doesn't bother me. I mean, heck, I'm probably more at home in like the sort of Latin American you kiss and hug everybody hello kind of context.
Yeah. As Americans, if you compare and contrast this to other cultures, we tend to be a little bit we're a little bit puritanical. We're a little bit cold physically with each other, and yet we're simultaneously obsessed with sex. You know, we sort of have this. We're sort of this bifurcated people. We're people of extremes.
Yeah, that's a lot of times noted, like in various kinds of forms of the arts and such, like that the American products out there end up being extreme in various ways.
Yeah, no, it's curious. I wish I had time to do an extensive study of comparing sort of the sociology, the American sort of contemporary sociology and its history to other cultures and races, but that would be time consuming, and it's simply a luxury I don't have.
I'm hoping to study as many things as I can. Higher up on my list for the moment are these ethical philosophers. Like at the same time as maybe one takes some guidance from, let's say, quote-unquote scientific methods for, their predictive power to guess what the right thing to do would be, or most effective thing to do would be, say with the quote-unquote goal already set.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you read Peter Singer at all?
That's one of the big ones on my reading list, especially A Darwinian Left.
Okay. Yeah.
The leftism, of course. Yay for godless communism.
Godless communism. You know, it's responsible for a lot of deaths in human history. Oh, yeah. No, but do you think that was a deviation, or do you think that was do you think that's inherent to it? Obviously you disagree with the fact that that's inherent to it. You think it deviated from its ultimate design, right?
Well, I don't think of it as say the teleological kind of framework, but socialism in one country is has serious problems with its grounding, and in some respects, I think the outcome of the destruction or whatever of the communist states reflects how socialism in one country is an impossibility and it's not a viable strategy.
Right.
And of course, where overly harsh measures were taken to survive the kind of international order retaliating against it, like Stalin's purges and whatever, same kind of issue. Of course, you have.
So you think they were necessary? You think they were necessary measures for its own survival, or to try to strive for its survival?
Well, in some respects, once they kind of made the mistake of stepping into the socialism from one country strategy, kind of the survival within the context of that strategy, ended up being related to that. But, again, if you hadn't gone with the wrong strategy, then, then it would have been necessary. So, I think really it was that socialism in one country was a mistake.
Okay.
It was a lot of the mistakes, going around there, and say a lot of the attribution of things like say various famines to the leaders that were involved there are improper, and that doesn't excuse them. I mean, you still have body counts of
Right.
approaching 1 million for Stalin after you knock out the famines and the World War II casualties, and Mao and like fashion. That's still enough to actually condemn them and
Yeah.
make them monsters for that matter. But,
Right. Well,
go ahead.
I mean, I have to confess that ultimately, I do. Socialism has a great, communism has a great appeal. I mean, it really does. I mean, it's purported to end to, bring about the ultimate even distribution of all goods to all parties. So nobody's in want, nobody's a victim of of oppression. I mean, it's certainly its goal is very admirable.
I don't say it's even one at all. I mean, the very principle isn't mere equal exchange or tit for tat. It's do what you can for those who need it, right? It's 5 each according to their ability, 2 each according to their need. Right?
Well, it's sort of
that's a lot more resources than those who are, say, particularly needy. Go ahead.
Right. Actually, let me just look this up here. I mean, it sort of aspires to do. Wait, hang on, let me just look up something here. I'm looking up its economic policy again. I just want to get a refresher. Yeah. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna go get some dinner. I'm starving.
All right. Take care, Joseph.
All right, guys. I might be back. I don't know. All right. Take care. Bye bye.
Have a good night. Yeah. I think launching into things based on the principle helps a lot more than some kind of specific policy.
So how is it going with you, Nadia?
Oh, a little bit slow, but I'd say I'm holding out for the moment. Need to make some progress on this, number one. Which the pizza obviously didn't help. But I found a better way to get diet soda out to me than ordering pizza on my behalf. There's a grocery store nearby. People can actually give me gift cards for and such.
I hear you. So you're preparing your dinner or what?
I already finished it. And welcome, Dex.
Welcome,
Hey,
Dex.
Yeah, we can hear you.
quiet tonight.
Well, it was going for a little bit here. Something attracted people's attention.
Yeah.
No worries, they'll be over here. They'll be back over here once that one ends.
Yeah.
It's a little bit interesting because we had a radical traditional Catholic examining syncretic Asatru Celtic paganism.
Oh wow. Who's the Celtic pagan?
Ocean.
Ocean. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Hmm.
Yeah, the Asatru bit was more of a, I guess, the Norse and such. So Odin and Thor. Yeah, that's a arts cue right there.
Yeah. At least they have some cool gods.
Yeah, I keep remember, what is it? Thor and the Troll.
Thor and the
Can't
Troll.
remember the Troll. Sorry, go ahead.
I never heard that myth.
I can't remember the name of the troll, but I think it did have a name. And Thor was kind of in some kind of battle with it, and it was kind of like a Lernaean Hydra. It said that the troll was regenerating its limbs after Thor cut them off.
Oh yeah.
So, and then just like the Hercules Lernaean Hydra story, cauterizing the wounds let Thor defeat it.
Was the method of defeat the same, using fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hercules, of course, cauterized the wounds of the Lernaean Hydra.
Yeah.
Of course, the Hydra, I think, was regenerating its heads regenerating two heads in place of one, where I think the troll was just regenerating the same limb that was already there.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hydra stories has a little bit more symbolism, I think. It's a little bit it's easy to make a metaphor out of it.
Oh, sure, yeah. It kind of gives even an aspect of counter productivity instead of mere futility.
Yeah. Whereas, so maybe that's indicative of the two cultures. Whereas maybe the Celts, they were not as philosophically advanced, so to them a challenge is simply something that you keep beating on and it doesn't die.
Right.
That's that's sort of the most challenging thing that they could conceive.
Yeah, and of course the sort of backfiring. It's something else altogether too. There's, yeah. I was hoping there'd be some kind of like maybe like social engineering analysis, like the I guess claim of a moral transformation within Christianity or something like that, with it, as far as a method of guiding people toward right behavior and such. is demonstrably dramatically less effective than using actual scientific techniques. And I tried to get Dave to comment on it, but I don't know that he directly took it on. It kind of turned into, or where his response, I think, ended up going with it was like behaviorism and such, not being an approach that he deemed, entirely proper. And it's like, okay, well, it doesn't matter what the approach is. I mean, the area of scientific study is, social psychology.
Yeah.
And it kind of never really got off the ground there.
Ah, that's too bad. I mean, my view is that Christianity offers nothing sort of extraordinary in terms of moral guidance or guidance of any kind. That it, just like all religions, adapts to the philosophies and the ethics of its culture overall. I mean, obviously, what it's able to do is sort of it's able to take a little bit of the host culture and transplant it into other cultures. So it is maybe like a means of transplantation. But which is, I think, why religion is is valuable to cultures. But there have been Christians here who have been, I think his name is Scott. He espoused Alvin J. Schmidt's book, How Christianity Changed the World. Among others. Have you read that one?
I haven't read it, but I've seen Josh Brister. That's the one.
Josh, yeah. Good memory. Yeah, it's on my reading list.
Yeah, I should probably put it on my Amazon wish list.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 52% charge, so getting away from, I guess, heated conversation. My immediate vicinity, I'll have to wait for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, I think actually, to the extent that it's something of a, derived or whatever force, I mean, in terms of like an institution or a set of institutions, and a kind of social phenomenon has something of a life of its own. So maybe it's kind of birthed from the culture. It's certainly influenced by the culture, but I think it's got some manner of independence or whatever, if not actual agency to make the feedback loop two ways, right? So go ahead.
Yeah, I'd agree there. It's sort of a there's definitely a little bit of a dichotomy there. And I think that sort of religion bending to culture has to do with I think just political power structure. That if you're going to influence people, if you're going to bring them into your religion, you have to meet them halfway.
Like, what is it? The sort of like calling abandonment of like the dietary laws and circumcision, was already something of that nature. And more recently, what is it? Slavery and divorce, similar way as well. I mean,
yeah.
Sermon on the Mount, right? Pretty much, prohibits divorce altogether, right?
Yeah. Generally, as sort of social entities go, people will generally only follow them as long as they are useful, as long as they're beneficial overall. So if religion becomes too much of a burden on an individual to succeed in a society, I think that the individual ends up wanting a more liberal or just a different interpretation of it.
Yeah, have you seen the Univision poll of Catholics across the world? I'll put that to you. Univision Catholic poll. I don't know if you can Google faster than I.
Yeah.
So.
Catholic Church survey results. Terrible memory. I think I read this before.
Well, I've pointed you to it before, but I bring it up again and again because
oh yes,
kind of shows how the official Catholic doctrine is kind of not remotely followed in practice, not even professed, much less probably followed even by fewer than profess it. Yeah.
Yeah. Catholics in Africa are misbehaving.
Yeah, there's like a zealot convert there. Wow, I'm surprised on the women becoming priests question. I never even thought of that. What's the other one? Marriage of priests. Never even thought of like whether there are internal regulations regarding priests. Yeah, Pope Francis is incredibly popular. That's interesting.
Yeah, he is.
Am I still here?
You are, yeah.
Okay.
Are you outside?
No. Let me try switching to the house Wi-Fi so I can charge up my phone faster. I'll probably pause or cut out for like a minute or so, but not actually lose connection.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Adam Pugh. Long
Welcome,
time no
Adam.
see.
Okay. Oh, Adam. Long time to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, you haven't been able to get on much recently.
I have not.
Yeah. Oh.
Did you hear Ken Hovind has been released from jail? He's making a ton of videos now.
Yes, in fact, I've seen commentary on some of them. His claims have not changed much, but he really is doubling down on the freedom on the land, corporate America stuff. Like
Well,
I saw recently a video. He did a Q&A where he said, "Oh yeah, Obama is the president. He is the president of one of the corporations named United States."
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
well, yeah. 10 years spent in prison because of tax evasion charges will do that to you. Changing that view.
I don't know. I kind of sort of hoped that years in prison might have gotten him saner. But apparently the opposite is true.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, well, he's a charismatic dude. He probably owned half the prison there anyway. Got everybody, feeding from his hand, eating his bullshit.
Well, one of the things I know that happened is he actually met some nutters in prison that were serving for their own crazy views or related to their own crazy views. So that probably didn't help. You spend 3 months in a jail cell with another guy who says that, that America is secretly a maritime corporation or something, and that's not going to help your sanity any.
Yeah. It's not really rehabilitation, is it? Or corrections facility, as it's called.
Yeah, no, that's all. That's been one of my big problems with the American prison system is that having criminals be your primary source of socialization is not generally going to be very rehabilitative, is it?
Oh. Heck
Teach
no.
Yeah.
teach them to be better criminals.
There
Yeah,
you
that's
go.
what these prisons are doing. They're essentially academies for professional criminals.
Well,
Yeah.
they got to learn the skill somewhere, and at least this is something to make the liberals happy because the U.S. government's providing education to some people, right?
Oh,
Yeah. And sex
those are them
reassignment.
fighting words.
I think California had an inmate who's not getting paroled in lieu of actually providing the surgery, who's going to get sex reassignment surgery in prison. So, anyway, I think there's a certain extent to which, like, the fields we invested, like, our study and so on too, that we kind of identify with, have investments in, people like really go like in crazy stances against those, like the freedom on the land stuff you just mentioned. That I think that's kind of brings out our cries of objection there.
So you think that it's a belief that's seductive to people because of how nasty the government treats people? Is that what you mean?
I think it was a little bit from the other direction where, like, because you say, studied law and made a career in law, by someone going out and having like the crazy claims about law, kind of brings out your objections more than a lot of other issues.
Yeah, that's probably the case. I'll admit it. It's something that I certainly feel educated enough to speak strongly on. I'd say, I've spent enough of my own time researching some of the evolution claims and having been a creationist that I feel strongly on the creation issue and tend to speak strongly on that. I've spent enough time with the Bible that when people misrepresent the Bible, I feel I can talk about that, and I have a career in law, so when people misrepresent the law, I feel I can talk about that. So yeah, that's probably the case. I consider it one of my 3 sweet spots, put it that way.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how people end up even touching on or discussing the subjects of computer science or mathematics very often. I don't think people have an idea what an algorithm is and have like never heard like the fundamental theorem of Galois theory or Hartog's or Moreira's theorems. It's like,
yeah, if those things go, if people invest in higher math as part of crack pottery, they usually do it as that higher math applies to some physical theory, right? They're usually, it's really usually more on the physics side than the math side.
I think there actually is a nutter who makes crazy math claims. I think there's like someone who claims to have like proven or something the Riemann hypothesis. Hang on, let me look for Riemann hypothesis crackpot.
I know there have been some crackpots out there over the years who've claimed to square the circle. That's pretty common.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. No, Xian Jin wasn't it. I think it was from. I think it might be somebody actually from Purdue University where I went. Oh, DeBranges, that's it. Here we go. Here's one of his attempted proofs of the Riemann hypothesis. Yeah, needless to say, I don't think this guy was on campus much, because otherwise he'd probably have like a whole bunch of us like sitting in his door screaming bloody murder.
Why would you scream bloody murder about a guy claiming to having say solve the Riemann hypothesis? I mean, wouldn't you just like disprove? I mean, wouldn't you just post the flaws in the proof and be done?
I think that's more of what happens. So you.
The fun thing about butting heads with these guys who think that the District of Columbia is named the United States and is a separate corporation is that I've actually been reviewing the initial statutes and documents by which the DC was founded. I'm getting some history out of the deal, so that's kind of cool, I guess.
Oh, Ocean would be ecstatic to dig into that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is actually very interesting stuff. It's neat that there is a statute out there for establishing DC, and then that there actually are rules in the code for how statutes apply either to the federal to federal law generally or just to DC. I mean, you know, there is actual stuff out there. It's just that when you actually read it all, it's very clear that the claims they're making about like all federal laws only applying within the 10 miles of the District of Columbia are silly claims.
Oh yeah. I think I've had, I don't know, a sovereign citizen type person from New Zealand pop up. That was interesting.
Wow. So what's their argument? Is it that the whole island's actually owned by the sheep, or what?
It goes back to the Queen, of course. Yeah, it's like a whole like City of London, whatever it is, kind of, you know, BS, and they bring that kind of thing into New Zealand. I'm sure you've heard like the secret, the Queen secretly actually ruling the world and stuff. It's kind of like that, yeah.
Don't most of the people who believe that also believe the Queen is a reptilian? Or is that a different strain of nutters?
I think it's a proper subset of the Queen ruling the world nutters.
I'm incredulous as to the atheist pig. I find it unlikely that most pigs are Jewish. It is unlikely I find it unlikely that there's an atheist pig. I could get behind a Scientologist pig, but not an atheist pig.
Well, yeah, a Jewish pig, of course, because you know, it's not kosher, it wouldn't be eaten. So that kind of makes sense.
Exactly. That's why most pigs are Jewish.
Would there be some Muslim pigs too, though?
Yeah, there are some Muslim pigs, but not as many.
Yeah.
Most pigs are Jewish.
But how many secular Jews are there?
Well-known fact.
There are tons of secular Jews.
Well, that's true. I guess there could be some secular Jewish pigs. Those would be atheist pigs.
Winston, are you a secular Jew?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have a secular Jew who pops in here. Go ahead.
You're not really a pig, though, are you? I mean, you're just faking us out with that.
Wow, that's debatable.
Well, don't sit around counting chicken, otherwise they will want pork butts and taters for dinner.
Yeah, I haven't gotten Flip or whoever to do a black outline around it all. That I've guess my career is dead enough. I should probably knock it off my tagline here. And there is a new secular Jew who's been popping in recently, Jonathan Max. He's fresh out of Hebrew school, so he's got like all the Old Testament stuff just totally nailed down.
Awesome. I would have a lot of interesting questions for him. Does he agree with my interpretation of Deuteronomy 28?
Does he think that there is a magical money tree?
Hmm. He's a secular Jew, so.
Oh, he's a secular Jew, so never mind. Well, no, I still would be interested if he understands and agrees with my interpretation of Deuteronomy 28.
I can tell you if it's consistent with the Jewish
24.
interpretation.
Look it up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's actually like studied this stuff because his parents were Orthodox and stuff. So they put him like through like school where he had like, what did you say? It was like 4 hours a day or something like that. You know, for like 18 years or however long that people were in school. I guess 12. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I
So they
thought Catholic
cost-
school was bad.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty heavy religious workload. I mean, I can imagine like, you know, a mandatory like 1 hour per semester or something like that. But or like, you know, 1 hour out of the day, you know, for the class schedule, and then everything else kind of being normal. But that was like half of a school day, like, you know, devoted to the religion.
Yeah, it seems like that would be. I mean, at that much, it's at the detriment of other subjects. You're not going to be able to get a full, science or history education if that much of your time is devoted to Hebrew stuff.
Mm. Yeah, he's like, is he like a fluent Hebrew speaker or what? I think he is. He's like been to Israel and like, going around town talking Hebrew. Yeah.
I think the closest I've ever went to with having an argument with a Jew was a Messianic Jew by the name of Mariano Greenbank, aka True Freethinker, who basically did that pre-sale bullshit, but didn't really stick up as well.
Mm. I don't know. We tend to get less into like arguments and such. Like for all the like blatant stuff in like Leviticus and who knows what. They kind of end up being like actually liberal there and so on and so forth. So it kind of turns into more of a I don't know, commiseration or whatever regarding the dominant cultures and who knows what. Of course,
just a reference, not more.
Yeah, Nathaniel and Gabriel are like both actually in Israel, so there's kind of like not a whole lot that really goes on there, at least as far as what it is about America. But Nathaniel's, well, at least I've heard Nathaniel go on a little bit about things he doesn't think are great ideas in the U.S. What is it? Jonathan's in Canada, and Erica is probably the only one in the U.S. Oh wait, there's Philip also. He's kind of patriotic.
There are no good candidates for the 2016 election. There are no good candidates at all.
Yeah, I actually have a video coming out about that. About apparently Bill O'Reilly doesn't care if fucking Donald Trump has any good ideas, as long as he can talk.
Yeah, I think Hillary's kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Like as long as he can talk, good stuff will happen apparently. And Barry Sanders got pretty much locked down.
Yeah, I think like Hillary's, kind of, well, kind of so for kind of the baseline being on par with Mussolini, and Bernie Sanders is thankfully a bit to the left of that, and we actually need more like a Vladimir Lenin or someone on that order, or Nestor Makhno, even better.
I don't know. I would. I think Hillary's a terrible candidate. I've not seen any Republican candidate that I like even a little bit, except maybe Ben Carson, and even he's marginal. So right now I'm stuck in a situation of where if things go the way they're going now, I'll probably just write in Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, don't settle for the lesser evil.
Exactly.
Vote Cthulhu 2016. Yeah, there you go.
Did you guys see the candidate, These Nuts? It was like a poll done, and there was like Donald Trump, Hillary, and then a 15-year-old put himself in as These Nuts. He was.
And it's got 9% North Carolina ballot.
Yeah, 9%, right?
I told you I'd bring that back. I told you.
Yeah, it's funny. The top Republican contender is like going on about Megyn Kelly's menstruation. That's brilliant.
Say it. Say these nuts.
What the polling groups actually did a D's nuts favorable, unfavorable, and 81% were undecided. For D's nuts. So D's nuts has a platform now. So
wouldn't it be like, you know, who's favored over who within like the Republican candidate field or something?
What they did, there were two different polls. They did a poll where they ran Hillary, Donald, and D's nuts as an independent, and the breakdown was, I think it was like Hillary 50%, Donald Trump 41%, and D's nuts 9%, something like that. It's the breakdown, and this is in North Carolina. But then they also ran a favorable, unfavorable on D's nuts by himself. And, you know, because they just do favorable, unfavorable for individual candidates. See what people's general opinion was. And in that one, D's nuts got 81% undecided, and like 8% favorable and 11% unfavorable or something like that.
Yeah, gotta say, yeah, a lot more into the shaft than I am the, I guess, these nuts.
Well, then you should spend a little time and kind of reacquaint yourself. There's quite a bit there to enjoy.
Okay.
Well, these nuts encourage the conversation and debate in a republic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would actually recommend that several of you have one-on-one discussions with these nuts.
There we go.
I think several of you could get a whole lot out of some one-on-one time with these nuts.
I'd like to play with these nuts.
Need to increase
I'd like to play with these nuts.
Yep.
You gotta meet these nuts.
You got walnuts, you got pecans, you got almonds, pistachios.
These nuts sound delicious.
Absolutely.
Vote for hope. Vote for change. Vote for these nuts. These nuts 2016. These nuts were approved by this message.
I get excited over these nuts.
Salon had something about the religious beliefs of the candidates in the Republican presidential field. That was a bit interesting there. A lot of them were pretty extreme. I think
Just have the word funding next to each of them, right?
I don't think they used that word per se, but I think there was you know, some pretty serious extreme stuff with like Scott Walker doing some kind of bizarro childhood preaching, I think faith healing stuff maybe. So I think I went check the wrong tab for where I was in my history. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the phrasing of the article, or maybe in framing too, is pretty far off, but the article itself points to pretty serious, you know, well, bad theology. Yeah, and I think actually if, you know, just decent theology was going around, I think we'd clean up a lot of the sort of, you know, crazy issues with like people saying I'm demon possessed and such.
Well, what do you think of Ben Carson? He's Seventh-day Adventist. I don't think they have any of that nutso stuff. They're pretty tame.
Aren't they
I've
like
not
the source of
seen
younger
those.
creationism?
What?
Go ahead.
Aren't they what?
Weren't the Seventh-day Adventists like the source of younger creationism in the U.S.?
Historically, I don't know. I did not know that to be the case.
Yeah. Well, I think it is mostly historical. I think actual like modern day ones don't really hold it. At least not that
Because so.
What's
They
that?
were some of the tamer Christians that I knew from my days at Stanford were Seventh Days.
Yeah. I don't think it's so much that where he is as a denomination as he actually has like particular positions that. Yeah.
But who knows? You gotta gauge the individual candidate. Very few of these candidates have tripped any of my 3 automatic no buttons, so I'm just kind of in the standpoint of evaluating them individually.
So who do you see getting the Republican nomination?
I have exactly 3 automatic no buttons, and if you don't trip them, then I'll at least consider voting for you. So.
Which are those again? Is it creationism? Is one of them, or?
Probably creationism, hunting down Christians, and Donald Trump. That's probably the 3.
My 3 no buttons are: has the candidate ever cheated on a spouse? If so, I will never vote for them. Number 2, has the candidate ever advocated burning or restricting literature in an educational institution? If so, I will never vote for them. Number 3, has the candidate ever committed an actual act of treason against the United States? If so, I will never vote for them. So to give examples for those, due to the first criterion, I could never vote for Newt Gingrich and never would, because he cheated on his first wife with his second wife and his second wife with his third wife. So he's entirely off the table for me. Category 2, I don't actually know of any American politicians who have advocated burning or banning books. But there was a rumor floating around that Sarah Palin was, and had she done so, I would not have voted for the McCain-Palin ticket, which I did end up voting for. The rumor ended up being false. And for number 3, I could never vote, for instance, for Jane Fonda because she committed an actual act of treason against the United States. So
who do you see getting the nomination for the Republicans?
I have no idea. Like I said, I don't see anybody up here that I really, really love. I'm hoping that Marco Rubio or Ben Carson gets the nomination because I could stomach voting for either of them, at least right now. I really hope it's not Trump because although being a truther and a birther is not an out-and-out, button for me, it's pretty close to one. So, and and Trump has been challenge. If you remember, Trump challenged Obama on his birth certificate.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing's just ridiculous. I mean, he's a ridiculous person.
Trump did cheat on his wives. I think he does actually cheat on his wives.
What, Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I couldn't vote for him for that reason then.
Well, there.
Yeah. That's something that I look into much more closely when we get closer to an actual election I would vote in.
Donald Trump. I mean, he's been out and about it. Like he's a businessman. He will sell anything from under people. Like he was recently caught that in a land deal with the mayor where he bought land for $1 from a corrupt mayor. I'm gonna look it up, the article, but that was Trump. He's very questionable, his morality.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is, that I could see several circumstances where that would keep me away from Trump. But for instance, Trump versus Hillary, that would not have made a difference to me at that point because Hillary's just as corrupt, if not more so. So then it's the question of who has the better policies. Well, except Trump has cheated on his spouse. I don't see any indication Hillary has done so. So that would tell me who to vote for there.
Hey, wait a minute. Hillary's got some kind of demonstrable corruption? What?
Oh yeah, I see her as basically embodying everything corrupt about the U.S. government.
How?
By her involvement and complicity with her husband's policies in the 90s, selling out to China, selling out to unions, selling out basically to everybody. Really nasty stuff.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, yeah, Clinton was squeaky clean too. Or sorry, Bill Clinton was squeaky clean too.
Was what? Sorry.
As far as I can tell, they were both squeaky clean, and the closest thing to
oh please
something like Bill Clinton's affair.
I wonder how long Donald Trump's going to hold the lead.
I mean, I've seen stuff about murdering Vince Foster, and it's pretty much crazy conspiracy stuff. I don't know. I think they're very different games getting played by whatever you might want to call the sides. Kind of the noblesse oblige, while of course, maintaining the class interest is, the democratic affair, and then the capitalism sauvage and, the sort of nouveau riche, the social climbing affair is the Republican one. So that's kind of where I see them coming from. So, I don't think the tendency is there that doesn't really completely exonerate them, especially not on foreign policy. That's pretty much shared.
Nadia.
Yeah.
Not to change the subject, but you ever read any of Robert Price's books?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about Richard Carrier? You familiar with him?
Yeah, I've heard his too. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've just got some of his coming from the library. I want to try to get into that and see what they have to say about the whole Jesus myth, if it is a myth.
Oh, well, it's pretty clear what to say. I mean, basically, there's no historical personage who existed and was behind the Gospels, which, I guess is contrary to some Christians' religious belief and all that, although it doesn't entirely refute Christianity. I mean, there's always a Docetist position and such, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, so you force them into Docetism, whatever. Well, so what? They still haven't ultimately, quote unquote, proven there is no God, right? So.
Well, I guess my main issue is just seeing some of the debates that have been going on in this hangout before with some of the Christians who, take the Bible literally and say that it's literal historical truth. And I know that there are many historical problems with the Gospels per se, but I'm not. I mean, I used to be a little bit more familiar with those, but I haven't. It was a long time ago, so I just want to try to refresh myself what some of those issues are.
I'm not sure how enlightening Carrier really is to kind of get a rundown of, I don't know, the landscape of all the various historical issues of the Gospels. In some respects, it goes kind of like more for depth than breadth. Kind of try to chase these things all the way home. And welcome, Jessica. Good to have you on.
Hi.
Good to have you on. We were just discussing, I guess, whether there was an actual historical person behind the Bible's accounts of Jesus Christ. So.
But comment on the politics, like to get that far up ahead in like in politics. I mean, you have to sort of have like a questionable character. It's very hard to get that far up ahead without being somewhat of a double-faced person.
Well, that's kind of why the noblesse oblige faction is losing, right? Because they are playing that kind of game, and they are getting massacred on those fronts because of it.
What would you say? What would you say about Bernie Sanders? I mean, he's so far what I've heard, I like his policies. It's what he has espoused.
Yeah, there's a bit of a question as to whether he would be, say, too isolated from the establishment to really get any traction for his policies, or kind of be taken seriously outside of, like, I guess, the general public.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the big. I like Bernie Sanders too, but I agree with Nadia. He's just way too outside. He's almost seen like a fringe, which is a shame.
He's sort of like Ron Paul from the last election. Like he was also like that, Ron Paul. Even if you don't agree with his policies, but I think he's like sort of like Bernie Sanders in the way you're describing, and he did not win, even though he had overwhelming support. Like Ron Paul had a lot of support.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a lock for Hillary to get the Democrat. I'm sorry.
Well, some of the trickiness, though, is the presidency is not where the policy, kind of really comes from. It's actually Congress. And that, unfortunately, looks like the Republicans are going to kind of even strengthen their stranglehold for 2016. Frankly, Hillary Sanders or Clinton Sanders ticket, one president, one vice president, or something. Maybe that would energize the electorate enough. To have, say the first woman president, and then Sanders is, representing kind of like being outside the establishment and all that. And hey, why not join forces?
Yeah.
Why make it a competition? Yeah.
And then the other side will have Trump Palin.
Yeah, or what is it? Carly Fiorina, I think, is kind of attracting some establishment attention. She might be put up as kind of a way to, neutralize the kind of, energization or such, from the first woman president, kind of, turnoff factor. Go ahead.
You'll have Bill Clinton back in the White House once Hillary gets elected. I mean, he'll be back in there.
Absolutely. There we go.
Do you think that Hillary, like over one of her last days as president, will just have like one of her secretaries like do something to her in the bathroom, just to get back.
Make it on the desk of the Oval Office, whatever. But, yeah.
And then she would be
Oh,
like,
oh.
I did not have sex with that.
Forget Hillary and Bill Clinton. We need to get George Clinton out there. He has like a whole like is it an album or just a song about painting the White House black?
Yeah.
You okay?
I think people will start
Welcome,
voting for
Jessica.
Hillary.
You okay? Hey,
Oh, hey.
you Mel.
I'm not sure we can make out what you're saying.
Me go Mel. I go.
We're at something of a loss. I'm not sure if there's like a lot of reverb or something where you're sitting. It doesn't sound like an electronic distortion effect.
I go Mel. Bye.
Bye.
That was weird.
She was of Italian descent. At least from her last name.
Yeah, I checked out her profile. It looked like she had at least had a history of posting, so it wasn't like a blatant sock account from some troll.
Oh, yeah.
And she doesn't seem to have much of a relationship to any of the issues that we tend to explore on this channel, though.
Dude.
Best I can tell, she's not LGBT. She's not really interested in religion or science or philosophy, and so on, or politics or any other ideology. So, who knows?
Does she like atheist pigs?
I would question whether she even knows what the word really means. I mean,
okay.
Probably what most people are going to think when they think of it is something having to do with communism. Which I guess in my case is actually accurate, but yeah, probably not for the rest of the field. So.
My celebrity hasn't reached the furthest boundaries of the internet yet, I guess.
Yeah, I need to work on mine. Probably the best way to would be, basically to, actually, it is in many respects a beauty contest. Yeah, if I manage to, say, marshal, say, financial resources to, fix up the body, make myself like a transgender Jacqueline Glenn, then I'd be like, all set. And, even put in some time to like further education, have some kind of like a way of doing like real life events that are related to, atheism, skepticism, philosophy, politics, other ideology and such, right? So, or feminism too, for that matter. I kind of hit all the bases, and which you actually need money to be able to go out and do, right? It's like even a subway tickets, right? You gotta be able to slide your card. You gotta have your card all juiced up. Welcome to Seamus. I've got to land that job so I can get out there, go out and do it. And friggin' the city's jobs have to be able to get me in somehow. I mean, they have people like straight out of the friggin' homeless shelters, slide up these jobs. And welcome, Seamus, and welcome back, Jessica. It does mean I won't be able to do these things 24 hours a day, though. Sorry. So, Seamus, what's your latest, proof that there are such things as gods? Or maybe souls, or afterlives. Whatever.
Lately, I really haven't been messing around with any of that stuff. I've been doing more historical studies and like textual studies. So I really haven't really been advanced advancing any theological arguments or anything like that lately. I'm just trying to study my textual criticism and history and stuff. There's a few other right now my main focus is basically, like I said, like textual criticism and historical arguments. So I don't really have anything. I think I don't know about arguments for the existence of God, but I guess if I had an argument for Christianity, then that would therefore be an argument for the existence of God, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So okay, well I could kind of pitch you an argument if you would like.
Sure.
Okay, well it's basically asking for a consistent historical approach to not only early Christian writings such as the Gospels and the Epistles, but also taking into account other things such as like dating and textual stuff like that to come to certain conclusions. So like I'd basically start off with saying that basically some of the earliest epistles that we have of Paul, about 6 or 7. Usually it's 7. Are like undisputed to be Pauline in origin. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, of those 7 that are usually accepted, it would be like Romans, 1st, 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, 2nd Thessalonians, and I guess Philemon, but I guess that's just a really small text. But if we look into 1st Corinthians, which is dated like in the beginning of the 50s, like anywhere from like 50 to 52 or something like that. 51 is probably a more common date for it. Some will be a little bit later, up until 55, but regardless, sometime in the early 50s, 1st Corinthians has come out, and inside 1st Corinthians is an early creedal statement, and it basically has like a certain form to it, and it basically says that. Here, let me pull it up really quick because it'd probably better illustrate this point. This argument's kind of complex and formal in nature and takes kind of a while to run, but I think in a minute it'll start picking up pace and you'll understand where I'm kind of going with it. Let's see if I can show you this this early creedal statement. Right here.
Well, the good news, beyond just the fact there are no such things as God, souls, or afterlives, is that I actually have an attention span. So, yeah, plenty of time to finish your argument.
Okay, so here, this is contained in 1 Corinthians 15, and it basically is an early creedal statement. It reads like this: "For what I have received, I pass on you as of first importance," and then there's a hyphen, and here's where the creedal statement begins. "That Christ died for our sins, according to the Scriptures, that he was buried, and that he was raised on the 3rd day, according to the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas and then to the 12. Now, if you look, the way it says, it basically says, blah, 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 according to the Scriptures, blah, 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 according to the Scriptures, and then he appeared to Cephas and then to the 12. If you look at this early creedal statement, most people will agree. Statements, these are found all over the Bible, but statements such as these and the one, the Carmen Christi, which is contained in Philippians chapter 2, the one that talks about the deity of Christ. Do you know which one I'm talking about, Nadia?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so these early creedal statements, what we notice is that when these things are implemented, like right around 50 AD, we'll notice that the bulk of Christians, the audience, were basically illiterate. So like 90 of the Christian recipients of the gospel, tradition or whatever, these people would have been illiterate. And a lot of times the best ways, it's been posited, the best ways to kind of keep an illiterate audience to know certain things and become familiar with them is, for one, to use early creedal statements such as this one and the one in Philippians, and not just to use early creedal statements, but to also use like short stories, like parables, and to also use like little sayings such as turn the other cheek and walk the other mile and so on and so forth. And by having people remember either short creedal statements that follow certain forms, or short sayings, or just very short kind of story in Gospels, that's a lot of things that were communicated within these early churches. So with all of that being said, I'll rely on another historical fact, which would be, okay, so let's talk first of all about the things that I've already established. So first of all, I've established that there was a man named Paul who had origins within the Christian movement. No one really disputes this. Of the letters of Paul, we have 7 of his original letters, one of which that I've examined as a creedal statement that's dated to 50. That creedal statement obviously dates previous to Paul's conversion, and this would be the argument for that. So that's yet to be supported. So here's historical fact number 2, besides of the authorship of the epistles and the dating of them, which are widely accepted. I'm not trying to be like an evangelical by doing this. Most scholars would actively accept these things. So with that being said, we look at Paul's conversion, and so here's the interesting thing. People are like, how could we know anything about Paul's conversion? Well, think about this. What do we know about Paul? Okay, we have 7 of what most scholars believe undisputably are his authentic letters, the ones that I named earlier, and we certainly know the datings for these epistles, at least to a pretty good probability, and that's all that history really can get you to anyways. With that being said, Paul's conversion must certainly have happened previous to the epistles. Certainly. It wouldn't make obviously it's absurd if it went the other way around. So as we look at the earliest epistle, which is right around 50 or 51, and then we'll take the death of Jesus being another commonly, without being a complete full-on mythicist, most people are going to accept the date of around 33, around April or May of 33. So if we do the math, and we say that Corinthians was written in 51, that puts us like 18 years out. Okay, so we're like 18 years removed from the death of Christ. Okay, and this doesn't even assume when Paul converted. Paul certainly converted much before this. So what do the modern scholars think that Paul converted? So we have an 18-year span. Most people think in this 18-year span he converted within the first 3 years. That's to say that Paul is generally regarded to have converted to Christianity about 2 to 3 years after the death of Jesus. Do you dispute any of these historical facts?
I would not really grant it as really known or determined, when or whether the person died. Whether the person died, the no case being there was no person, right? So.
Yeah, well, the easiest way to dispute that would be basically just to start disputing some of the premises. Obviously, disputing Paul's existence or the authorship of the Pauline epistles or the dating of them or Paul's conversion are probably not the best things to question because they're pretty firmly established. But even though Jesus' existence is still pretty firmly established, it's established lesser than those things. So certainly, of any of the things I've said so far, that might be the better grounds for you to challenge. But I think that the argument can't really be put forth in the manner if you challenge Jesus' existence. So if what I'm basically saying is the argument can't even get off the ground if you don't. We wouldn't know. I would have to basically stop the argument and then argue for the historicity of Christ, which then would not. We'd ultimately reach an impasse there, and then this argument's finished. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, for the sake of argument, I can agree with it, sure.
You should grant it to me for the sake of argument. It's fine, but also you should grant it to me based on modern historical and scholarly consensus due to most of the evidence. Like if I was trying to get you to grant something for discourse that was like an evangelical, like unsupported supposition, that would be kind of jacked to be like, oh, I really need you to presuppose this radical evangelical thing that no one but a Christian's going to agree to. But I'm actually not asking you to do that. I'm actually asking you to not agree with the radical evangelical blah blah. I'm asking you to just agree with the bulk of historians. So with that being said, and you're saying that you'll grant that premise, we'll notice that, like I said, there's an 18-year span between some of Paul's first writings, and this is also what is interesting. I will be referring now to another text. I'll only be referring to like two texts here, like Galatians and 1 Corinthians 15. This is kind of like an argument basically presented by Gary Habermas. And so in Galatians, what you see is he writes a letter to the Galatians, and let me just check the dating of that epistle real quick. I really think it was 55, but I just want to check so I can be a little more accurate here with you. Galatians. Okay, let's see here. It says, some scholars date the original composition to 50 to 60 AD. That's pretty much what I was saying. It's probably somewhere around 55. Other scholars agree that Galatians was written between the 40s and early 50s. That's plausible, but for the sake of argument, I'll just assume the former, which is basically what I was ballparking at to begin with. So I basically put Galatians somewhere around 55. What you'll notice is that in the text of Galatians, he basically says, or no, maybe it wasn't Galatians, maybe it was 1 Corinthians. Let me find it real quick. Okay, no, it was 1 Corinthians. So I'm still using 1 Corinthians. So what it says is, and this one was written, like I said, in 50 or 51. Okay, so what it says is, at the very first chapter, very first sentence in 1 Corinthians, it basically says, no, it's 1 Corinthians 15. Now, brothers and sisters, I want to remind you of the gospel I preached to you, which you received, on which you have taken your stand. By this you are saved, if you hold firmly to the word I preached to you. So here's what this basically means. He's basically saying, I've already come and I've already preached to you the gospel. So what he's basically saying is, Paul helped us, already visited the Corinthian church previous to this letter. This letter was actually so he visited the Corinthian church after it was first established. Then he moved on. They sent him a letter, and then he replied with this letter. So what this means is that I've now narrowed the 18-year gap, because the fact that he certainly visited Corinthians before 50 or 51. Most people think it was around like 48, so I'm not really shaving off a whole lot here. I'm only about 15-year gap that we have. So I've narrowed the gap between what we know between the reliable, I don't want to use the word reliable, but basically the tradition I basically narrowed from the epistles all the way down to 1 Corinthians and to before 1 Corinthians. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to date it, try to date it within about a year or two from the death of Jesus. And how I do that is back to that early creedal statement in 1 Corinthians. And what you'll notice is that the Pauline conversion was supposedly about 3 years after the death of Jesus. And so this creedal statement, many scholars have argued that this creedal statement was actually around before Paul's conversion. This isn't something that Paul made up. This was basically a creedal statement that Paul was implementing, right? Basically a creedal statement he didn't make up that he was putting to use. So, if in fact that is true, which it possibly might not be, but it could be true based on the evidence that I've provided, that this creedal statement dates pre-Pauline conversion. So what does that mean? What is the conclusion? That this creedal statement, okay, it is before anywhere from 1 to 3 years removed from the death of Jesus Christ. Okay, so what does this mean in the terms of this argument? What do we see in the early creedal statement? Okay, it says this: for what I have received, I pass on to you as first importance, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, that he was buried, and that he raised on the third day according to the Scriptures. So, what I've basically established here is that from the very... Okay, let me show you what's interesting here. Before the minimal facts argument, most people would have to argue from Mark, which was the earliest gospel, and say, well, Mark's dated in 70, and, Jesus died in 33, and this is, like 37 years removed from the death of Jesus, and according to most ancient standards, this is actually pretty freaking good, and that's actually very, very true. But what I've done now is I've narrowed the gap all the way down to just like within a year of Christ. So what I can show you is that it used to be a 37-year gap that you would have to argue this tradition amongst the early pre-minimal facts argument. But now, all I have to argue is that, look, we have something that's confirmed in history, a tradition that was around not 30 years, not 20 years, but 1 to 3 years after the death of Jesus.
Wait. How did you get that, though? I was just curious. How did you get to the 1 to 3 year after Jesus?
Okay, very, very, very shortly, this is what we know. We know that about 7 of the epistles, most scholars will not even argue that Paul didn't write them. They grant it. They're like, these 7 we know Paul wrote. One of those 7 is 1 Corinthians. Is dated around the year 50 or 51. In 1 Corinthians, it basically says this. He's saying that he came there and he already preached once, and now he's having to write a letter to give them kind of correction. So what we know is that Paul must have certainly visited the Corinth church about 3 years before this. So that would put us around 48. So if Jesus died in 33, and now I'm at 48, that's 15 years removed. But here's another interesting fact. Paul was known to convert about 3 years after the death of Jesus, okay? So now I'm only 3 years back from the cross, but there's a few things I have to prove. One, that this information was actually present within the 3 years that Paul converted. So what do we see here in 1 Corinthians? We see an early creedal statement. It basically says that Christ rose from the dead according to the Scriptures, that he died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and it's in a creedal form that it basically says blah, 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 according to the Scriptures, blah, 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 according to the Scriptures, and then he appeared to Peter and the 12. And it's like an early statement to get these people to remember. So what most scholars argue is that Paul converted 3 years after the death of Christ, and this is an early creedal statement that Paul didn't make up, Paul was just using or implementing. This is probably a creedal statement that was around before Paul's conversion. Okay, so if in fact that's true, if this creedal statement was around before Paul's conversion, that would put the deity of Christ around and talked about and in written, or not written form, but in an oral tradition about 1 to 3 years after the death of Jesus.
Okay,
So,
let me ask you. How do you know? You have to hold my hand walking through this, but how do you know, or how do we know that Paul converted more or less 3 years or so after Jesus?
Good question. Good question. So this is what we do know of Paul. What we do know of Paul is that 7 of the 13 or 14 letters that he did wrote, scholars undeniably just say, yeah, Paul wrote these. There was a guy named Paul, or Saul of Tarsus, changed his name to Paul. He penned these letters. These are authentic Pauline letters. So like I said, amongst the earliest letters are usually dated about 50 or 51. So that in itself is only like 18 years removed from the death of Christ. Only 18 years. So what we know is this. If Paul wrote these 18 years after the death of Christ, he had to have converted sometime before this 18 years, right?
Mhm.
Because these letters were written after Paul's conversion. So, with that being said, the dating can be anywhere in this 18-year gap, but I can show you a way that we can at least narrow it to 15, because he mentions in 1 Corinthians that I've already come and preached you the gospel before in person. And most people, according to the attributations and Acts, will say that it happened about 3 years previous, about 48. So that narrows the gap to about 15 years after the death of Christ. Okay, so now we have 15 years, and Paul certainly must have converted before these 15 years. Okay, so that's certainly established. Now, why do most scholars think that Paul converted just a few years after the death of Jesus? Well, basically, it has to do with Paul's writings, Paul's travels. There would have had to been a sufficient amount of time for him to write these things. There would have been a sufficient amount of time for him to travel, and these churches actually been established. For example, if Christ died in 33, all of these churches couldn't have been around in 34. Do you understand what I'm saying? It takes a long time for all these churches.
Yeah, because he established many of them. Paul did.
Right, exactly. So
that did take time. If he had to walk, there was no train.
Exactly. So what does that mean? That means that these churches would have had to actually. It takes a little bit of time for these churches to basically get around, to be present. So we know certainly that of those 15 years, Paul would have had to at least do some traveling, and he would have had to at least travel to some of these churches. So that would at least take us back easily another 10 years, if you think about it, for the establishment of all these churches, for the travels, and for these writings to not only be written but starting to be circulated. Most people, and then this is ballparking, but they'll easily say, yeah, I mean, him to make those trips and do these certain things, and it would definitely take up a chunk of time. So there's a few other arguments that basically roll back, but they'll say within that 15-year span, take at least minimal 10 years for him to do these things. That would put us within 5 years of the death of Christ. And most people will date the Pauline conversion to like 2 or 3 years, but you could be liberal and just say 5. There's certainly other arguments too to get around that, but must have been definitely. And other things that corroborate this, even though they're not very big, are certainly like what would be the accepted age of Paul. Like when he penned these letters, he was thought to be around this old. Like he wasn't thought to be 5 years old when he penned these letters. You see what I'm saying? He was thought to be well into adulthood when he wrote these letters.
Well, I heard that he was born maybe 4 or 5 years after Jesus.
Yes, most people think he was born like 3 to 5 years or 3 to 6 years after the death of Jesus. So that also gives us another corroborating fact, because he wasn't born 3 or 5 years after the death of Jesus, after the birth of Jesus. Right. Is what I meant to say. Right. Okay. So with all of that being said, Paul's got to grow up some before he can write these letters, and if Paul was born right around the time of Jesus, and we think Paul wrote most of these letters in his 50s, it logically follows that his conversion must certainly have been just within a few years of the death of Christ, based on all that criterion of information. And besides me just sitting up here and kind of just going on and on like about what is or what I think is, I'll also give some, because this argument really hinges around kind of modernly accepted historical facts. So what I'll do now is I'll kind of post a stub to the Paul's conversion and show you why this is kind of like, I'm not like preaching like evangelical BS here. If you click the link I just showed you, it says Paul's conversion can be dated to 31 to 36. And most people, the death of Jesus is anywhere from 30 to 33, so that's why you actually see 31. That also counts that Jesus could have died in either 30 or 33 by his reference to it in one of his letters. So he not only makes reference, and there's not only other corroborating facts about 1 Corinthians and stuff like that, but that would be why most modern scholars, not just radical Christians like me that have some bias, that's why most modern scholars actually think that Paul's conversion happened within that time.
And all this kind of points to the idea that the church was just off and running pretty much soon after the resurrection. You know, that all this just got into motion almost immediately.
I'm pretty sure there's a. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nadia.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason why. Also, welcome, Christian anarchist. It's a reason why Paul is taken to be historical, and I'll dig around and see if I can find out what it is.
What did you say about Paul being historical?
There's some reason why people take him to be historical, and I'll dig up why it is.
What do you mean, why they think him to be historical?
Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they think he's
I'm just
historical?
curious what she means by that. What do you mean by it?
Well, given that there's like pseudepigrapha and so on, you know, as a kind of pattern in general, you know, things are occasionally attributed to, mythological figures. That is, authorship attributed, and saying, ruling that out or how that is ruled out. I don't have quite a handle on, but.
So you think that Paul is a myth?
What, is that what you were talking about, Pauline mythicism?
I'm saying I don't know why people don't consider that a real possibility. I think there is somewhere. I just have to find it out.
Okay, most modern scholars laugh Jesus mythicists right off the stage, but if you claim to be a Pauline mythicist, they would probably stop breathing and just choke on their word. You would be just ridiculously laughed at. Not because the fact that Paul is corroborated just so heavily within his epistles and within the tradition and stuff like that. It's really hard to make a case that with all of this evidence, this person didn't exist. What it turns you to do is actually entertain a lot of very, very unlikely probabilities.
Yeah, why not believe in Shakespearean mysticism? Why not just believe in Aristotle mysticism?
Yeah, there are no serious Pauline mythicists, like none. There's not even any books written on the subject that I know of. Like there are Jesus mythicists and there are books written on the subject, but Pauline mythicists, no. It's unheard of. But you can't have authentic epistles of Paul regarded by all textual scholars if Paul didn't exist. Paul had to exist in order to have.
I think Paul existed, and I just wondering what the evidence is.
Well, the evidence is contained within the 6 or 7 epistles that he wrote, but within the textual analysis of the 6 or 7 epistles that they believe are authentic Pauline, the authorship of those 6 or 7 is unanimously the same author. So regardless if it's Paul, they're all from the same person. And then the information to get it to Paul is just like all the other corroborating evidence. So I don't know. I would, any argument for Paul's mythicism, I would love to be put forth or advanced, but I just don't think it would be embraced by any serious scholarship or have much backing.
Well, I don't think the outcome is, or the likely outcome is Paul mythicism. I think the outcome would be, some kind of, archaeological find or something, or whatever it is.
Well, you have all the churches that were established, so that's archaeology.
Yeah, that might be what to use. Yeah. Oh. I'll dig at some point, but again, I've been having to hold up. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just think the bad thing to do, like if someone's trying to come at you like from a historical perspective and give all of these things, and then I think it's like, well, yeah, this is all history, and yeah, modern scholars agree to this, but the best way for me to do would just turn skeptic and start questioning everything in the existence of all of these characters, because granting them leads to some unhealthy conclusions that I don't want to choke down or something. I just think, like, in terms of scholarship and in the terms of responding to an argument, I'm not really sure that, like, taking, like, a clinging to the side of a cliff of minority scholarship on Pauline mythicism or something is any way to, like, formally rebut an argument. It's really not.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't part of that. It was.
And another thing.
You mentioned. You actually kind of mentioned the possibility of quote unquote Pauline mythicism, and I was like, kind of like with Alexander. Why is Alexander taken to be a real person? You could actually. Nobody holds that, but you can argument, and
Yeah. See, what's interesting, let me show you something about ancient history that a whole lot, unless you're like a diehard historian, you wouldn't know this.
Same thing for Paul.
I want to kind of mention something about history that, like I said, if you weren't a diehard historian, you wouldn't know this. If you look at the life of Julius Caesar, I'm not disputing Julius Caesar being a real person. I'm not. What I am disputing is a lot of his biography. What you notice is there's actually some contemporary writings from Julius Caesar, primarily written by one of his opponents, Cicero. But what you know of what was written by Cicero, it's actually very small in accordance with Julius Caesar's biography. What you'll notice is that a large majority of the biography, or the key facts that we think we know about Julius Caesar's life, were provided by Plutarch and Suetonius. And the problem with these is these sources are fucking crazy late, like way later than the Christian sources. And a lot of the certain, whether they be battles or certain things that actual Greco-Roman historians have confidence that existed, are based in these sources that are way late. Now, what are the arguments for why do Greco-Roman historians take these passages that are very late, and they conclude that these are, you can come to know accurate history by looking at some of these things. Basically, when you look at Greco-Roman history, I'm trying to put a best way to kind of put this. Even though the sources are late, most Greco-Roman historians think that Suetonius or Plutarch referenced earlier sources, right? Like they didn't just make this up 200 years later. They were referring to something, right? Something earlier that might have been lost or we don't have yet. And that's usually the argument by most Greco-Roman historians in that regard. And if you kind of look at the gospel, Nadia dropped. Give me a second. I'll let her come back. But that very same argument can be transposed to Christian scriptures. Like, look, the Christian scriptures were written at this time, but certainly they were written based on material that predates it. So if the bulk of this is my point. It's known as an inconsistency argument. If the bulk of Greco-Roman historians write 45 to 50% of the biography of Julius Caesar straight out of Suetonius and Plutarch, which come over 100 some odd years after the events, much longer than any of the events for the Gospels or the Epistles, and yet they still count this as accurate history. So what it kind of shows you is that even though those things are really late, historians aren't willing to just throw them out, and they're also willing to concede that they're based on earlier material, and that argument can be transposed to Christianity. And not only are these writings way earlier than the writings that a lot of historical facts, such as Julius Caesar, are based on, they're also better corroborated too. So that would be kind of an inconsistent argument that most historians don't really view it like that. So,
well, some claims of Caesar's are thrown out, or relating to Caesar anyway. For instance, there's a claim that Julius Caesar was a god. He's deified. Alexander, for instance.
Alexander's a much
had various. He had various supernatural acts or events or whatever attributed to.
That's
drowning him and such, right?
That's all Greco-Roman history. All Greco-Roman history. Yeah. Even Suetonius constantly uses miracles. So that doesn't mean that they didn't exist. That's just a product of Greco-Roman literature. Now, for example, Alexander the Great, his existence isn't all that verified very well, but Julius Caesar's actually is. I kind of was hoping that it wasn't, but upon further research, it's pretty fairly well substantiated.
Yeah.
For example, they have a contemporary bust of Julius Caesar upon analysis of some of the coins back then with Caesar's likeness, is most likely most commonly believed to be a contemporary marble bust of Julius Caesar. And like I said, Julius Caesar is featured in contemporary writings of Cicero, which is by ancient standards to have a contemporary writer is actually pretty good. Even though Cicero doesn't give us a whole lot of information on the life of Caesar, he gives us kind of information about what's going on right then politically. Yeah, Julius Caesar is pretty firmly established. So I'm not talking about the existence of Caesar. I'm mainly talking about certain things that Greco-Roman historians believe that we can accurately know about his life. And and so when they sit there and they refer to 50% of the things that we can know about his life, and these are referred to in Plutarch, the life and histories of Plutarch and some of the writings of Suetonius that were like 100, 150 years later, and they still feel like they can use this material. And then I have the Gospels, which were written 37 years, and people are like, no, 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 it's too late, we can't use it. It just shows that, A, if you think that, you're not a historian, and B, you got some serious bias pent up within you. So that would basically be what's known as a historical inconsistency argument to show that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there are also questions of, say, what aspects of the life are there contradictory evidences about? I mean, for instance, Cicero makes various accusations against Caesar that end up not actually denying, like, having won major battles, having conquered various lands, having been ruler of Roman Republic or Empire or whatever, right? This, go ahead.
Yeah, Cicero does speak of some things, but if you look at have you ever read the biography of Julius Caesar according to Greco-Roman history? Even if you read the condensed version on the wiki, you'll notice that there's a lot of stuff there and a lot of really key details. And I've already looked into it. You can. I suggest you do it for yourself. Cicero attributed to very, very, very small portion of this alleged biography. The bulk of the biography is actually attributed to Plutarch. Okay, because Plutarch was a biography he wrote the lives of. So what you'll notice is that I can't remember what it was like 33 to 37% of the entire biography is attributed to Plutarch. 20-something% is attributed to Suetonius, and like 13% is attributed to Cicero. And so,
and I could muddle through enough of the Latin to deal with some of the historical analysis. Go ahead. Textual analysis.
When you seriously look into some of this historical and textual analysis, it kind of like, wow, fuck, I kind of am being inconsistent versus Christians. Like, it's just, it's either A, I'm being inconsistent, or B, I just need to throw out the bulk of ancient history and just kind of say we remain agnostic to it, and upon the preponderance of more evidence. And that isn't how history's run. And if you were to go into like a Yale or a Princeton or Harvard scholarship and then come into a history program and try to advocate just basically agnosticism or mysticism according to certain, with regards to certain historical events, like in Greco-Roman history, they'd fucking just laugh you out of there. They'd be like, so you're just saying that there's no way to know, and there's no way to know if these are accurate sources, and that history isn't run that way. Historiographers would have a major bone to pick with scholarship at that level. And I think a lot of people are unfamiliar with that.
Real historians take a lot less of it. I was going to say real historians take a lot less of this seriously than most people think. Most people think we know the story of, say, Tiberius from what they've seen in the movies. But 90% of what we get out of Tacitus about Tiberius, they just throw it right out. It's not reliable. So these ancient sources are not considered sacrosanct by any means. Yeah, there is a lot of Gnosticism about it.
Tiberius and Caligula, I think, are both the major accounts are deemed to be like heavily biased, and there are like actually small amounts of evidence shining through to kind of quote unquote argue that they kind of operated like normal emperors, you might say, and weren't some kind of like horrific perverts and doing all kinds of crazy bad things, like the larger body of accounts actually say. Go ahead.
I think Greco-Roman history is probably the most comparative to the time because obviously the Gospels were under a little bit of Roman rule there, and a lot of the genres are very comparative. And if you were to look at a lot of the, for example, even if you were to go through Tiberius, for example, Tiberius actually has one contemporary source. Gary Habermas touched on this in one of his lectures, that Tiberius actually existed a similar time to Jesus Christ. He actually only died a couple years, 4 or 5 years after the death of Jesus. And as an aristocrat, he would have a lot more backing for his existence. And sure, but what you notice about Tiberius is that the contemporary source even has less than Cicero. So, and then the first source the first source after the contemporary source for Tiberius is plus 90, which means that the first source that actually has any information that's actually legitimately useful in ascertaining who this person was written 90 years after he died.
Not all situations are comparable. Actually, not even one of them is necessarily directly comparable in those terms. And although I would still argue that, I mean, given how like a tremendous number of these accounts were like steeped in supernatural claims, that there was a lot of it actually does kind of automatically get thrown out. And beyond just the supernatural claims, there are biased claims like what Didacat referred to with Tiberius, and Elagabalus, and probably a number of others that are deemed to be like heavily biased and extremely suspect. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, let me show you how it's often approached. Almost all of Greco-Roman history features supernatural occurrences, be them miracles or whatever, in their telling. Suetonius is fucking does this all the time. Okay, so what do they do with it? Do they say, well, this work features some tellings of supernatural, which were probably embellished, therefore we're just going to throw out the entire scholarly work? No. What do? They don't throw out the entire scholarly work. They throw out the miracle. So, yeah.
Well, throwing out the miracles is not entirely the limit. I would say that some of the things like surrounding the miracles, like for instance, people claim to be of like divine origin, like appearances from Hercules, or the Hercules is basically it as a entire person thrown out, right? And the accounts surrounding him, of course, go with him too. So there's a bit more that goes on than just like the particular events that are supernatural. Go ahead.
I'm not familiar with much supernaturalism in Suetonius. At the end of the chapters, he will list the omens that presage the death of the person he's writing about, but that's the only thing I recall offhand. And those were part of the official record, I presume.
I think doesn't he have Remus and Romulus from, I think, Tacitus?
Not in what I've read of Suetonius. I've never read anything about that in Suetonius at all. That may be another work.
I probably think of Tacitus, yeah.
My main point was just this, that the bulk of Greco-Roman history and its retellings feature a lot of supernatural and a lot of miracles. There's no doubt about that. And it's in the Greco-Roman genre, it's actually more common than in most other ancient genres. So most people attribute that to the stylism of Greco-Roman writings from mythological and their structures and stuff like that. But anyways,
yeah, I don't agree with that. Thucydides doesn't have any.
Thucydides is one of the only persons that doesn't have any. And if you look at the lecture with Gary Habermas, Thucydides actually redacted them. So of the sources that Thucydides used, he specifically kept the material and edited out the miracles because he even commented on it that because he doesn't believe in miracles. But for that particular source, that is the odd one out. That is the rare one. If you think that I'm just lying or being dishonest to prove some point, I suggest you go do.
No, I just think you're limited in the sources that you're thinking of.
So did Suetonius...
If you're going to talk about the Iliad or the Odyssey or Herodotus, yeah, you're going to get a lot of supernatural.
Did Suetonius have a miracle? And I have a quote. I'll prove it to you. Do you not think Suetonius had multiple miracles? Multiple. Do you really want me to show you?
I recall the listing of omens at the end of the chapters. I don't recall him attributing anything to the supernatural events within the biographies.
Oh, that's fine. No, well, just if you have an easy list to rattle off, go ahead and we don't need to hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah, I got a list. I got a list right here. It's all
directly.
good. The
It's fine.
healing of Vespius. Here you go. Here's one. Here's one.
Yeah.
Here, this is just one. That's the healing of Vespian, as recorded by Suetonius. It's a
Vespasian?
Yeah, my bad. But anyways, that's one of them. Give me like another 2 minutes. I'll pull about 6 of them up, and this would just be for Suetonius. And Suetonius is actually about right in the middle. There are some that are less than him, and some that are more than him. So I could show you from other Greco-Roman historians that had even more miracles than Suetonius, and I'll pull up about 6 for him. So give me a second.
Hey, Seamus, before you go, can I ask you a question?
I'm not going anywhere. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well,
Yeah, got to prep anyway.
I'm kind of new to the Hangouts here and everything, so I don't really know you. So I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm trying to gauge. Like, you know a lot about history. Are you like a professional historian or a student of history, or?
No, I'm just an autodidact. I just read a lot, and it's not my specialty or anything like that, but
okay.
I've read a lot of scholarship and have listened to a lot of scholarly lectures by people that are like, PhD in their field and stuff in history and New Testament theology and stuff like that. And yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
So what this is kind of similar to an argument I had with somebody else. What exactly that these other historians had just as many supernatural. Was that the argument?
You're kind of cutting out intermittently, and I'm not sure we quite caught a few keywords. Could you say it again?
Can you hear me now?
Well, it's intermittent, so just try again, and hopefully we catch it all. Go ahead.
Exactly, the argument was.
The fact that the ancient histories featured a lot of mythological people, supernatural events didn't actually occur, and so on and so forth. And so the argument doesn't necessarily have to be restricted to denying particular supernatural events, but could also extend to the say entire person of Christ. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this that's an interesting argument. I think what happens is when you look at all these other historians or whatever, I do see us in the Bible because the Bible obviously has a lot of miracles and magical things happening in it. But if I give you a quote from Herodotus, somehow that has more validity than the Bible when Herodotus is making just as many supernatural.
We'd actually, sorry, just to respond to Alvin quickly. Actually, we would, be consistent in we think, and throw out most of the supernatural claims regarding Herodotus, and even say, quote, I guess his, say travels to Africa as, suspect in terms of having occurred at all, given the sort of, obviously counterfactual characterization of, people there as being like magical and who knows what. Go ahead.
I didn't get to hear that. I have a headset. I was just
Herodotus.
Herodotus was the
known as the father of lies in his own time.
Yeah, but what I'm just trying to prove is, I think what was kind of put forth is there really isn't a whole bunch of miracles in Greco-Roman history, and that's wrong. But there's a book here.
Go ahead.
There's a book here called Miracles in Greco-Roman Antiquity. This is a book that highlights every miracle that's cited in manuscript tradition in Greco-Roman history right up until the time of
where Greco-Roman history ends, and from that book it attributes 15 miraculous tellings to Suetonius.
Yeah, I would I don't know who else might have taken the stance that there's, quote unquote, not a lot of miracles in the Greco-Roman histories. I'd say there are a ton of them, and we throw a bunch of the history out because of it. Go ahead.
No, you threw the miracles out. You don't throw the history out. You throw the miracles out. For example,
that's well, it can be as selective as a particular event itself, but it need not be so narrow as just the miraculous event. It can also be, that for instance, the entire an entire sort of like sub account, say travels to some part of the world, where the account describes meeting people who are in effect magical, right? There are no quote unquote magical people somewhere out in anywhere in Africa, which I think, what is it, Numidia or something like that, that Herodotus had some wild claims about. No one, given that he's talking about having
2 heads or something.
Yeah, something like that. We throw out the entire claim that he traveled to Africa, that part of Africa or whatever it was,
that's fine. I'm
meet
not.
Meet that thing. Go ahead.
It would be easier to speak on things that they don't throw out, and then look at the things that they don't throw out, and look at the manuscript tradition that it originates from. I've already tried to focus on those things, but we've kind of been getting away from that. What my point is this: when you look at, for example, Tiberius or Julius Caesar, you'll notice of the contemporary source that we do have, it gives us the littlest information for their life. If you look at Julius Caesar, the most information comes from Plutarch some 100 years later, and from Suetonius, and that's where you're going to see the bulk of the historical attributings of the life of Caesar being brought from. And so what you realize is, even though Suetonius had miracles, okay, Plutarch has recordings, but not in the same way of that. He was a more strict biographer in that sense, but he did have things involved in that line. But what you'll notice is that if these people wrote these things hundreds of years later, some 60 years after the Gospels were written, and Greco-Roman historians can hold to these things as being historical in nature, and they hold them as part of Greco-Roman history, then that just shows you that the Gospels comparatively are way earlier, and it highlights what's known as a historical inconsistency amongst like religious skepticism. It's a problem in historical scholarship these days by a lot. So
yeah. Well, I don't think it's necessarily. Sorry, go ahead.
The arguments are commonly, well, Plutarch, yeah, he's late, and yeah, we do use him for 33 to 37% of Julius Caesar's life that most Greco-Roman historians are not going to throw out. But Plutarch certainly had earlier sources. Plutarch was a good guy. He was a biographer. He had earlier sources. Yeah, right? And that's their argument for why they should hold to it. But if you apply that same argument to Christianity, it certainly holds true. If you look at Markan priority, or the two-source hypothesis, which is the currently most widely held theory on the priority of the Gospels, you'll notice that the two-source hypothesis backs Mark and a source named Q, which means that there were earlier sources that we currently don't have. So the same argument can be applied to Christianity. So why do people believe that we can know Greco-Roman history within a certain degree of confidence, these Greco-Roman historians, trained and educated, and somehow we can't for Christianity when the evidence is way clearer?
Well, Plutarch names his sources, and other people name the same sources.
Plutarch doesn't name all his sources, and in fact, everything Plutarch writ was not even attributed to. For example, do you know how they always say, none of the Gospels have the names of the authors on them? Guess what? None of Plutarch's work does either. That will throw you for the biggest loop. I suggest you to look into that. Plutarch's attribution of the biographies, or what's known as the lives of, actually come from an oral tradition, and from an author that wrote a list of his works, and the author that wrote a list of his works wrote it some 70 years later. So I'm not trying to say Plutarch didn't write these things. I'm actually saying Plutarch did write these things. But it's kind of funny that people will use similar arguments against the authorship of the Gospels when none of Plutarch's shit is authored. If you think any of Plutarch's stuff is authored, Google it right now. Plutarch has 0 authored works. None.
That's I don't think it's the entire basis. I mean, first off, I think Plutarch as an author per se isn't necessarily relied upon for certain kinds of validation claims. And another is that the claims with respect to kind of like denial of authorship actually rest on kind of tracing the named prospective authors as being plausibly having done so, like essentially whether the apostles were likely literate and so on and so forth, or whether they were likely to still have been alive at the time of the authorship or so on, and it's significant in terms of, I guess, the kind of apostolic authority that's supposed to have been bestowed on it, as opposed to, really Plutarch really just resting on like pure validity of content, not actually the author. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what you're trying to argue there. Kind of got lost.
At the basis of the denial of authorship of the Gospels is different in both, the line of argument, number one, and number two, the actual kind of significance of the claim, right? In Plutarch's case, it sort of doesn't actually matter that whether or not he wrote it, right? In the Gospel's case, there's like divine inspiration or whatever it is. It's supposed to have been, transmitted through, the apostolic kind of succession. Go ahead.
That's just some alleged. You're just saying, well, there's reasons to suspect bias here, but there's reasons to suspect bias, not necessarily in the authorship of Plutarch, because it doesn't really matter, but you're just kind of inferring from that. What I'm basically trying to point out is basically a succinct point that of most of the people that have what's known as unattributed authorship of their works, comparable to the Gospels, Plutarch is the most accurate analogy, because what you find in Plutarch compared to the authorship of the Gospels is the same. What you see is that you see it from a tradition that comes way, way later, and from people that attribute these things to him, in the same way that from the start of 120 AD, you see Papias start to attribute the authorship of the Gospels. So what you'll notice is no one disputes that Plutarch wrote these things, but people will commonly dispute the authorship of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, or whatever, based on the exact same criterion. But the only point that you could really point out that's different is some alleged bias. But
it's not bias. It's actually significance, right?
But what I'm saying,
what I argue is that it was unimportant who actually wrote Plutarch's work.
I agree with that. But so because there's some stake of importance on it doesn't necessarily mean that it was forged. In fact, if think about this, in a minimal facts argument, granting Jesus' existence, the people that are going to write about Jesus are going to be the people that had the closest relationship with him. So it actually is the least ad hoc explanation that in fact the authorship of the Gospels are who they said they are. I'm not saying that therefore it's true, but what I'm saying, it's way less ad hoc than any other argument.
It's the other way around, though. It's not that the sort of disinterest or whatever renders Plutarch more likely to have had the proper authorship, but if Plutarch had was not been the actual author, it's not an interesting question.
then you are doing a disservice to Greco-Roman historians. To just, for example, you're not going to hear many Greco-Roman historians start arguing agnosticism in regards to Plutarch's work. Most people are like, yeah, fucking Plutarch wrote this shit. It's, you know, it's not even really. People don't write books on that. Like, no one really gives a shit if Plutarch wrote this or that, but the scholarship is clearly in line with it. No one's making any money off a book that Plutarch didn't author these things, but people are making a fuckload of money off books that the authorship of the Gospels isn't what they say they are. There's a massive distinction, you see. But either way, I suggest you take whatever I said tonight and not take whatever I said tonight as true or grant it as fact. Take what I've said tonight as a roadmap to go do some of your own research, and I promise you that you're going to know that a lot of the things I said are true and accurate, and then you can come to your own conclusions of what these things mean by their implications. I've spent the time. I'm not running around doing biased research. I'm not running around trying to just lie and make shit up to make my position better. I'm going around, I'm doing honest scholarship, and I'm examining its conclusions, and I'm offering this to you guys so that you don't necessarily have to do it. Now, if you want to listen to me and you want to check these things out for yourself, I absolutely recommend you do that.
I'm not sure who would. Well, I think actually would be acknowledged that there's like some room for doubt as far as like Plutarch authoring the lives and such.
Not really, according to most historians. Like, it's
not particularly interesting.
A lot of history isn't interesting comparatively to whoever's talking about it, but just because something may not be interesting or there's no major implications.
The question of whether Plutarch wrote it or not isn't particularly interesting.
Right. Just because it's not interesting or doesn't have any major implications don't mean historians don't want to know about history. So historians are certainly concerned with this. Historians have certainly weighed in on this. The consensus is out there. The reasons. Plutarch, certainly, even though they're unattributed in authorship, most likely writ all of the biographies or the lives of, quote-unquote, that were attributed to him. There's no dispute amongst this. Just Google it and try to see, like, Google how many sources that you can actually say that Plutarch did write these things, and then try to find any dissenting view on the topic, and you'll notice that there's not very much on it. And if you think I'm just kind of like just making that kind of look a little less than it is, Google's right there.
Well, but you seem to be missing the point. It's just not an interesting question.
History doesn't. It doesn't matter if it's an interesting question. History.
Who wrote it isn't the history. What was written?
Yeah, it is.
What was written is the history.
No, who wrote it is certainly history. If you think that who wrote something isn't history, then that's retarded. If something happened in the ancient world, it's history. Someone writing a book in the ancient world is history.
Plutarch do? What did Plutarch do besides write a book?
I don't know. You're going to have to consult somebody that's more familiar with the biography of Plutarch himself. I'm fairly certain that Plutarch wrote his own biography. If you'd like to consult that, that would be probably the best place to start. As a biographer, Plutarch wrote his own autobiography.
Yeah. Where, I guess saying that, kind of the reason why, like, pseudepigraphical, analysis or claims regarding Plutarch are less pursued is because, it's a little bit of kind of like genetic fallacy as far as like the validity of the contents, right? And for instance, within the Christian religious debate context, it's not actually used to disqualify the contents per se, but rather certain kinds of like whatever kind of apostolic whatever claim. And I think a fair number of like liberal theologians and such, don't bother making a strict claim regarding, or a stringent whatever kind of claim regarding the authorship, and say, well, whoever actually wrote them down, they're still divinely inspired, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not making claims to the authorship. Like, I'm not saying, therefore, because of this consistent view amongst history, that if you were consistent, you would have to say that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote these things. I'm not saying, therefore, they wrote these things. What I'm saying is, this shows you an inconsistent view amongst history, because Plutarch, the same evidence for Plutarch authorship exists for the Gospels. They're so comparative, and for one to be attributed and the other not, based on the same or similar evidence, is just a interesting historical inconsistency.
We're not, but we're not inconsistent. We say that there's significant room for somebody to have been pseudepigraphically authoring what's now attributed to Plutarch, and
but you're not a scholar.
There's no other name to latch onto for it. So
you're not a. The problem with that is you're not a scholar within the subject, and not many scholars would have that view. Like, there's not many people that claim an agnostic view amongst Plutarch's work. Like, there aren't many historians or scholars within that field that say, look, we just can't know that Plutarch wrote this. Like, the modern bulk of consensus, and you can do this just by doing some reading, the vast majority just agrees that Plutarch wrote these things. And it's not like there's like a bunch of people writing books, or there's a bunch of people that hold these opinions. It's just not. Like, when you earn the credentials to become a PhD or something, a Greco-Roman historian, you're exposed to certain material, and upon exposure to this material, most people don't come out with those conclusions based on their exposure to the material. And there's good reason for that. If you're exposed to the material of the Holocaust, most people don't come out saying, therefore there was no Holocaust. Upon exposure to material, people make accurate, and judgments based on this.
If you want to sort of like say an argument to the best explanation, given that there's kind of a vacuum of alternative possibilities besides Plutarch to attribute these things to, you could say it's the best explanation on that, and that's kind of like how you'd latch on to Plutarch instead of saying, well, some anonymous author, somebody occasionally says it's Plutarch, right? That's how it's done, I think, or suspect. Ocean might want to chime in at some point to correct us here on that, but with the Gospels and such, I mean, say Gospel of John, there's plausible. Sorrentus authoring John, and redaction by Polycarp, and so on, right? There's, and you could have that kind of thing go on, and the whole argument, like the name.
What time was Polycarp on the scene? Do you know?
Pretty late.
What time?
What?
This is going to show you an interesting point. What time was Polycarp on the scene?
I think it was like the past 100.
How about I help you here? Polycarp was thought to have been born right around the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. That placed it right around 69 or 70. Okay, so Polycarp certainly didn't come right out of the womb authoring these things. In fact, most of the authorship of Polycarp was way later.
Polycarp was a redactor, as
no, but I'm showing you why he's not a redactor, and I appreciate it if I can.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you notice is here. Let me show you that Polycarp was thought to be born right after the fall of the Second Jerusalem Temple in 69. He didn't come authoring his stuff right out of the womb. Okay, so the authorship of John is usually 90 or 95. So what you notice is there's just a Polycarp would have had to have redacted this thing around being 20 years old. But what we know is that this doesn't follow. This doesn't follow with history. Polycarp certainly was doing these writings much later. If you look, Polycarp died at 155. Polycarp lived to 80 years old, and the bulk of his writing was done in the later portion of his life. So why is this a defeater for Polycarp redacting John? Because John is certainly earlier than Polycarp's coming onto the scene. Now,
it's not a defeater. Number one, the claim wasn't that Polycarp was the author, but rather the redactor. Sorrentus was the original author.
He couldn't
and also, it's not a particular claim that this is the case, but rather that there isn't a vacuum of alternative possibilities, right?
Yeah, if you do any research on Papyrus 52 or P52 from the New Testament Papyri Archive, you'll notice that the earliest fragment that we have of any of the New Testament is actually the Gospel of John. And 4 papyrologists, the leading in their field, 2 from Yale, 1 from Harvard, and 1 from I can't remember the other university, like University of Utah or something like that. Papyrologists dated the Gospel of John. They dated that fragment anywhere from 120 to 125. And what you'll notice is that the bulk of Polycarp's writings was done from just after this date up until his death. So. And what you would notice is that since we have these earlier extant manuscript fragments, that we could use these in a few other earlier manuscripts that date within that time period, like pre-150 or at the 150 mark in the papyrus manuscript, and show that if Polycarp was a redactor, we would be able to tell. And it's obviously...
The point of bringing it up wasn't to particularly advance the claim, but to show that there was at least some other alternative possibility being floated out there, so that there wasn't a vacuum of alternative possibilities like there is for Plutarch, right? No one has a plausible, alternative possibility for Plutarch's authorship, right? I mean,
does anyone have a plausible? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, as soon as you said that, it clicked in my head what you were arguing. Okay, I understand. But I wouldn't even grant you that Polycarp is even a valid on the table for authorship. For a lot of the reasons.
Polycarp was not the author. Cerinthus was the claim of the original author.
Why was Plutarch brought up?
Where
Plutarch is
kind of going on about. Sorry, go ahead.
The reason why Plutarch was brought up is to show historical inconsistency among certain, basically historical figures such as Julius Caesar. This is what I said about Julius Caesar. We know that I'm not arguing that Julius Caesar didn't exist. I'm basically arguing that the bulk of the facts that ancient Greco-Roman historians attribute to the life of Julius Caesar actually come from a few interesting sources when you consider their ancient manuscript history. So one of the best, not the best source, but the earliest source for Julius Caesar is contemporary, during his lifetime, written by Cicero, one of the Senate members that actually opposed him. And so we see, but what we notice from Cicero's letters, even though they're contemporary, is they only account for about 13 to 17% of the biographical information attributed to Julius Caesar. So what contributes for the bulk of the biographical information attributed to Julius Caesar? That would be Plutarch. When does Plutarch come on the scene in comparison to Julius Caesar 100 plus years after? So if we notice that anywhere from 30...
lives of Caesar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere from 33 to 37% of Caesar's biography is attributed right out of the lives of from Plutarch. So what I'm trying to show here is that 37% of the things that...
He's also got a lot of information that's attributed to Alexander.
Yeah, but here's the argument for Plutarch. That 37% of the information that is attributed to Plutarch is contained in a biography written over 100 years later. Yet Greco-Roman historians feel that they can reconstruct that with confidence and hold to these things. So,
having a contemporary source during his life is really helpful. I mean, I agree with you that it's not required. I would still accept Julius Caesar being a person that exists even without it.
I'm not arguing his existence. I'm arguing basic facts about his life. Like if you
oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm not. A lot of Christians argue against these historical figures in an attempt to basically show an inconsistency among mythicism claims, but I'm not doing that. What I'm basically saying is, look, there's certain things like ancient Greco historians are said to know about the life of Julius Caesar. If you even go on the wiki, there's actually a condensed version of his life. He did a lot of shit. He aligned with a lot of senators. He refused a lot of things. He crossed these rivers. He did these things. There's a lot that's attributed to that. Now, what we know from Cicero, even Cicero was a contemporary source, but Cicero only writes, like I said, only about 13% of the biographical information contained on Caesar.
Cicero
like I said,
also hated him, I think.
Yeah, he was an enemy. So here's the thing: if we know that, here's the main bulk of the argument: 33 to 37% of the biography of Caesar is acknowledged by Greco-Roman historical scholars today comes from Plutarch some 100 years after the fact. Okay, so why do 33 to 37% of this person's biography that's attributed some 100 years later, much after any of the sources for the Gospels, and why can historians think that they can use this? Well, one of the arguments that historians use is that certainly Plutarch would have used earlier sources. That, like, yeah, look, it's 100 years later. This 100 years late isn't that late.
I don't like the word certainly. Like, I don't think that he would have. I think he would have been going off of. Well, he might have.
Might have what?
It's not used earlier sources. It's not necessarily.
No. The argument for, like, I'm not saying that it must be that way, but the argument for, here's the argument. If they say that Plutarch was written 100 years later, and then they say, well, you know, what could be some of the basis why we could consider these things valid? And one of the arguments is Plutarch, being a biographer, most likely would have used earlier sources, right? It kind of follows. It doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't. We can't prove anything in history to be 100% true, but we can say these things are highly likely based on the circumstances. So most people will say, well, even though Plutarch's written pretty late, in 100 years is actually fucking great according to ancient history, and a lot of people don't realize that. So Plutarch's actually a fucking great source.
But the manuscripts are vastly worse. So, I mean, that's like the original authorship of the work itself, not the manuscript finds, right? The manuscript finds are, you know, way worse than the Bible.
It's kind of like the manuscript finds of Gallic War, which is where we get a lot of information about Caesar as well.
It's like 800 or 1,000.
800 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Which, you know, as record keeping and book copying tends to be pretty good, there's not much of a reason to say that, you know, there's vast changes in Gallic War over the course of time. Just like I don't bring that up about the Bible either. It doesn't make sense.
No, the importance to recognize those dates is they could be written no earlier than those dates. That's what the importance of understanding those things are.
Floyd might be able to help a little bit with, like, some of the basis of counterclaims. I would actually ask whether very many of the counterclaims rest on the ages of the manuscripts. I mean, I don't think they do. My brief kind of foray to these things is. Sorry,
I see a lot of people arguing the age of the manuscripts.
No, I can clear up this point, and I think I can clear this point up. I understand what you're trying to say. You're saying even though we believe that Plutarch was to have wrote these things 100 years after the event, in fact, the manuscripts actually reflect even much later than that. That's true, but here, much in the same way that we believe that the Gospel of Mark was written in 70, although the earliest extant copy, even fragment, is like dated anywhere from 200 to 150, or maybe a little bit after that. I have to check some of the papyri records. But what this gives us is an interesting tidbit that it could have, if Plutarch wrote 100 years later, then these writings could be no earlier than 100. That's the main point. It's saying that if he wrote during this time, that means that this, in fact, the earliest manuscript tradition for Plutarch can never trace back earlier than 100 years after the events because of Plutarch. So what that shows is, regardless of what manuscripts we have, no matter how great the manuscripts are or how bad they are, the problem still holds that Plutarch was around at this time, and his writings could never be any earlier than this. So Plutarch was 100 plus, even more so, but he would have used earlier sources. So, and maybe not, perhaps. But if you're saying that the possibility that he could have used earlier sources is an argument to credibility of why we should use Plutarch, and that is a reason why a lot of Greco-Roman historians use Plutarch, also within the historical principle that you should also transpose these things to kind of Christianity.
Alexander, well, go ahead.
Well, when you notice that when you transpose these things to Christianity, you'll notice that not only are the manuscript history that we have for Christianity earlier, the tradition is shorter. For example, the tradition between Matthew's 37 years, where the tradition between Plutarch and Julius Caesar is 100 years. The tradition for the manuscripts of Matthew is 150 years, whereas the tradition for Plutarch's manuscript is 375 years. And so, but with all this being said, historians, Greco-Roman and the like, use Plutarch to attribute 33 to 37% of Julius Caesar's entire biography. So,
Yeah,
with all that being said,
based on,
go ahead.
yeah, it's kind of based on the, what is it, age of the, what is it, you say manuscripts and the earliest extant writing and such on it, or where I guess sorry, not extant writing, the time of the authorship of whatever. So, to the extent that there are claims about the authorship and such, and their dating and all that, well, I don't think those are factoring into the claims that their contents are false itself. And this is where I think Floyd might help step in and clarify what the actual mythicist literature says. Go ahead.
Well, I guess, I mean, what are you trying to show? That the datings of the Gospels are just closer to the events than Plutarch's biography of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar and so forth?
Worse. It's kind of a more abstract issue. There's kind of a claim we're applying inconsistent historical standards, and that in grounding our, I guess, claims of historicity on like these ages of manuscripts and all that kind of thing, and perhaps even like the time the works were originally written, relative to, or how far that was from the events that occurred, and granting a lot more, I guess, whatever validity or slack or whatever it is to the Greco-Roman historians than is being granted to the Bible. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the dates could be earlier than Plutarch. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think they not necessarily. You brought up P52.
What did you say about Plutarch? Hold on, let's stay there for a second. What was you said? You think the dates could be earlier for Plutarch? Is that what you just said?
No. I would say no.
Let's stay on Plutarch. Say what you just said about Plutarch.
I said the Gospels could be earlier than Plutarch.
What do you mean the Gospels could be earlier than Plutarch? The Gospels are earlier than Plutarch.
Well, not. I'm not talking about dates. I'm just saying to the supposed events.
Yes, certainly they are. It's impossible for that not to be true.
No, that's false. Like your P52 dates are absurd. I think there's no consensus of P52. It's either early 2nd century to late 2nd century.
No.
Yes.
I'm okay. Do you want to know who they contacted? Okay, first of all, the person.
Just read a Wikipedia article.
No.
I mean, you're even misrepresenting Wikipedia.
Floyd, let me explain to you something, and you can do the research for yourself, or I'll pull
I
it
already
up
did
in
the
due time.
research.
Okay.
Just look at Wikipedia. One guy puts it at 170.
How many papyrologists evaluated P52, and by what means?
Oh, carbon dating?
What were their no? Holy shit! No! Stop right now. Stop.
Look at the Wikipedia article.
I need to speak.
I read the Wikipedia article.
I need to speak. Something egregious just happened.
You're just presenting 3 facts out of like 20 facts.
Floyd, I'm going to mute you because I have a feeling that you're not.
You only bring in once. You're saying you're not biased.
Floyd, I'm going to start muting you because I have a feeling you're not going to let me speak.
Hey,
I've heard it before. You're just repeating stuff I heard. I've been listening to the Hangout, so don't repeat something I already heard.
I'm gonna kick him if he keeps doing this. I can't.
No, stay my stone.
No, I'm giving him fair warning. He can either
don't give ultimatums. Come on. What is it?
So we've had a great conversation until now. I want to respond to some of the things he said at 52. He thinks that they carbon dated to find 52. This is absurd. You do one Google. No, let me respond. Stop refereeing this.
I don't know if they carbon dated or not.
You don't, and that's why you need to learn something right now. Nadia,
I'm supposed to referee. I'm the host of the Hangout.
I know, but can I not respond to this? So let me explain.
Well, I don't think it's the kind of point you were shooting for anyway, right? It's kind of like, steer a little bit to get...
changes the subject, it has to be responded to. I'm either getting the chance to respond to this, or conversation is broken down to a certain point where I can no longer
Just say what you're trying to say. We could have gotten
Thank
around
you.
it.
Shut up, Nadia. That's what I'm trying to say. Nadia, stop interrupting. Let me say what the fuck I got to say. Thank you.
Don't... Okay.
Please? Pretty
I have the
please with
attention
sugar on
span.
top?
I can get you back on subject. I can get you back on subject after you're
I can
done.
get me back on the subject. Floyd's the only one that come in here and pitched us off the subject with the shotgunning claims. Now here we go. P52 is the earliest fragment that we know about the New Testament.
Yes, we know that. We know that.
Listen. Shut up. I'm kicking you next time. I don't give a shit.
Hey, no, don't do it, Seamus. All right.
Then he's going to have to listen.
I don't need a lecture on it.
Don't give an ultimatum.
Do you think I want to sit down and hear philosophy lectures of Ozzy where he goes into all the terms and all the descriptions and all of this? Do you think I wanted to sit through, could atheists interpret the Bible, and listen to you go through a 35 fucking minute speech about textual criticism? So you sit down right now and listen.
No.
Okay, so you just want to keep interrupting.
Just get to your point. I know what P52
My point is going to be arrived at before you stop interrupting.
Why do I make neither one of you happy? Why don't I steer and not let either one of you go on?
I don't get to address this. I'm leaving the room.
You know what?
P52 is a fragment. It's not all.
Let me
and
show you.
There's no reason why Polycarp couldn't redacted it. There's plenty of time.
I'm trying to respond
to the claim that John was written in 90. That's not
you're
census
shotgunning
at all.
again, and I haven't even responded to this.
Well, you see, listening. The reason I came in is because you said.
Can I please respond? I've been begging you. I've been begging for 5 minutes to respond. I'm not going to yield.
Floyd, we were trying to actually touch on a different topic anyway.
Say you're.
Get it growing very impatient.
Please don't fly off the handle too far here. All right, so a brief statement here.
Me say this.
We actually tried to touch on a different subject. We were trying to touch on a different subject, basically of the standard being applied historically, whether that's consistent between other ancient Greco-Roman histories and the Bible, and the particulars of the Johannine authorship are not actually that entirely that relevant. There was a gap in between. There was a gap in between, like the last thing you heard and when you entered, what you were involved with when you entered, and that probably might have thrown you off as far as like where we're trying to go, and also kind of how far back you actually listening. So, all right, can we grant Seamus kind of making whatever the statement there is, and then hit on what we were.
It shouldn't take 10 minutes for me to respond to something.
I know, but you just deal with the please deal with the refereeing. No one's going to be happy out of this, all right? So,
okay. So
over to you, Seamus.
Thank you. What's not on the table is the authorship of John. What's
Straight pride, Seamus. Straight pride.
Oh, what the fuck?
Whatever, dude. Just okay. So, so here we go. What's not at stake is we're not talking about the authorship of P52. We're talking about the dating of P52. Now, I asked Floyd this question. I said, Floyd, how did they assess the dating of P52? And he said, carbon dating. Let me show you why this is so absurd. The P52 is a credit card size fragment. Do not interrupt me. I'm kicking him. I'm kicking him. I'm kicking him. I'm kicking him.
You're misrepresenting.
I'm going to kick him. I'm going to give him
You're misrepresenting. I phrase it as
I'm giving him one opportunity. I'm going to start kicking. He's not even letting me finish.
Don't misrepresent me.
You're getting kicked, you little dickweed.
Don't misrepresent me.
Don't kick.
You just said it was carbon dated.
No, I said carbon dating.
Yeah, let me respond.
I mean, they look at the style of it.
Nadia, he's interrupting me. What are you going to do about the interruption?
I'm going to tell him not to interrupt. All right, so Seamus, first off, don't kick. Floyd, let him go on.
20 minutes removed from this point. 20 minutes removed from this point now. 20 fucking minutes.
Just say your one sentence. That's probably going to amount to 10 seconds. Say your point.
Yeah, I tried.
Seamus.
Fuck it.
Seamus, that was not
Go
good.
ahead, kick me too.
Yeah, he didn't do anything worth kicking, so I'm out. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Welcome, Alvin.
That was unfortunate. I never got to point out how no historian actually believes that Caesar stood at the Rubicon and said the die is dead. They only believe that he crossed the Rubicon with an army. So there's another problem with the way he's trying to draw a parallel in interpretation, because we don't take this stuff from ancient history as seriously as he was intimating.
Is he was his
Anyway,
argument that it was his argument that because these other historians talked about supernatural events, therefore they're true? Was that his argument?
No. There was an inconsistent standard being applied to the Bible versus other Greco-Roman history.
I will agree with that to an extent, only because, like, for example, if I recall anything out of Isaiah about the Babylonian captivity, somebody, not you guys, but I will get smacked with, the Bible's not a history book, it's all myth and fairy tale, you can't use that. But that's an event that actually happened. So if I reference the Bible, referencing Herodotus, Tacitus, Plutarch, you know, with these dudes that also had mythology within their thing. So I don't claim that every atheist is unfair, you know, have this double standard, but there is a double standard there where if I say that's a respectable source, more so than Isaiah, you know? So I do see that sometimes.
Yeah, there's maybe a little bit less of okay. Sorry, it was a funny comment. Yeah, there's maybe a little bit kind of, I don't know, too much put onto issues like dating. I mean, for instance, there are some things that are related to the authorship, like having people who were like in direct contact with Christ, author of the Gospels, kind of lend some credibility in similar like that, or otherwise, has some kind of spiritual transmission that's involved there, and actually not a lot of Christians actually rest on that. I think it's kind of a minority of like super conservative people that really care if like the names on the Gospels really were the authors. I mean, there are reasons to think they probably weren't, but not a whole lot of Christians actually care.
Kind of a nuanced thing. I guess it depends on what the topic is. Like, if we're going to talk about the historicity of Jesus, regardless of the miraculous claims, I would say that's credible evidence of a guy starting a religion in the first century. Regardless if the claims are supernatural or not, because I could go to Africa right now, and there's a guy called Alumba who said that people say does miracles and says all type of stuff, but that person, but the claims made about him may not be true, but the person itself exists. So when we look at the Gospels, I would say years after the fact. I mean, if you were 20 years old when Jesus died, you will only be 60 when Mark was written. So it's like, and that's just like one generation. If this guy didn't exist, I would have expected. I was there in Judea, 30 AD. I've never seen or heard of this Yeshua, this stuff. But yet, when you see the skeptics of Christianity, they try to make Jesus out to be a fraud instead of saying he didn't exist. They say, oh, well, those miracles weren't really miracles. They were little cheap parlor tricks he learned in Egypt. Or they would say, oh, well, his real dad was a Roman soldier or whatever. He was a bastard child. So instead of saying he didn't exist, the skeptics would just try to make him out to be a fraud.
The problem with that,
You know, when you're trying to make out somebody... Yeah, go ahead, bro.
the problem with that is that the 20-year-old you're talking about who becomes 60 when Mark comes out would never have seen the book of Mark, or never even heard that there was a book of Mark. He wouldn't. They didn't have publishing and printing presses. There was probably one or at the most two copies of Mark in the whole world.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's a good point. But I'm just saying, as far as I would expect anybody in the ancient world to deny that this person exists. But the fact of the matter is to see anybody denying the existence of Jesus to the 17th century, almost 1,700 years later. While we have people denying the Greek gods, the Egyptian gods, you know, there were atheists back in those times. There were people rejecting. When we look at the skeptics of Christianity, what they would do is just try to make Jesus out to only being a man. You know, they would say, this guy was just a guy, he wasn't a God. Now, that's something you do with a guy. You know, as opposed to if it was a God, you could just easily dismiss it and say, oh, well, this thing just never existed. But if and you know, and there's this teaching going around, in order to debunk that, you would say, hey, well, he wasn't no God, he was just a man. You're worshiping this dude who's claiming to be divine, and he's not. And that was the tone the ancient skeptics would take, instead of just saying, no, he didn't exist.
Well, yeah, in some respects, the methodologies or frameworks to maybe ask the more quote-unquote aggressive questions. We're not there, back in the day. The skeptic thought wasn't really a thing, at least not way back then.
It was skeptic against ideology. They were skeptical against ideologies they disagreed with. You know, that's when you start seeing the skepticism. Like, okay, you guys don't want to bow down to the Roman Parthenon. I am going by saying Jesus is really the bastard child. So, a real easy way to debunk something is just to say he didn't exist at all.
Well, I would say, oh, what a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yee-haw!
Hey, that's pretty good. Amen.
Is that the first time you've heard Hillbilly come into a room?
Nah, hey, I grew up in Louisville. I've seen my fair share.
That's like Christian Hillbilly signature intro.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's
yeah. I actually had dinner. Me and my family actually had dinner with a quote-unquote hillbilly family.
That's.
They still make a moonshine up in there.
His name is Christian Hillbilly.
Well, they still make moonshine in my neck of the woods where I'm from, although it's now a wet county, nothing compares to that good old shine that's made the right way. And always remember, boys and girls, if it don't burn a pretty blue, don't drink it.
Man, what you in the Ozarks or what? Appalachians?
Appalachia.
What state you're in?
I'm in Kentucky. I'm in Kentucky. Paintsville, Kentucky, to be exact. A little town called Paintsville in Johnson County.
Oh, you ain't too. I grew up I was in Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky.
I live right across the river from Louisville right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, the historicity of Jesus thing is a topic that it's kind of a new argument. It's about 300 years old.
Well, I truly believe it's kind of a silly topic. I mean, I think there's more evidence for the historicity of Jesus Christ than there is for any other person of antiquity. I mean, when you think about just the manuscript evidence that we have for the Bible, I mean, there's thousands and thousands of manuscripts of the Bible. Get a shirt on there, Chris. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Get out of here.
Well, I kind of live in a shitty ass house that is fucking hot, so yeah.
Sorry about the noise if anything came over the headset while I had it set down. Well, Ocean, I may have missed the upshot of your commentary on some of the issues about the consistency of the standards with, I guess, historical analysis.
I don't know. That was a while ago. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Well, I think the sort of questioning of things like, the historicity of Jesus, don't have their basis in the kinds of things they're saying would be different in the Greco-Roman historical context, right? So, like in the sort of the counterclaim to like an inconsistent standard being applied to the authorship of Plutarch's history. I mean, some of it was that not so much certainty was being.
Those two situations are so different, though.
Yeah.
Because part of the thing with Caesar is that you have a validating figure. Like I get that Seamus's issue wasn't talking necessarily about Christ's mythicism, but doubt around the rest of the events of his life. Whereas basically the crux of his argument was we claim to be super skeptical of events in the Gospels while we're not skeptical in events in Plutarch. And one of the big differences is that Plutarch doesn't really ascribe supernatural events to Julius Caesar, whereas Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all ascribe supernatural events to Jesus. So there is cause for doubt on events in his life because of the claims that are made in the Gospels. None of that has to do
now,
with...
I will count.
But I guess it's a different game.
There's a couple other things because I'm making. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
But I would say to that is now we do have contemporaneous evidence of Alexander the Great. I mean, there's a coin. I think they found some coin.
Not talking
But
about Alexander.
everything we know about. No, I'm giving another example. I mean, you brought up Julius Caesar, but I'm bringing up another example. If Alexander the Great, we have contemporary evidence as far as coins, but in specifics in regards to his life, everything we know about him is written 300 years after he died in Plutarch. And when you read that, it says that his real father is Zeus, who came down in the form of a snake and raped his mother. Now, we won't look at that and be like, hey, there's a supernatural event there, therefore this guy doesn't exist. But what most historians do is they sift through some stuff. So just because the Gospels may have supernatural events attached to this figure, you know, I don't think it's worthy of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. You know.
In regards to the earlier conversation, nobody was talking about existence. It was about validation of events, and yeah, we disregard.
We were talking about existence. And
because it seemed like with Seamus, existence. We were just talking about validation.
Well, he was
particular events.
He was all over the map.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the focus is a little bit tough for some people to get. So basically, I guess what he tried to originally raise, and then once he raised it, he couldn't really stay on point, was that, but I shouldn't say it that way about him, but I'm a little bit frustrated, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. No, I get what y'all saying now.
She hasn't made the point yet.
Well, yeah, I'm still in mid-sentence, or mid-paragraph or whatever. So, basically, when there's like,
you froze, Nadia. Sorry to say.
Well, since she froze, I'll say it about Seamus. Sometimes he's dumber than a box of rocks. How's that? That's short and sweet.
Jesus. I think she was trying to make the point about the conversation, but I guess I can agree with that.
Hey, I get what y'all talking about now.
I
understand. My bad. I kind of got off the topic. No, I think he was trying to say because we should then validate these events in the Bible as well, since we agree to these other events.
Right. And the issue is that they're supernatural events.
Right.
Water, wine, so on. Things that we can't validate how would have happened, or we don't think are as plausible. So, there's reason to believe that events surrounding Jesus' life may not have happened, and some of the stuff that's simpler was written much later, like the stoning story. That was added later, but it might have been because that's part of the oral tradition and it wasn't written down initially. Who knows? But yeah. The problem is that other things that were written down later, like the birth narrative, were certainly not part of the oral tradition.
Okay. So, have I caught up with you, or?
You're coming in great now.
Okay. So what was the last thing you heard?
You were right about to make your point, but then you cut out.
Yeah. My network took a shit on me. Somebody probably killed the router or something. Who knows what. Anyway, the claims of ahistoricity are not grounded in the dating of the manuscript or their authorship. So, say, when the authorship is challenged, it's in terms of the sort of divine magical connection to Jesus and what the I guess, a special divine status or whatever would come about from that. That's a different question from whether Jesus existed entirely, right? And there's, for instance, analyses of, say, Pauline corroboration, which basically go on concluding that what Paul says about Jesus doesn't actually ever specifically make the claim that Jesus was a historical person or whatever, and where the Gospels are kind of the only ones there. There's also trouble that sort of like the extent one's knocking historical, supernatural claims out of these things. Like most of the events regarding, most of like what Christ recounted as being involved with in the gospel do actually involve supernatural events. Virgin birth, feeding the 5,000, meeting Satan in the desert, raising from the dead, and so on and so forth. I mean, this supernatural stuff all over there. When you knock all that out, there's not much left.
There are, as far as the epistles mentioning Jesus as a real person, there's a few verses that mention the crucifixion and that he was before Pontius Pilate. So, which is one of the reasons why contemporary historians, or not contemporary, historical scholarship currently is that somebody was executed before Pontius Pilate, that everybody's talking about. It's the events in his life that are called into question to whether or not the Gospels are an accurate reflection, or that the epistles are an accurate reflection of his teachings.
Okay. What I do is switch over to get rid of people being blocked by the recent boot fest. There's the link to the new Hangout, and hopefully people will switch over there. Does anyone need a? Yes, Shameless and Floyd were both booted. So.
Can I be a mod so I can boot Seamus and Floyd when they come back?
Well, obviously that's
come on, just one time let me be a mod so I can boot them.
I have two people talking. I have two Hangouts talking to me at once. I can't hear you. So, yeah, Jim, that doesn't seem likely to happen. The idea isn't to go around booting them. The idea is not basically to avoid in the future people getting booted again. So that's, yeah. It's been discussed. Is anyone on a mobile device and in need of me messaging them the link that way?
I'm not on a mobile device, but I didn't need you to message me because I can't get in on this account unless you do that. For some reason, Google wants to use my Gmail account, which has a fake name on it.
Okay, Dinah, I'll message you the link then.
Thank you.
Well, usually the kinds of criteria, the kinds of criteria seem to be equanimity or otherwise not being easily provoked, and yeah, that's just kind of the big issue there. I have too much noise to get off of a device without the compression my headset has, so I'm sorry, audience, I won't be able to feedback leading up to the changeover. I think Alvin might have gone AFK. Christopher and Alvin, Christopher S. And who's the third one? Art. Okay. So, Doris, Art, Norris, and who knows what. Yeah, I know, Palm. We know two problem incidents that happened in recent days. So there are two people that are kind of off the mod list or whatever. He's not as young as you think. It's probably more of disposition than just age or whatever. Yeah. There are a lot of issues with turnover, people bouncing and such. And of course, getting stranded in situations with what is it, the cameraman on and nobody having mods. So yeah. I mean, it's accurate to represent the conclusions regarding, say, Plutarch and Alexander and such as provisional. I mean, I think everything's effectively provisional about history. Is that right to say, Ocean? I was saying, is it correct to characterize kind of mainstream historical opinion as provisional? Okay. So basically, like, to the extent there's at the conclusion that Plutarch authored Plutarch's histories and such, that's pretty much provisionally held. Yeah. Wait, so I think in some respects for that. Yeah. I think there's also kind of the abduction argument, right? So let's say you have like a whole bunch of probable author or possible authors, with their various probabilities or something like that, and Plutarch seems to be the most likely one. Only I think there's actually that's about what I was about to say. I think in the case of Plutarch, even though there's like, maybe, not a whole lot to go on as far as being sure he was the author, there's actually kind of no other candidate to even have done it at all. So yeah, that was actually my argument, right, that I presented to Seamus. So. Yeah. I think some, like figures and sometimes even peoples are written off when there's sort of pervasive supernatural affairs attributed to them. I mean, like, I think what the example I brought up, Herodotus, that Dinah clarified, were I think two-headed people. Was I think Herodotus's travels to, who knows where in Africa. Ogres, yeah. Yeah. No. The author of the Iliad and Odyssey. Yeah. Yeah. Well, right there, one would have the entire people that were two-headed, pretty much dismissed out of hand, and then after that, also, probably Herodotus's claim to have traveled to, Africa or wherever that is in Africa, also dismissed. I mean, that's pretty much where I think that stands. I think some historical figures are also deemed not to exist altogether, like Hercules. I think Hercules is widely regarded as ahistorical, for as many times as he appears in various histories. Yep. Art, you'll get a kick out of this. You realize I titled this, I Bring Soviet Sexual Chaos to America. I don't know. Linda Harvey said it. Linda Harvey said it. Hey, you think she's? I like to hear Penny Nance. Anyway, so likewise, there's entire people deemed ahistorical, entire people deemed ahistorical, so on and so forth, on various grounds, and I'm getting spammed with external text chat comments that I have no idea what they're about. Yeah, Simon, I don't know why you don't see the link or invite. Bring you in right now if I can. Yeah, in effect, the sort of welcome, Dynacat. The euhemerization hypothesis is I don't know what I think has a bit greater defensibility than that a figure who was the majority of the accounts regarding which are centered around supernatural events. It's pretty much oh. Yeah, it's one of the largest. Go ahead. It kind of just drifted. I don't think really came to a conclusion. Well, I think it's the other way around. It's not that the named authors weren't apostles. It's that the authors weren't actually the ones named. And they're using the names of the apostles. The names refer to the apostles. It's that the question is whether those people actually wrote it, assuming they were actually historical people. And I think most liberal Christians generally hold that it was, kind of authored on their behalf. Yeah. At least that's kind of like assuming there's a Q, which is. Yeah, the Markian priority bit doesn't like we take the parts shared through between Matthew, Luke, and Mark. There's something left over that are shared between Matthew and Luke. Yeah. Isn't there like a potential for like Luke borrowing a bit from Matthew? I think that's accounted for or explained or whatever by Luke borrowing a bit from Matthew. Is that? Yeah.
bringing up. And right, that's the bar theory. So what I was asking is, it seems like you, I kind of hold to a two-source. Like it might have, because they're written from different perspectives for different reasons. It's possible. There's no good access to Matthew. Maybe. No, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying, what is the information to back up to say that that isn't the case, or that most likely that isn't the case based on the two sources? It's purpose and approach. I'm playing this with getting people revealed. Part of it is that they might have been physically that's one argument. Yeah, the audience, as they look to the audience, where they were most likely Luke was written Romans and Luke was written for Gentiles. Yeah, basically. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good. I was just kind of wondering if you could articulate, because it's like a lot of people like believe in two sources, but they don't really like when you throw the bar theory at them, and they're like, whoa, like that does have explanatory power. Now what that basically makes Q irrelevant. So you have to come up with other argumentations. Oh yeah. As I was saying before you came in, that doing that almost makes Luke relevant, right? And it also doesn't explain much of the nature of the passages that are in like Matthew by itself or Luke by itself. That they just hold it. Right, yeah, that's where the guy that's where Q explains the commonality between the two of them. That towards those unique. There's probably another source out there that explains why and those have been saved and glossed over in Q, whereas Matthew and Luke decided to approach those particular specifics. Who knows? Finding Q today.
Oh, I should probably.
It seems like the two source within Markan priority is the most widely held, with the FAR theory being second, and then a lot of the other theories like three source is basically saying that it's like a combination between the FAR's theory and two source, but I think three source hypothesis is retarded because it has zero need, like there's no need for that to be that way.
That's just one of those things where Occam's razor comes in and goes, no, two source.
Right, exactly. Three source makes no sense because if Matthew used Luke, he wouldn't have needed to use Q to accumulate the double tradition. The double tradition could be explained.
Matthew used Luke too? Alright, no.
No, the FAR theory claims that Matthew used Luke.
Oh, that was Luke used Matthew.
There's two different ones. They're both the same theory, but they're called either the Luke or the FAR theory, depending. The one that says that Luke used Matthew is the FAR theory, but yeah, the three source hypothesis.
Matthew is noted as being earlier than Luke, but I guess there's a margin of error in the dates. So
right, yeah, I agree. That's why the FAR theory actually is a little more prominently held than the one that's the Wilk theory, which goes from Mark to Luke, then to Matthew. But with what I was saying about the three source hypothesis is you're right about Occam's razor. Like literally, if we can account for the double tradition that Luke used Matthew, then there's no need for it to use Q to account for the double tradition. So I think three source can kind of just be ruled out.
I agree. I'm a two source person. So.
No, but like I find the problem with this is the more and more I've into it, the dating for the Gospels are fairly weak. Like, see,
the date. Okay, this is pretty weird, but the dating for Mark being the earliest gospel is or not being the earliest gospel. The dating for Mark, actually, that it was dated before the fall of the Second Roman temple in Jerusalem, is basically based on like some really like loose evidence. Like, have you ever like wondered how they come out to actually critically date Mark? The reason is this. First off, they assume because of Markan priority that Mark must have been the earliest. Okay. Then amongst that, they think that Mark probably was written before the Roman Second Temple of Jerusalem's destruction, because during the time between 66 and 70, there was heavy persecution under Nero in Rome. And if you look, that's would have been exactly Mark's audience because of the authorship and the use of Roman within Mark. And you'll notice that Mark speaks heavily about persecution, and they think because of this persecution that Mark heavily mentions, and his audience was most likely the Roman audience under Nero, and Nero being from this date to this date, it's most likely that Mark was written anywhere from 66 to 70. And that's the dating. That's how they date Mark, and that's very loose. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hate to kind of wave it in front of the audience, but in case the people with their regularly granted control room aren't listening, please kind of hold off on passing control over to with us. Thanks.
No, it's okay. It's not a problem.
Well, that was me actually.
Actually, I think that was me. I was using my hand to do that. But no, I messed up.
So my audio cut out there. I said that was me who gave Mark Shemus.
I'll leave and come back. I don't need mods. I'm not like a big power hog, but I just think that hold on. I'll just leave and come back. How about that? My audio acting up?
Oh, you're fine, bro.
Oh my god, you guys scared me. Well, it was distorting really bad, but it's good now.
Yeah, it was kind of one of the main criteria is kind of like, provocability and such. So anyway. Yeah, your audio was, I guess, getting a bit too much gain.
Say the last thing you said again, just 30 seconds after you said provocability. I missed it. I did.
The big criterion, I think, is provocability for things like passing control along. For most part, we're pretty liberal as far as we try to get everybody empowered to unhide people and usual kinds of things.
So I left the room and came back. I no longer have mod controls. No one give me mod controls. I don't particularly want them. I'm not like some power freak, but I feel like most of the time, even people that I disagree with, depending on the amount of respect being exhibited, I can dialogue with people and there's not really a problem. But I mean, when I'm an hour and a half or an hour into a conversation with Nadia that's been going super, super well and courteous, and then Floyd comes there and then just bangs it all over, and then I just want to make one response, and then he interrupted me 3 times. Yeah, I get a little bit peeved, and I went half-cocked and did something I shouldn't have done. I admit it, but what happened?
Yeah, it's all right.
Basically, it happened like this. I came in here, Nadia asked me to do a theological argument. I said, perhaps I could do an argument for Christianity. I was going to do the minimal facts argument for the resurrection, as articulated by Gary Habermas. I said, would that be adequate? She said yes. So I started the argument. I was about an hour into the informal argument, and actually spending about 25 minutes on a very minor point that just needed to be overly articulated because of the criticism that was thrown at me. And then Floyd entered the room. It's been going on for an hour. Everything was fine. There was no, serious interruptions, no lack of respect or courtesy. And Floyd come in there and he'd been listening to the broadcast, and he didn't like a few things that were being said, and started off with the aggressiveness. And I kind of was like, all right, man, hold on, if we're gonna do this, let's start slow. And he made a few accusations, shotgunned a few different claims, and I wanted to address something he said about P52. He started saying that P52's dating is much more speculative than I claimed it to be. And I wanted to respond to that, and I asked him a simple question. I said, Floyd, how did they date P52? Floyd said, he said it in a question, like, I'm not really sure, perhaps carbon dating. And I laughed in his face, and I said, no, they didn't carbon date P52. And I was going to go into the explanation for it, but he just kept interrupting me and, like, insisting that I was, like, straw manning him or something. And eventually, after about 15, 20 minutes of me, like, begging the audience and Floyd to just let me respond to the P52, I got a little bit peeved and just kicked his ass.
Yeah, the thing I was kind of really hoping to do there was to, well, frankly, keep you from taking that head on really at all, and instead kind of, steer Floyd over to the more abstract issue of the consistency of the standards applied to history, which we were, before that, really talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, and I would definitely wanted to do that, but you can't. We need to transition after I address the P52 thing, because it needed to be said. And another thing, I want to kind of say the P52 thing on the air, but I also wanted to say that earlier I was listening to the broadcast after the whole kickfest happened, and I heard a few times that I was kind of jumping around and arguing for the historicity of Christ. I never once was arguing through that argument for the historicity of Christ. I was actually doing a minimal facts argument for the resurrection of Christ, and I was actually in a long spiel on a minor point about the inconsistency of historians, just to make a minor point in reference to how we do history. And I was going to go on to make a larger point, but anyways, the point I wanted to make about P52 is that it's certainly conclusively dated, pretty certainly to be about 125, and the reason because of this is they didn't carbon date it. The fragment's about the size of a credit card, and when you carbon date the papyrus of that, you need a good amount of papyrus because it doesn't hold the right, it loses some of its stuff, and you need a larger piece of it. And usually these carbon datings, they do about 2 or 3 sourcings of the carbon datings and do them from different laboratories as a means of doing a blind testing. And in order to do that on P52, you would lose about 1/3 of the credit card size scrap. Now, why that's not necessarily a problem because we have it already scanned perfectly, but why it presents a problem is because not only is this the absolute oldest fragment we have of any Christian New Testament writings, it's also super important for a host of other reasons, and they wouldn't want to destroy a historical piece like this. So in fact, how they dated it was the use of 4 of the leading papyrologists, which are experts in the field of assessing not only handwriting but the age of papyri fragments. And of these 4, 2 are from Yale, 1 was from Harvard, and 1 was from the University of Utah. And of these 4 papyrologists, they were the only people to date it, the only people that were allowed access to it. 3 papyrologists dated it to, I think it was like 140, and then the 4th papyrologist dated it to 90, which is kind of interesting. And he was one of the scholars from Yale that did that. And they come up with a mean date of 125 based on that fragment. And it's pretty, there's not like Floyd was trying to articulate that there was like an early and late camp based on that fragment. No, it's not. There's 4 papyruses. They did a mean date. It's 125. It's all there on the papyrus sheet. So.
Yeah. Well, I think I know some of the methods, like, what is it, paleography, or it might be paleographology or something like that is used to, correlate the sort of handwriting or, glyph, shapes and such to historical time periods, as well as, what is it, I guess the linguistic kinds of evidence too. So, yeah, but at the same time, right, given that the kinds of standards applied to, say, Plutarch and the writings of Caesar and such are, actually pretty liberal about, things widely separated in time from the original authorship. This is really something used to form the basis of arguments that, the events or persons within were ahistorical. So, one sort of kind of issue that might come up is how pervasive the supernatural claims regarding the historical sources actually are. Like, for instance, sort of nature of their being is miraculous, like two-headed people. That's still regarded as very historical. If say, almost every event or every significant event is supernatural in nature, that also gives some grounds for suspicion of ahistoricity. And am I still connected?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. You can go ahead and respond to those two. Go ahead.
Background conversation is annoying.
Yeah, it's a lot of background noise, Nadia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just kill the other one. Go to my headset.
I really want to change.
What, away from history?